Okay, we're live. Flat out elected. Tonight we are the awakening. Flat Earthlings are awakening, and that ain't that the truth. Just a second. Of course I did that. Just a sec. Tonight we are the awakening. Flat Earthlings are awakening, and that ain't that the truth. Just a second. Of course I did that. Just a second. There, that's better, right? So yeah, it's interesting to me. We were just talking about Christians in the community that seem to have some real. I don't know even what words would describe it correctly enough. The How do you walk on this one, Arcane? How do you describe these Christians that are mocking fellow Christians that are truly, trying to spread this truth and that love the Lord? And I'm sorry, I don't know how we describe these Christians. How would you describe them?
I said they're no different than we were. At that critical moment in our walk, right? So we can identify, but it's just sad to see people in a state of denial, right? Such pretty bad.
Yeah, I
gotta mute yourself.
Sorry, I'm trying to get my turkey game together real quick. You went live at a weird moment. Hold on. Trying to get my turkey game up. Hold on.
Go ahead, Johnny.
Yeah, I wanted to say, man, I think you gotta mute yourself when he's talking because his voice was too low. That wasn't feedback.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think that's better. Can you say something? Yeah, repeat yourself, Arcane. What did you say there?
I muted myself.
I was just saying what's up. Yeah, I was agreeing with you.
All right. Yeah, well, I would say this. I mean, to me, it's sad, to be honest with you. I mean, it's one thing if I would never have a problem with, let's say, a Christian would say, well, I can't yet accept it. I have to look into it. There's some things that I don't yet understand that I still have to process. To me, that's perfectly fine. That's not an issue. But the moment somebody starts to mock and scoff, that's when I start to now become very upset. I used to overlook that too in the past. But now I think I'm not supposed to overlook that anymore. Because that's not the attitude of somebody who's seeking. You see? Now, unless, of course, the person then repents, that's a different story altogether. But unless they show a repentant attitude, we shouldn't not waste our time with them any longer. You see? So that's how I see it.
Yeah, I guess the only time to tell who's going to wake up completely, right? I mean, some people's walks are 2 years. Some people, it takes them a week. But some people, it take a lifetime. I know we're supposed to show patience and all that, man, but lately my patience is running so thin, yo. Like, I've been asking people to pray for me because...
Yeah, I understand that, Arcane, because, I have even less patience for people that truly know me. Like, I'm not even kidding, bro. I'm talking about, people that know me in the real world, that have done business with me, that have sat at my dinner table, that have walked this planet with me, this earth, this thing we're on. They know me. Like, they know me. And they'll be the first to say that, I'm a straight up guy, and I've raised a lot of young men in this world that were, young boys when I met them, and I brought them up in the world and gave them that old school dad type teaching, and they will say that today. And then there's, a lot of people that have met me and worked with me, and I, and they're still incapable of understanding what I'm telling them to be true. Now, with that being said, don't get me wrong, there are a bunch that are waking up. As a matter of fact, today because I have been on the case on Facebook in respects to these. There's a lot. I have a lot of black friends in Canada, my brothers that I have been hanging out with for 20, 30 years, right? So, and they're all up in arms about Donald Trump being a racist because they just fed off the media, and I try to explain to them, in as delicate a way as possible, that the media is a weapon against the mind, and it pulls at the heartstrings of humanity, and it dictates and maneuvers and manipulates emotion, and every single thing that it has been doing over the last 7-8 months with Black Lives Matter, and with cops and black people having their shootout issues, and all of the racism that's been going on months before the election, was a setup for what we're seeing now with Donald Trump being called a racist, and the black community has already been fed this racism bug through the media. And so I just delicately try and explain this to people. And finally today, one of my brothers from Canada is showing signs of an awakening. He put up a video talking about how the real fake news is CNN, Fox News, the BBC, NBC, MNNBC, and all. And he's starting to realize that he has been tuning in at dinner time to fake news. And that's the beginning. That's how this happens, is that you get that one moment, right? And now he'll go, okay, well, what have I been listening to? And he might come across a Boston bombing video, and remember seeing that on CNN, and remember Sandy Hook, and remember, the CIA agent Anderson Cooper all over that story, and start to realize, this is all fake. And that's kind of how people are waking up. That's why I said the fact that Donald Trump exposed during the campaigning that's all fake news. Yeah, well, just all the fake news, just how the media is so fake, bro, and one-sided, and we're pushing Hillary. It's a good time because the media now is not trusted. Even people that aren't awake, at the very least, don't trust the media anymore. And so right now is a really good time to kick them while they're down.
Absolutely. Well, it's just funny. I saw the meme that said Trump says the election is rigged, and at the bottom it says wins the election.
I made that meme.
Oh, that was you? Brilliant.
That was my meme. Because it's hilarious to me. He, throughout the whole campaign, says, these elections are rigged. These elections are rigged. These elections are rigged. And then wins. Basically telling you, yeah, they're rigged. You know what I mean? It's hilarious. He tried to make it sound during the campaigns that they're rigged in Hillary's favor, that she's going to win, but really, it was the old 1972 bait and switch. It's like they get you to look in one direction, and then they do a switch on you, and everybody gets caught by surprise. I'm even willing to believe, Arcane, all of those looks on the faces of the news anchors and these news people that had that look of, oh my God, how'd Hillary lose? That's all fake, bro.
Yeah. Of course.
Right?
Well, why would you think anything would be authentic on the news? We've seen, I don't know if you've seen that montage or that compilation of like 100 different news stations saying the exact same, like, teleprompter line. You seen that?
Yeah.
It was like a Christmas special or something, but they all had the exact same line. Just kind of proves that it's all scripted. So when they pretend to be surprised or shocked or upset or enraged, it's just to incite that within you.
Yeah.
Play with your psyche.
Yeah, it's like they're talking about a storm, and they'll say, this storm is coming in hot from the west coast, and then the next one is, from the west coast the storm is coming in hot, and the next one is, from the west coast this storm sure is coming in hot, and it's like 20 of them, the exact same line over and over and over, and it's shows you that they're sent their scripts. Their scripts are waiting on their deaths for them every morning.
Like, you remember watching that B.O.B. Interview? He was talking about the clones.
Yeah.
He was saying, like, that famous song that he has, right? It's called Airplanes. And he was talking about how that song was originally intended for another rapper. He's from Chicago, named Lupe Fiasco. And he was like, that's how the game is. He said, it's all scripted. It's all scripted. Everything they put on the TV, they can put a different character to play the part. It doesn't matter. The part is still going to be played.
Amen.
So, you know, that's why I said with Donald Trump, he could have been growing for this position since before he was born, for all we know.
Well, we know that at that big dinner that he was at, the Catholic dinner in New York City, where he was roasting Hillary and Hillary was roasting him, he said in his speech that he remembers coming to this dinner every year with his father, and it was some of the greatest memories he had with his dad. Well, everybody in that crowd, I mean, you had Kissinger, you have all the highest Catholic Church people there, politicians, the big money, just everybody. So if he's been going to this dinner, this presidential dinner, then you know what that means? It means, yes, 100% Arcade. He is, I'm sorry, but you've been raised into it. And there's no way that all of a sudden you turned against them and won the presidency of America. It would have never happened.
Right. Yeah, come on.
And I'm like all other Christians. Yeah, I'm like all other Christians, brother. I want to hope that God stepped in and God put Donald Trump there, and you know, Mike Pence is a good Christian man, and you know, this is God's intervening and giving America a chance to repent. But I can't find that anywhere in Scripture.
No, sir.
Right? What's going on, Johnny K, our loving brother from Germany, our man on the road, our lead investigator, our overseas anchor. What's going on, Johnny? Is he what's going on, brother?
Hey, thank you for trying to ask this. Well, no, I tend to agree with you in quite a few things. I mean, I still have to look at you when it comes to Donald Trump. Now, here in Germany, I can tell you this much.
I need to mute, man. We're getting a big echo, bro.
Yeah. Merkel, I can tell you this. She is Masonic. She has made the Masonic hand signs. She has clearly, her policies are devastating for the nation. But, yeah, there is an alternative party here. I don't know, though they have their own problems. But as far as I can tell. See, the thing is, to me it is, if you're not in Christ, of course, you're going to be bad. It's just then, who's the lesser of the two evils? That's it for me, you know. Because usually two evils are not exactly the same, you know. But then again, there's the thing that if they're controlled by the same people behind them, if they are pulling the strings, that makes it different. And then they are equally evil. Or one could say they are then, because it's obviously the same head guy. So what I've heard now is that from you, that Donald Trump isn't really an independent guy, that he is supposed to be, how can I say this? Well, he's just putting on a show, basically. So would you say then, Rand Campbell, that even his political correctness, meaning that him being totally, because his style of talking is totally different from the other presidents that we had in the past, would you say that he is just putting on a show, that's not who he really is? All this saying things as they are, you know, to make us kind of think that, oh man, this guy is different? Or how would you say that? What is your view on that one?
Look, the whole thing is a puppet show. When your brain finally clicks over to this is Satan's world. He is the god of this world. Now, it might be the small g, God, but make no mistake about it, he has dominion over the unbeliever. And that puts a lot into perspective when you consider that. What do you mean he has dominion over the unbeliever, the non-believer? Well, that when you take a look at how many people are deceived and continuously deceived and remain deceived and seem to be quite cozy in their deception, it even suggests to me that there are a lot of Christians of which whom Satan seems to have dominion over. With that being said, I'll say this to you, Johnny. When you cross over to that place where all of a sudden you realize you're an immigrant to this world, you're an alien to this world, no different than a Mexican alien crosses over into the United States of America and has absolutely no understanding of how to amalgamate his personality, his culture, his upbringing, his way of thinking, his way of life into the American culture. He feels completely foreign to it. When you wake up and realize that you are a Christ, you become just that. You become foreign to this entire system that we're trying to expose. But if you're not foreign, if you feel like it fits you, if this system fits you, and you can't wake up out of it and have no desire to wake up out of it, then you are in Satan. You are not in Christ. If you are in Christ, this system can't work for you. It can't. You will be a foreigner to it because this is not your world. This is Satan's world. And there were a lot of people. Somebody asked me a question in a post. I was talking about how Sandy Hook was a complete fake and blah, 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 blah. And, you know, I laid down some evidence, and the person was like, what kind of craziness are you talking about? What planet do you live on? I said, well, yours. I don't belong here. I'm a Christian. True Christians don't belong in this world. That's why Christ saved us and brought us out of the world, because we don't belong in the world. That's why God said, do not conform to the world, and that he who is of the world does not have the love of the Father within him. The love of the Father is Jesus Christ. So if you feel comfortable in this world, if it makes sense to you, if all this deception just seems to be, you know, what fits your spirit, your soul, your mind, your heart, your body, your life, your way, your everything, if this world is who you are, you're not in Christ. End of story. And so when you realize that you're not of this world, you look at Donald Trump and you see the deception. You look at Ellen DeGeneres getting her medal today for peace. She got a peace award from Obama. And you look at it and you laugh because you know it's real. Excuse me, it's real for them. They're in their world receiving real stuff in their world. But when you're in Christ and you look at it, it is literally like you have accidentally come across a world that is unbelievably new to you, and you're looking at it with this new lens of truth going, wow, how crazy but it's not crazy to them. It's their world. They live within Satan. They're a part of Satan's system.
Now let me ask you this, man. What would you do if, let's say, 1 month or so into the Oval Office, Trump all of a sudden admits to the Earth being flat? What if he does that?
I'm fully awake, brother, so I already know that they want to expose everything now. They want to. This is what they're doing. They're not hiding it anymore. If you're really awake, you can see they're not hiding anything. They're exposing themselves. They're letting us know the truth because it's Satan's world. He's saying, look it. You know, you guys are here. You're supposed to join me. A lot of you, chose Christ over me, but this is my world, and they're quite proud of it. And they're blatantly showing us the world that we are in. We don't live in this world. They do, though. They do. This is their world. J.D. Kane lives in this world. This is his system. He loves it. He's a part of it. He's probably generational to it. It's his everything. And then you look at a guy like Arcane, and he doesn't fit in at all. And the reason why is because he's not of this world. But then make no mistake about it, brother. They're showing us. They're telling us the truth now.
No, I mean, man, I think you misunderstood me. What I'm saying is, not like saying it in a mockery kind of way. I'm saying if he really comes out and he says, "Look, guys, I know that they've lied to you about the Earth shape. I'm going to tell you today. I fly this aircraft every day, and I can see the horizon. It's perfectly flat.
Hey,
There it
Johnny.
is, folks.
Yeah.
I'm going to expose
Hey,
everything."
hey, what's going on,
Hey,
guys?
what's going on, Pillbox?
Hey,
Johnny,
Johnny.
I'll just say it clear. It's scripted. If Trump comes out and says the Earth is flat, it was written in his script 10 years ago, and he's been studying that script long ago.
Yeah, but then I mean, Trump. Then you're saying basically that there's no way that Trump can become a Christian. That would kind of take his free will away. He can become.
Well, that's
a
not,
Christian.
Johnny. That's none of our bit. Like I look at that like that's none of our business. Just like I can't force you to be a Christian, or you know, Arcane can't force me to be a
That's what
Christian.
I'm saying.
But Johnny, that's the thing. That's not. It's not. I'm not concerned about people like Donald Trump to become Christians. I'm trying to help the person that has lived their whole life a lie and hasn't known it, and actually, you know, I might meet that person and they might go, yeah, you know, NASA this, and then I change their whole, you know, Arcane might meet somebody and change somebody's entire life that isn't rich, that doesn't have all these amenities and all these luxuries. Poor people, you know, the people that have worked, the working class, the people that are poor, the you know, the sick, you name it. That's the exact. I'm not the last thing I'm interested in, Johnny, is what these leaders do, because it's already been a scam. They've already lied to us. They've already killed us. If Trump says that in 3 months, does that mean that all the 10,000 you know, innocent people killed by the cops just in the last, you know, few years, now that's okay that they did that? Does that make it okay that we killed 3 million people in Vietnam? Does that make it okay that we killed 20 million people in the Middle East over our own hoax? It's all a hoax, so it doesn't matter, and they will not admit the truth, and if they do, that just means they're hiding something else, Johnny. That means they're hiding something much worse, and if I hear that, trust me, I do not want to hear those things come out of any of these Satanist mouths.
Word.
Well, what about, I mean, if you hear him say that, Arcane, will you start to trust him then in any way? Will you say, man, maybe I got to change my opinion about him? Or what exactly are you going to do?
No, because I already know that you're not going to get a seat in the presidency unless you've already agreed to play ball with Satan. So unless somebody can show me a way that someone can be a president without selling their soul, I don't see why it wouldn't be anything less than controlled opposition, yo.
Mhm.
Just
So
like
you'd have
when I hear people who claim to be awake, like Alex Jones, and then they turn around and say, well, the Earth is a ball and we're looking for planet X because there's billions of planets just like ours that might be harboring alien life. I get to questioning whether or not he's really about that truth life, or whether he's just put there to say whatever the hell he's saying. So it's no different, man. Like, you got to
No.
look at the whole situation.
Oh, yeah.
And
Now,
would they
so that
allow
means-
would they allow it of his free will, or of their own hand up
Mhm.
his backside?
So, I mean, what do you make of? So that means that there are people, even in the flat earth community, who could be, even though they admit the flat earth, which is a big thing, and yet be controlled opposition. Is that what you're saying? Is that even possible?
Well, they're not paid millions of dollars though, Johnny, and there's no mainstream face. Like, you know, when we watch TV and you turn the news on, Johnny, and you see the lady there in her makeup and the guy or whatever, and you know, those people are literally 100% paid shills. There is a very big difference between a robot that we are used to, which is what the United States government has been feeding us since 52 or whatever television was announced, that we have been programmed and brainwashed by the signals and information of programming, you know, from television, from the United States of America, our entire lives. I don't even think, you know, Rand was probably the only one of us that didn't watch TV as a kid. And the fact of the matter is, Johnny, is that is nothing in the future of a satanic nation is going to change that fact, first of all. Secondly, if there's someone in the flat earth, Johnny, let's say a nice, well-spoken lady is a paid shill in the flat earth, guess what? Do you really think that 120-pound, nice, elegant lady who you know, dedicates her, you know, information to flat earth and helps people come to flat earth is going to hurt the plan of Jesus Christ, Johnny? Do you think that's going to hurt the plan of Jesus Christ if Arcane Logos talks to Mark Sargent and it turns out Mark Sargent might have been a paid shill, but Arcane Logos didn't know? Guess what? I'd love to know. I'd love for one Christian to tell me how that would hurt God's plan in any way, shape, or form when he even has the evil working for him. We even have atheists working for us. You have people that are deists and Bible skeptics that don't even want to hear the word Christ, that are waking up to the truth, preaching this truth. And there might be people being paid to preach this truth. But guess what? There's people like me, in Rand and Arcane, that if we hear one thing wrong, we have our big ears are on. If we hear one thing wrong, guess what? We're going to call it out. So until we start hearing these people doing things that are absolutely ridiculous, which when they do, they get kicked out of the communities. The communities in the flat earth, Johnny, do not put up with bullshit. They do not let people steamroll them. They do not this is the final frontier, Johnny. This is where the buck stops here. There are no lies that pass through these gates. It is over. So once they start, if they explode, guess what? That's just going to help us even more, Johnny. It's all part of God's plan. There's nothing to worry about. But the last thing I'm worried about is the guy on the internet that might get paid $1,000 a month when we're talking about politicians that get paid billions of dollars to lie to us. Come on.
Yeah, you make a
Word.
point there. That's needs to be taken into consideration for certain. Now,
Yeah, the veil's being lifted, Johnny. Ain't nothing that is covered that won't be uncovered. You dig?
now, would you say there's in our community, in the Google Plus community, some people, apart from those already mentioned, who admits to the flat Earth on one hand, but still has some, or let me just say it this way: would you trust somebody who is not a Christian, but he still holds to the flat Earth, more than somebody who is a Christian, but he denies the flat Earth?
Now you're getting to my this is a good question. This is what I'm talking about, Johnny. Well said, well questioned. Yes, the short answer is yes. I'm going to trust. Let me use Jibby as an example. And Rand knows Jibby now. He's talked to him a few times. Nice Bible interester, I call him. And he's not a Christian, but he is a flat earther. I will leave my children with him and the dog and take a vacation. If you're not a flat earther, I don't want you washing my windows.
Oh wow, that's a pretty radical view. But all right, what do you think? Okay,
Unless you're Veckel. I like Veckel a lot. Other than that, though, no.
Well, yeah, that's an interesting question because I'd hate to say it, but I'm going to go with the guy telling the truth until shown otherwise, right? If I'm going to be rational. So if a person is shown, let's say they're both shown the same evidence. Let's say they're both in the same hangout and they both see the same evidence, and the flat earther, is rational about it, but the Christian isn't. He mocks and scoffs. I'm not going to side with that Christian in that situation, and I'm going to question whether or not he's really about the truth. Simple as that. Now, not to say that we should be trusting non-believers at all, but I'm saying in that instance, it seems like the non-believer would have his head screwed down a little bit tighter and maybe has a better chance of actually really being saved instead of professing to be saved for the sake of saving his own self for like 10 shekels in a shirt. So, it just depends. You never know the soul of the individual, but I don't trust anybody at this point unless they're telling the truth that I can verify. And like Pillbox said, if these people are paid billions of dollars, and that's one of the arguments I hear about Trump, like, well, he's independently wealthy, he doesn't really care. Well, the love of money is still the root of all evil, is it not? Doesn't matter who's lining your pockets with it. So, trust is earned.
Well, first and foremost, you don't get to be a billionaire, especially in America, and not be rubbing shoulders with the same people that are selling their souls. Let me just make it very clear. There are umpteen evidences of the Clintons and Trump in friendship. As a matter of fact, they've been to each other's weddings. There are wedding photographs. Donald Trump's daughter Ivanka is very, very good friends with Hillary's daughter Chelsea. They are all connected. Hillary's daughter Chelsea is married to George Soros's nephew. So when you are awake, there is no questioning, and there is no, oh, but maybe, just maybe, Trump is a good guy. No, because the first thing, if you're awake, that you are going to do is you are going to research. And you're going to research until you are proven right or wrong in either direction. And the bottom line is that most Christians refuse to do the research. I have, as my loving brother in Christ, Pillbox, stated, I have in a lot of cases more respect for a guy like Jibby, who stands by his belief but does not refuse the research based on popular opinion. You see, the Christian community has this popular opinion curse where they believe that they're only allowed to limit God into a certain box. God can only speak to us through Scripture. If you say God gives you visions and dreams, that's not the same God. If you say that God is revealing the truth to some and not all, then that's not the right God. What they don't understand is that yes, God is very wise, and he has the ability to open hearts and minds as he sees fit to do so. He has the ability to pour truth into the right vehicles, known as his children here in this thing we call the world. He in Scripture spoke through a donkey. He spoke through a fiery bush. Do you understand that the God that these people limit and call themselves Christians, I don't limit this God. He is limitless for me. I heard Lady Gaga saying that spirit woman that does the spirit dinners and that did that spiritual dance with Jay-Z, she referred to her as being limitless. That's God's status. Limitless is God's status. My God is absolutely limitless. And Donald Trump, God can use him no differently than God used, if you guys remember the gospel. God used a lot of people in Scripture. He used Peter to deny him. That was all God. The gospel doesn't happen without God's hand on it. So what I truly believe is that in this time, we, the Christians of today, the true Christians of today, are writing the Now Testament. We have the Old Testament, we have the New Testament, and right now, as we speak, we are writing into history the Now Testament. And when people realize that in this time, God is going to make even those that don't want to say what they're saying, say what he wants them to say. He is forcing the truth out of the deceivers. We're just catching it and reporting it. We're not causing the truth to come out. We are just catching it and reporting it. But make no mistake about it, Johnny. Donald Trump is one of them. He's not one of us.
Let me ask you this, Duran. What about, in regards to Donald Trump is the question. You said that he was friends with Hillary. But how about if that was an old friendship that he now realized he made a big mistake in the past and he doesn't want that friendship?
Okay. Did he ever mention during the campaign speeches even once? Has he mentioned once during his run for the presidency that they were once friends?
Well, I think he supposed that people would know about it.
No, he never once said it. He has never once said, you know what, guys? I used to be friends with Hillary and Bill. I've been to their wedding. They were at my wedding. Our kids are friends. Their daughter lives in New York. My daughter lives in New York. They're buddies. You can see that they've hung out together at certain events where we know each other. When I tell you Hillary's a crook, I'm not just saying it because I've done some investigating. I know her because we used to be friends, and I'm telling you, I have the inside on her. No, that was never done. They never once admitted.
What I remember in the second debate, he did allude to it, though. He said that the children, and I know how hard she works, Hillary Clinton, she's a great woman. And then in the third debate, he became...
No, but I could have said that.
Yeah, but how could he say all those details about her, that he knows that she's such a hardworking woman, if he's not more intimate with her? If she has
Because he's a businessman in New York City, and she was a politician in New York. What was her position there? She
how
was
could he-
the New York Senate. Like, of course he's gonna know, but I'm talking about not knowing her in a business relationship, Johnny. They are friends. Friends. You never ever hear it mentioned. I show pictures of them at each other's weddings, and people are like, "Oh, I didn't know they were friends."
I've seen
Do you
that.
know why? Do you know why? You know why people didn't know? Because they've kept it secret.
That's right, Ram, but how? I mean, they are from 10 or maybe even more years ago, right? I mean, they aren't recent.
Who cares? I don't care if it was from 20 years ago.
But then
We
they-
never heard anything in that. But we. What did you hear on the news or in any kind of a public forum that they had a falling out?
Because in the third debate, he became extremely aggravated with her, even to the point of wanting to put her in prison.
He's an actor, bro. He's an actor, bro. And he got his acting. Have you seen how many shows he's been in? Do you know that he was in Fresh Prince of Bel-Air? Do you know that he's been in soap operas? Do you know that he's had cameo positions in movies? Do you know that he had his own reality show? He is an actor.
Yeah. Okay, that's what. So you're meaning to say that that wasn't really meant. He would never put her in prison, right? Is that what you're kind of saying?
He joked about it during the dinner with the Catholic diocese dinner. He said he walked past Hillary and she bumped into him, and she says, "Pardon me," and he says, "Well, we'll talk about it when I'm president," and made a joke about pardoning her. Listen, Johnny,
Okay,
you
I
listen to
wanna
me.
see that. Can I see that? You still have that one?
That was hilarious.
You're gonna have to share it. I'll find it.
Yeah. I'll share it.
What's the definition of insanity, Johnny? Do you know? Do you know what that is?
Yeah, I guess out of one's mind, not in one's right mind.
No, that's what I am, Johnny. No, insanity is when you keep doing something over and over again expecting a change.
Right. So when Christians tell me that they're voting, or anybody tells me that they're voting,
Yeah.
it's pretty insane, don't you think? By definition.
Real quick, Rancam fan, that fan's kind of loud, not telling you to shut it off or anything, just a suggestion. And if you do get a chance, Ran, give me the controls just because it would be better. Sorry, Johnny, go ahead. Or Arcane, go ahead.
Yeah, bro.
You want me to hit eject? Is that what I'm doing here?
Yeah, eject it, Eve to the cliffs.
Okay, Johnny, I'm going to put this in a side chat for you, and then you can share this because it is interesting. So here, it's going in the side chat. You be the one to share this, sir. You can share screens and show everybody this joke, and you'll see that they're friends. Watch.
And this is recent, right?
Yeah, this was after the third debate. This is when they were getting ready for the actual election night.
All right, let me see.
You'll see, this here will show you that he's one of them. You'll see who's in the audience. He mentions that him and his father used to come to this event all the time when he was a young boy, and he used to love it. He jokes around with Hillary, and you can see how they respond to each other. You can see very clearly that they are friends.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm waiting for the link to pop up.
Hey, we should invite Alex Jones to the hangout. What do you think?
You mean Bill Hicks?
Yeah, that guy. Yeah.
Yeah, man, somebody should give him a call and give him some, just mention some aspects of his comedy.
You know what, though, Johnny? Go ahead,
That's
Ran.
what I want somebody to do.
I was going to say, Eric Dubé called Alex Jones. And I know a lot of people think Eric Dubé's a shill, but man, if there's shills exposing the stuff he's talking about, that is my kind of shill. Let me put that out right there. That is a special type. I'll tell you, I don't even like white boys, but that dude can rap at the same time. I would really be disappointed if that guy was a shill. He just kills it. He really does. I mean, how many people do you have talking about the hollow hoax? Anyway, past that, Johnny, Eric Dubé called Alex Jones, and Alex was like, "Oh yeah, this flatter called me. He said I was talking about Atlantean conspiracy." And Eric Dubé was like, "Yeah, I said you're talking about Atlantean conspiracy." And then, this guy was, Bill Hicks was like, "Oh, that world being flat." Yeah, he's already mocked it, Johnny. It's too late for, and that's what I like,
Wow.
Johnny. I'm actually very happy he mocked it, and that's what I want to see. I want to be in the minority. I've always been in the minority my whole life, Johnny. It would be disappointing if I wasn't. I want to be in the most, one-sided, unfavored in the history of mankind. What is it? And I want my odds to be terrible, Johnny. I want to, because what do they do in Vegas when your odds are terrible and you win? It's a trillion times more important. It's always so, you know what I mean? There's just no comparison, Johnny. It just wouldn't make any sense. That the path is narrow for that type of truth to be exposed on a mass scale. Not only is it not going to happen, I don't want it to. And I think I have, sometimes I can see things. Sometimes I can see things. Once in a while, Johnny, I'm right. And I can tell that things are not what other people think they should be. Some people think, oh, what a great thing if everybody woke up. Yeah, that's like saying, what a great thing if God just showed himself to everybody in the world. Well, that would defeat the entire purpose, Johnny, and it's not going to be easy, thank God.
All right, now I got the link. Here it is. Let me see. Can you see that?
Hilarious.
Looks like a bunch of devils.
You're gonna love this. This is absolutely satanic. You're gonna love it.
Okay, let me see. Any particular time where I should start from, or should I go from the beginning?
Yeah, just start from the beginning. It's not long. He doesn't have an hour. He's just doing a quick stand-up. It's his stand-up debut. You'll love it. Watch them all and watch the satanic looks on their faces.
Okay, all right.
Grease balls.
Let me reload that. Okay. This was after the third debate, right?
Yeah.
Thank you, Al. Wow. That was good.
Okay.
This is a hell of a dinner. Well, I want to thank Your Eminence. This is really great to be with you again. Beloved Governor Cuomo, our great senators. Hi, Chuck. He used to love me when I was a Democrat, Mayor de Blasio, wherever you are. Where's Mayor de Blasio? Huh? Hello, Mayor. In the old days, I would have known him very well, but I haven't been doing so much of the real estate anymore. And I want to thank Al and Nan Smith. Just a fantastic job you do with the dinner. Congratulations on a record. Over $6 million, right? Is their record. And a special hello to all of you in this room who have known and loved me for many, many years. It's true. The politicians. They've had me to their homes. They've introduced me to their children. I've become their best friends in many instances. They've asked for my endorsement, and they always want.
Is this woman over here transgender? Is it possible?
Probably, Johnny. I would say yes, if I had to guess.
Mm-hmm.
Wanted my money, and even called me really a dear, dear friend. But then suddenly decided when I ran for president as a Republican that I've always been a no good, rotten, disgusting scoundrel. And they totally forgot about me. But that's okay. You know, they say when you do this kind of an event, you always start out with a self-deprecating joke. Some people think this would be tough for me, but the truth is, I'm actually a modest person, very modest. It's true. In fact, many people tell me that modesty is perhaps my best quality. Even better than my temperament. You know, Cardinal Dolan and I have some things in common. For instance, we both run impressive properties on Fifth Avenue. Of course, his is much more impressive than mine. That's because I built mine with my own beautifully formed hands. While his was built with the hands of God, and nobody can compete with God. Is that correct? Nobody, right? That's right. No contest.
That's straight out of Satan right there.
Get to be here with 1,000 wonderful people, or as I call it, a small, intimate dinner with some friends, or as Hillary calls it, her largest crowd of the season. This stuff. This is corny stuff. I do recognize that I come into this event with a little bit of an advantage. I know that so many of you in the Archdiocese already have a place in your heart for a guy who started out as a carpenter working for his father. I was a carpenter working for my father. True. Not for a long period of time, but I was for about 3 weeks. What's great about the Al Smith dinner is that even in the rough and tumble world of a really, really hard-fought campaign. In fact, I don't know if you know Hillary, but last night they said that was the most vicious debate in the history of politics, presidential debate, the most vicious. And I don't know, are we supposed to be proud of that, or are we supposed to be unhappy? But they did say that, and I'm trying to think back to Lincoln. I don't think they can really compete with that. But the candidates have some lighthearted moments together, which is true. I have no doubt that Hillary is going to laugh quite a bit tonight, sometimes even at an appropriate moment. And even tonight, with all of the heated back and forth between my opponent and me at the debate last night, we have proven that we can actually be civil to each other. In fact, just before taking the dais, Hillary accidentally bumped into me, and she very civilly said, "Pardon me." And I very politely replied, "Let me talk to you about that after I get into office." Just kidding, just kidding. And Hillary was very gracious. She said if somehow she gets elected, she wants me to be, without question, either her ambassador to Iraq or to Afghanistan. It's my choice. But one of the things I noticed tonight, and I've known Hillary for a long time, is this is the first time ever, that Hillary is sitting down and speaking to major corporate leaders and not getting paid for it. It's true. It's true. You know, last night, I called Hillary a nasty woman. But this stuff is all relative. After listening to Hillary rattle on and on and on, I don't think so badly of Rosie O'Donnell anymore. In fact,
Okay, yeah, up to this point, he's speaking in parables. I mean, I can't really make out what he's trying. He's jumping back and forward, you know.
Well, it's a puppet show, Johnny. He's letting you know these people. This is a satanic covenant here. This is a New York City satanic covenant that they're in, and he's letting you know that they're all in on it. You know who's not in on it? The useless eaters at the bottom. That's who's not in on it. These people know exactly what they're doing.
So, yeah, I mean,
This is all a stage, Johnny. Let me elaborate a little bit more for Rand. This is literally, look what you're looking at. You're looking at a stage of actors that are paid to literally plunder their own people for their own wealth. And that's what it is. The entire thing from the beginning. These are all actors hired. They swore an oath of secrecy in Satanism so that they could get a job as a politician stealing. That's just the reality. When you are a politician, you are basically a thief, and when you're at that level, it's the highest level of thievery. I mean, they're laughing about Iraq and Afghanistan, where we just got done, causing about 2 or 3 real holocausts in the last, 20 years. Everybody and their dog wants to complain about the Holocaust that, some little country the size of Arizona supposedly did 60 years ago, but we can do 5 or 6 every so many decades and it doesn't matter. And that's the reality of it. So how is it possible that we have literally these, and again, look where it was found. We were founded on Holocaust. We killed 100 million Native Americans, and today people are celebrating it, Johnny. Isn't that a deception? It's so bad. It's right in front of everything you grew up with that we thought was normal. Every normal American, that everything they were literally given and taught as a child was a lie. And it's so bad. We are laughing. There are probably right-wing, hard-working Republicans watching this and laughing with this guy and drinking their beers, saying, "Yeah, haha, she lost." They are absolutely deceived. They are absolutely useless eaters, like Rand said.
what I mean to say is it possible that he is kind of mocking Hillary, or is it?
No, that's normal. This is what they do on
Bro,
purpose. So that
Johnny, what is he doing right now, Johnny? Just tell me what he's doing. I want to see what your observation skills are like, because I love you as a brother, but I want to help you build your observation skills. What is he doing right now?
Can't really say what.
Well, sure you can. He's doing something. What's he doing?
Well, he's got his hand raised. I don't know whether he's made a complete devil's on there. I mean. No. He's reading a script. Well.
You understand? He's reading a script, bro. Let me ask you a question. If you had to get up and tell a few jokes and have some fun and at the expense of other people, or just speak from your heart about certain things, blah blah blah, would you need a script? Like these presidents that come up and do these speeches, do you ever wonder why they don't just come up and turn off the teleprompters and look at the camera or look at the people and go, "Look, this is from my heart. Here's what I believe. And here's what I'd like to do." No, bro, they're all reading scripts. Every one of them. And look at them laughing. Look at the guy on the left. The guy on the left is a high Jesuit priest, bro. Look at the medallions around his neck. These people are all a part of it, bro. They're all Satanists. Every single one of them. Donald Trump included.
Right, should I play it? Or should I continue to play that? Or okay.
Well, it's unnecessary. I mean, I think our viewers are going to get it, but
all right. Okay.
Go ahead. You can still. I mean, all he does at this point is read from his script, and he even said earlier, "This is all corny stuff." He didn't write it. It's all stuff written for him. It's all of it. The whole thing is scripted. Everything about these people is a script, bro. You heard him say that all of the top corporate world leaders are in this group. There's 1,000 people here at this dinner, and he said that our top corporate people are there at this dinner. This is Satanist, bro. You're looking at a satanic covenant. And the same thing with the Grammys and the Oscars, and these are reward ceremonies for their satanic covens. The same thing with, you watched Ellen DeGeneres and Bill Gates get peace awards by Obama. And these are satanic covens, that they're all going to their satanic covens, and they're getting their rewards before Obama leaves office. They're being given their rewards for pushing the gay agenda, or in Bill Gates's honor, he's pushing the vaccines. And when you really are awake, you look at these people as actors, bro. That's it. Don't look at them as real human beings. Look at them as people that have sold their souls, and they've been given scripts that they now have to play out. And a lot of them are under mind control, and a lot of them are under contract. And we're not talking about a contract like you would have in a work contract for a 2-year contract to be an accountant at a company. No. These are serious soul contracts. You're looking at people that are living these unbelievably rich and luxurious lives, fame and fortune like you could never imagine. Any one of these people in this picture here, they walk into the most expensive restaurants or clothing stores in the world, and when they walk in, they shut the place down for them. They put out a red carpet. These people get treated like absolute gods, and they sold their souls for it. But there's a price. There's a price these people pay. They don't get to have these lives and not pay a price. That's why Lady Gaga is trying to get rid of demons. That's why Janet Jackson. Do you know where Janet Jackson is now? Does anybody know where she is?
No. She's
married to a multi-billionaire, and she's a sex slave for a multi-billionaire now. Like, what goes on? Yeah, what goes on with this business that these people are in, bro? It's nasty. Like, it is beyond. Look at this Pizzagate that's going on. Every single person here, all of them, every single one has been with a child. Her, him, all 4 men here have been with children. Every one of them. This is what they do. These are the Pizzagate conspirators. These are the ones that are involved. When that list comes out, and when that rabbit trail gets opened up, you're going to see it's deep, man. This is Satan's world, but in Satan's world, it's okay. To these people, that's culture. That's the culture of the world they live in. It's like over here in the Dominican, the Dominican people have a culture that I wasn't used to. There's some things about Dominicans that are like just against Canadian culture. Like, I just wouldn't imagine Canada even, like, they dance very sexually with family members, but it's not sexual to them. It's just it's a Latino Dominican culture. And they're very close to their families. Like, I'm talking like as loving with their families. I've never seen anybody love their family like Dominican people. These people love their children. They raise their kids to be kings and queens. And what I mean by that is that they could do no wrong. It doesn't matter what the kid does. They let them. There's no. They don't make these children conscious of their behavior. They're just raised as kings and queens, and that's how they're raised. And it's a cultural difference for me as a Canadian, but I'm getting used to it. Their culture, the culture of Donald Trump and these people, they're raised into a satanic culture. They don't understand us. They see us literally as subjects, as slaves. I think the Queen of England once said on her website not long ago that if her subjects knew who and what she really was, they'd still be okay with it. She referred to her followers, the people that love the Queen of England, as subjects beneath her. Our subject is beneath you. These people are very satanic, and this is Satan's world. Hate to tell you, Satan's world. And we are, for whatever reason, I don't know why God's got us here. I'm thinking that maybe for us to help, through Christ, bring people out of this system. I don't know. But I can tell you this, not everybody's coming out. And everybody in this freeze shot right here, everybody in this screen right now, all of them, are Satanists. Sorry, that's the truth.
Okay, Ren, yeah,
No
you
question.
I wanted to, you said something about the Dominicans. about the people dancing, and you said it was in a sexual way. I mean, so does that mean they deliberately do that? Because I know that from Afghanistan.
Well, Johnny, listen, it's a culture thing. Listen, let's not get out of hand here. Listen,
it's not. All I'm saying is that also over here, they're very educated on how you eat with a knife, fork, and spoon. Like I used a spoon to eat. I'm almost done. I used a spoon one day to eat rice, and my wife was like, "Oh no, you can't do that." I go, well, why not? She said, well, that's not our culture. If you were out to dinner and if you were at my uncle's house or my family's house and they seen you eating rice with a spoon, they would think you were uneducated. It's culture. I'm just using that example. I'll go with another example if that one's a hard one for you. I grew up with a lot of black people in my life because I was on the streets, and a lot of my friends, and they have a much different culture than white people. So I'm not using the Dominican culture for it to become a new discussion. I'm just letting you know that these Satanists, the Satanic culture, it's a culture that they're raised in, that they sign up for, that they're involved in.
No, my point
is different from our culture.
Yeah. No, my point was though that I think all cultures that are not Christian are satanically inspired. That's my point. Like you can look at the Afghani culture. They have this bachabazi, where they dance sexually with little children. That is satanic.
Okay, when I say sexually, I don't mean that they're twerking and grinding up on their children. What I'm saying is that they're very loving in a way that is different from what I would be used to as a Canadian. And not that I want that to be the discussion. I just use it as an example, Johnny, of their satanic culture is completely foreign to you and I. Look at these people here. When they think of you and I, they literally think of us as useless eaters. They would prefer, to be quite honest with you, that we get off their planet. Especially a guy like Arcane and Pillbox. They can't wait for Arcane and Pillbox to leave their planet. You know why? Because they're useless eaters. I'm a useless eater. You're a useless eater. If you're not blind to the system and just going to work every day and keeping the machine going for them, you're of no value to them. And even if that's what you do, you're just a machine, a part of the machine, you're still a useless eater because everything's built already. They've already got a planet built. This planet is built. It's done. They can survive underground, above ground. They don't care. They don't need us anymore. And all we're doing is eating up their food, breathing their air, using their resources. That's why they refer to us as useless eaters. But make no mistake about it, Johnny. You are on a satanic planet. This planet, I don't care what people say. It was God's. God gave dominion to Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve sold the dominion to Satan in the garden for sin, that they would have the knowledge of good and evil. Satan received dominion over the world. That's why he said to Jesus, if you want the kingdoms of the world, just bow down and worship me. And Jesus said, no. There is one God, and it ain't you. But on this planet, Satan is the God of this planet. And if you don't like it, sorry about your luck, but it's true. And if you say, yeah, but Satan's got to go to God for the okay to do things. Okay, so let's look at all of the deceptions. Think about what Scripture says. Scripture says that the world is deceived. You know how much deception it takes for an entire world to be completely and totally deceived? Do you know how many times God had to say, yeah, that's fine, yeah, okay, you can do that, yeah, you can do this, oh yeah, sure, that's fine, go do that, oh yeah, you can do that. You know how many times God would have had to have said yes to Satan in order for this entire world to be deceived? A lot more times than God said, no, I'm not allowing that. God has allowed Satan full dominion over this world, and we are just now beginning to see the type of deception that Satan has caused in the world. And then you have Christians who are arguing that we should not be exposing what Satan has done, as though one of two reasons: they're afraid, or like Arcane says, they're cowards, or they're comfortable with the system. They like the system Satan has set up. They're enjoying it. And if that's true, then you are of the world, and you do not have the love of the Father within you, and you don't have the love of the Father within you. The love of the Father is Jesus Christ. So in other words, you don't have Christ within you, so therefore, you might be a mind Christian, but you do not have the Holy Spirit. You could be going to church every Sunday, you could be reading your Bible, you could be on G+, doing hangouts about Scripture, S to Jesus, E's to Jesus, B's to Jesus, and S to Jesus. You could be doing all that stuff and not have the Holy Spirit. When you have Christ in you, that means you have the Holy Spirit. When God said that he who is of the world does not have the love of the Father within him, that means you do not have Christ in you. That means you are not of the Holy Spirit. That means that the breath of life has not been blown into your spirit. You are not born again. You are of the world, and you are in the mind a Christian, but not in spirit.
Yeah, Johnny, think of it this way, like Rand said, people get comfortable. Arcane said that they're cowards, but yeah, think of it like this way. I mean, I remember, and you can think of like when you've lost a family member. Like I remember the day my dad died, and when I walked out of the hospital after pounding on the walls in his hospital room, I remember walking out and looking at the sky, and everything looked different. The sky looked different. The color looked different. The sound, the smell, everything was like my world was just destroyed. Well, it took one person to basically be taken from me for this entire world to be literally changed in a matter of seconds. So when people do things in this world, Johnny, and let's say they do good at them, or they make just a little bit of money, maybe a little bit of like personal artwork, or they're a musician and they do any good at all, it's all attached to this world. So when you try to change this world, you're also affecting what they've established successfully through their own abilities and arts and interests and things like that. So you're hurting everything they've accomplished, and that hurts. They are so comfortable, it hurts them. And then here comes the fear problems, and then now they are too afraid to even think about it, because when they think about it different, it literally changes the comprehension of their abilities, and their accomplishments have literally been altered. Like, wait a minute, they're tainted now. Something is wrong. It all goes away. The spiritual being will literally make you go, see, you were wrong. Like if I was writing music for 10 years, Johnny, and I had all these songs made and everything or whatever, and I was used to a certain life, and then I guarantee you, like if my dad died, like I probably feel different about all those things. But the entire world gets manipulated. It gets hurt when you're going to affect them, and they are too comfortable, and they are probably too prideful, and it forces them to be fearful of looking into it honestly. And it's like literally a war within the individual. It is a battle going on between their good and their evil inside of us. And that's what happens. So these people, when you approach them like, what about this? No, you're hurting everything they've done. And they get shocked into fear.
Does anybody know
success
how
of
to
man.
give? Yeah, you're 100% right, Pillbox. Does anybody know how to give chat controls that somebody could moderate the chat?
Yeah, I know. Wait, let me go on the outside.
Do you know how to figure that out, Johnny? Or
Yeah, you have to type something in the side chat, and then I think I can make you.
no, Arcane. Make Arcane. I want Arcane to moderate the chat.
Okay, let me first find the video link.
Me and Pillbox are too trigger happy, and
Alright.
where is Rose Patton? You know, the
Yeah, well,
there's no good hangout without Rose.
yeah, that's true. Let me see here. Okay, where is he? Okay, can you type something? Something in the chat.
He typed Arcane logos. Type not sure.
Oh, there you go.
She was given, he was given control, so I don't know what that means, but
No, I think you will have to do that.
right, of course.
Mine
But I don't know how. I don't know how to give him. I don't know how to give him control of the chat. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, 1 second, Johnny. Ladies and gentlemen, Everybody take a seat and relax. We just had entered the room Miss Rose Patton. Everybody tip your hats, give a light applause, and thank her for her wonderful presence in this hangout. It always takes Rose a little longer than everybody else to show up, but God bless her, she's here. Rose, how are you?
Hey Rose, how are you doing?
Oh, that was nice. Hey, thank you. Doing good. I'm about to go do some shopping. Last minute shopping.
Well, happy Thanksgiving.
I'm boycotting Thanksgiving today.
Good,
So
I'm
that-
glad. I'm
that-
glad because I'm glad because people don't seem to understand what Thanksgiving is about. It's about the destroying of the American culture. So
That's right.
So yeah, if you could screen share, Glenn, I can then tell you how to do that. Arcane has to type something in the side chat first, and then you can. I'll show you how to do this. There's 3 circles near him, and they click on that, I think, and then looking around.
well, he has chatted here, but I don't see no 3 circles.
Okay, can you screen share?
Can I? Of course I can, Johnny. Screen sharing. But what are you hoping for?
Okay, go to the video link.
Yeah.
No, not this link. Go to the open your video link. The one where the outside chat is at. I have it here.
What one?
Give the link in the
I
side
don't know
chat.
what you're talking about.
I put the link in the side chat for you. Wait a second. There you go. Click on that.
Okay. Don't mind us, Rose. We're trying to give Arcane control of the chat.
Now the chat should show up there.
Oh, okay. Where's Arcane at?
Now
He's here.
search for Arcane. Scroll up there and search for him. On the right side, that thing there, that bar, gray bar, yeah. Alright, it should be there somewhere. Do it more. Yeah, there he was.
Yeah.
Okay, now go to the 3. Yeah, these are the things. It should say, wait a second, set as moderator.
I got him.
Alright. Let's see if he gets the wrench now. We have the wrench. Yeah, I think that should do it.
Yeah, he's been made moderator.
Alright.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Hey Rose, so anything new, Rose? Going on?
Huh?
What's going on your end today? Is there anything new? Information?
My family wanted me to come over for dinner, and something came up, so I couldn't go over there.
Oh. Is your family awake to the flat earth?
Hell no, they're not awake to anything.
Oh.
Yeah, you know what? It's just that ongoing battle, right there. I have,
Yeah.
I have fortunately woken up my wife to a few things, not everything, and most people in my circle, in my life, I refuse to allow them to be too asleep. I tell them, look, I'm going to give you some grace here, and there, but you are not going to be asleep on this issue. And that issue for me is that Satan is the god of this world, and that this world is greatly deceived. And you either get that or get out, get away from me. Because if you're that comfortable with Satan's system that you're afraid to wake up and realize that he is the god of this world, then you can't even be in my presence. I can't have you. I'm kind of like God when it comes to sin. God cannot be in the presence of sin. I can't be in the presence of ignorance.
Yeah. So wait a minute, Ren. But your wife does believe in the flat Earth, right?
No, no.
Not yet.
She refuses to look at it. She doesn't say yes or no. She just says, "I'm not looking at it." And I'm like, "All right, well, that's fine. That's fine. That's okay. No big deal."
Why?
She agrees. She agrees that a lot of what goes on is hoaxes. She knows that Michelle Obama's a man. She knows that Barack Obama's gay. She doesn't trust Donald Trump, and she certainly knows everything about Hillary Clinton and the Clinton Foundation and the molestations of children and the Pizzagate, and she's well aware of all that stuff, and in full agreement. And she understands that Satan is the god of this world. But there's just certain things that, it takes a certain type of person to be able to cross over to flat Earth. And it doesn't make you less or more of a person. It's just that's a pretty hard one to cross. To be able to literally say, you know what? I'm going to take a look. Because most people don't want to look because it's a personality disorder. All of a sudden, every single thing about you becomes a lie. When you realize that we're living not on a ball Earth, not on a spinning wet ball, and that everything NASA has said and done is an absolute manipulation, a hoax, a lie, a deception. When you realize that, every single thing about you, everything about you gets stripped down, and you have to literally, intellectually relearn life. Because now, if that's a lie, everything's a lie, and that's a hard pill to swallow, right, Pillbox?
I think that's a big red one. Those only come in one sheet, I think, and they're wrapped in tinfoil.
Now, Ren? What does it make it difficult for? What point does she say no? I'm not going to go that far.
Because people are raised to not seem crazy. they want to be able to live life and talk to people and be normal, and it's a difficult one for some people, and we have to be mindful of that. You can't force somebody into what everybody else is going to consider crazy. She knows what I believe, and she knows I'm an intelligent man, and she knows that I'm not going to research something and come out with the wrong information, because she knows that I'm a businessman, and I want to make sure that every time I do something, I dot all I's and cross all T's. And she's well aware of the fact that I hate being wrong. I hate it. When I get caught being wrong, which isn't very often, I think I was wrong once, but then it turned out I was right, so I was actually only wrong about being wrong. But I was still wrong. And she knows I hate being wrong. So, but this is a big step for people. It's not, we can't get mad at them. It's a big step for people. Not everybody is prepared for this one. Do you know what I mean, Rose? Would you agree?
Yeah, Rose, what did you say about this? When somebody...
She's getting the tinfoil off the pill. Hold on.
Okay.
Rose, it's a suppository.
No.
Oh, sorry.
Book depository. Yeah, that's right. What was his name? Oswald. Right. Book depository.
Rose, yeah, Rand, could you ask her the question again? I think she didn't get it.
Yeah, I mean, you think about all of these truths and all of these deceptions that we, I have been fortunate enough to come across and been a part of the, the discovery and the knowledge and a part of the, messaging this information to those with ears to hear and eyes to see. Would you not agree that the flat Earth is probably, as Pillbox would say, the biggest pill of all? It is a tough one for people.
And that we shouldn't be too harsh on people who don't get it instantly.
Yeah, and we shouldn't be harsh on people. We should really be gentle if they're just not ready for it yet.
Yeah. What do you say about that, Rose?
I agree that it's so. If everyone just understands about the flat Earth, everything else comes into play. People can see everything's a lie. Then at that point.
Yeah. So let's say somebody, you gave him some information, and he's not yet ready to accept the flat Earth. But Ran, I mean, she does not get angry or anything. She just she doesn't react in a mocking or scoffing way, right? I mean, it's just that she says, "Well, I'm not yet ready," kind of like that thing.
Not mocking. A little bit of anger. A little bit of I don't want to know about that yet. I don't want to know. No, not yet. No. Let's talk about something else. And I understand. Because it's a big one. It is huge. Think about this, Johnny. Our entire lives, we walk into classrooms with globes on the teacher's desk, a globe in the corner of the classroom. We are shown that we are taught. We just naturally assume that. Why would they lie about that? That has to be true. And we just become so conditioned to being on a spinning wet ball, and they have all the right answers. For those that aren't willing to actually do the research or listen to the research being messengered out to those that are willing to hear, they don't question that. It's not something that you would be sitting by the pool in 1975 or in 1984 or even in 1993 and be like, you know what, I don't think we're on a spinning wet ball, because everybody sitting next to you would just think you were joking. Oh, that's a funny one. Good one, Bob. That's real funny. Because it's right? It's just the whole world has been indoctrinated. You go to China and ask all of China, are we on a spinning wet ball or a flat earth? And they're going to believe spinning ball. You go to Afghanistan, Africa, New Zealand, Greenland, Britain, Canada, the Dominican Republic, Jamaica. Every single human being has been indoctrinated and taught that we are on a spinning wet ball. So it is a tough one. It is a tough. Not everybody is going to be able to just cross over to that one. But like Rose said, when you realize that truth, everything else is just unnatural. It's like you've read every single book about the truth and absorbed all the information once you just that one big one.
Yeah. No, what do you say about kind of slipped my mind there.
Well, no, for me it's like, when Christopher Columbus sailed and came back and told everybody, because he didn't fall off the earth. It's like, everybody believed, the world was he was like, we live on in the big, the hamburger. It's a big, the flat the hamburger. We're going to take it to boat, and we're going to take it to boat around the hamburger. And me and my friend, we are going to sail the boat under the hamburger. And we're going to find a few things and looking for some new land, eh? And my friend here, we are going to go. So they go and they do this boat trip and blah 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 blah, and then they come back to the king or the queen or whoever it was at the time, in France or wherever it was, and they're like, Columbus is like, no. Me and my friend Antonio here, we took the boat and we went all around in the hamburger, but we find out one thing: we don't fall off of the hamburger. So actually, we are on the big meatball. It's not a hamburger; it's a meatball, and we are spinning a meatball. In the word of the spinning in the meatball, and we stay on the meatball because of the gravy. There's a gravy that is on the meatball to stick the people to the meatball, and we are on the meatball, and that's what we live. And this is what Columbus sold the world, and all of a sudden everybody believed that we're now on the spinning meatball, and we're all being held to it because there's gravy all over the meatball, and the gravy adheres everything to the meatball, and we're no longer on the hamburger, but we're on the meatball, and this is what the world now believes. All because he didn't fall off. He didn't fall off the hamburger. So that means you have to be on a meatball. If you don't fall off the hamburger, you're on a meatball. That's just the way it is. Well, how are you sticking to the meatball? Well, you're sticking to the meatball because of the gravy. There's gravy all over the meatball, and the gravy sticks us to the meatball. That's how we stay on a meatball. And the world just believed it. And that just got sold and sold and sold and sold and sold to the point where you can stand on your balcony or on your back deck, look up on a clear night to the sky at the moon, and you can see the moon moving. But they've led us to believe, well, it's actually not the moon moving. I know it looks like the moon's moving, but it's you that's moving. Well, no. My eyes tell me the moon's moving. When I put my ear to the ground, I don't hear motion. I don't hear the earth spinning. I don't hear the meatball covered with the gravy spinning it through the air. No, I don't. That's not what. Sorry, Columbus, you're a liar. And guess what you were doing when you traveled all over the Caribbean? You were looking for slaves because you were a slave master, Columbus. That's what Columbus was. He was looking for slaves. That's what he does. He was a slave master. He didn't find out that the world was a big spinning wet meatball. He found out that there were slaves all over the Caribbean. And the Spaniards came over to the Dominican and killed all of the indigenous people of the Dominican. And that's why the Dominicans are no longer, there's no more native Dominicans here. It's all Spanish black. And Columbus is not what everybody thinks he is. Columbus is a slave trader. That's what he was. And he manipulated people into believing that we're on some wet meatball. And we're not. We're still on the hamburger. We're on a flat hamburger.
Now, Rand, there is a lot of videos out there, as you know. Maybe you can show about this. Look, there's a lot of videos on YouTube now. And maybe one day she'll just by herself, she'll look at it and she'll see there's hundreds of thousands of views. Some flat earth videos have got hundreds of thousands of views. Maybe that will kind of give her more confidence. If you haven't already done that, maybe you can try that out and see what happens. But yeah,
It's not that easy, Johnny. You see, this truth, we have to, you see, we're so anxious for people to, suck on the lollipop of truth in a day. Like, we think it's an all-day sucker. If we could just get them to start sucking on it, they're going to, at the end of the day, they're going to believe everything. And that's not true. The human psyche is a very temperamental part of humanity. Humans identify with their educations, bro. Whether it's the education at the dinner table, whether it's the education in the classroom, whether it's the education they received at the bar on a Saturday night beside, a couple of guys just drinking some beers. What we learn, what we put into our brains, that's why I've always said the human brain is the devil's playground. It's a battlefield of the mind, bro. The mind is Satan's battlefield. This is where he gets us. And the truth of the matter is that a lot of people are just, they're indoctrinated, and you're not going to break through that indoctrination forcefully, and you're going to have to let them come to it. I never forced my wife to wake up on any issue. I just told her some things. She laughed about it, and then 3 days later came back and said, yeah, I looked into that, and you were right. So you put the seed out, People tried to bury the truth and didn't realize the truth was a seed. Do you know what I mean, Johnny? They tried to bury the truth without realizing they were burying a seed. The truth is a seed, brother. And that seed grew. When they buried the truth, they're causing it to grow. They would have been better off not burying it, because when you bury a seed, it's going to take root. And that's what's happened, is the truth is taking root. And so you just plant these seeds with people, bro. Just give them a little bit of information. Let them take the path, man. You can't drag somebody down the rabbit hole. They'll kick and scream all the way down, and it won't be a pleasurable wake up for them. My wake up was pleasurable. I enjoyed every bit of my wake up. I have been so happy to wake up, and so happy in my wake up, and so full of joy. I wouldn't have wanted somebody to force it on me. I wouldn't have enjoyed it. Have you not enjoyed your wake up? What about you, Pillbox? Have you enjoyed your wake up?
Oh, there's nothing better than waking up. There is no substitute. There's nothing that can even compare to the truth. There's nothing better than the truth. And that's the thing, is that the truth is so important. people would rather literally waste their own life because the truth hurts so much. I mean, just the antithesis of truth itself makes truth so important. There's no contest. You know, this is an atlas right here. I picked this nice New International Atlas up for I think a good $2.50. It was probably initially like a $50 book in college, and I was lucky enough to find it. And I was going to go over some things, Rand. Right here is Cape Horn, South America. This, of course, is the bottom of the world. Supposedly, this is again an atlas. So this is absolutely the most accurate, supposedly most accurate map in the world. And they'll give you 10,000 different ways to look at it. So they have Antarctica here. Little America is obviously over here somewhere. This is, of course, the route that Admiral Byrd flew back and forth. So Operation High Jump and all these nice little exploring expeditions that were going on right here. And down on the other side, we have New Zealand. So if this is a ball, this would be the bottom. So this is like looking at the bottom of the ball. Okay, so we have the ball upside down. So it's bottoms up, okay? And here's New Zealand right there. Well, for every inch, and again, it's very easy, you know, for some reason, God just likes things to be easy for me. I don't even need a ruler, Rand. My thumb is exactly 1 inch wide for every inch. It's 380 miles. So what I did was I put my thumb all the way around the crevices of this supposed Antarctic continent. I just kept placing one after another. Once in a while, maybe using just my fingers to make it worst case scenario. So I'll make it as big as possible. I'm going to add land to this by under measuring it. I'm going to count too many sections, and I'm going to obviously multiply that by 380 miles. Well, the interesting number that I came up with as far as how many sections, I said, well, I came up with 42 sections. It's one of those weird coincidences, I guess. And it turned out after I did the math, times 380 miles, it was right around 16,000 miles, Johnny. So if I wanted to, if there were supposedly a magical ball that we're living on, and let's say Captain Cook wanted to traverse this, the South Pole, we would obviously compare the stats. So what was Captain Cook's mileage when he returned? Well, his mileage wasn't 16,000 miles. It was over 60,000 miles. There is a margin of error of like 500%, and it makes absolutely no sense, and it is just too easy, Johnny. Every single time, and again, this is 20, I spent 20 minutes looking into this 2 days ago and found this. It's 20 minutes of my life. I'm telling Johnny, there's every single thing destroys them. They have life. So they took a ring and they made a donut out of it. So they took a giant ring and they squished it into this as the lie. And here's another interesting point. Let me point something out real quick, guys. Remember, my pinky finger length is obviously going to be over 200 miles. So 100 miles in to this section, which is, again, south of the Falkland Islands. So let's not get confused here. There are the Falkland Islands right there where my thumb is. So Falkland Islands, of course, were invaded in 1982 by Her Majesty's Royal Navy. Well, look how close the Falkland Islands are. I guarantee you this is that 1982 Falkland Island War was executed to hide the flat earth, obviously, because people were, brown people don't like to listen to white people all the time, and they start doing their own thing. So of course the white people have to send their warships in and kill them all, and that's what happened. Another quick point, Johnny, right, if you remember the story, Admiral Byrd's log, he says that he saw a woolly mammoth. Well, this island right here, South Shetland Islands, right here, one of them's called Elephant Island. Why would an island in the coldest place in the world be called Elephant Island? That's a very interesting coincidence, I think. So yeah, John, this took me 20 minutes to find 5 proofs and an atlas that the ball is a lie. It's a wonderful thing, Rand. So going to that truth, there's nothing better than the truth.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Just out of curiosity, the people in the chat, is my voice better now? Am I less irritated?
I think it's too quiet now. No, I can tell, Rand. I think it's a little bit louder would be better. And aim the fan away.
Okay, there. Is that better?
Yeah, I think that's okay.
Jibby, am I okay? Why is Jibby and why are people not in here?
Yeah, Jibby should be in here, I believe, yeah.
Yeah, we're done the Christian stuff. He doesn't have to be afraid anymore.
Well, yeah, I can use him as a better example for a Christian than these so-called Christians. So,
and same thing with Knowledge Scavenger. I know that she enjoys coming into these chats, and I enjoy having her as well. Is my voice better now? It's better? Okay. Sorry about that. As long as you guys aren't irritated. The last thing I want to do is irritate people. The Lord knows I've done enough of that here in my home with my wife and kids. So that was very interesting, Pillbox. And again, that is good proof that if you actually do the research and have some fun with it, you're going to wake up. And like I was saying to Johnny, you know, we don't want to make this wake up hard for people or make it an angry thing. If you're not waking up, you know, God gave this wake up to those that he elected to have it. He gave it to us that we would enjoy it, not hate it. That's why he didn't just give it to the Christians. Because if he gave it to just the Christians, then there wouldn't be a whole world to give this truth to. That's why a lot of non-Christians have come to knowledge of the flat earth. Because God knows that he can't just give it to the Christians, because then it becomes a Christian thing, and the Christians already have enough to deal with without having to deal with being the sole owners of a flat earth conspiracy. And the truth is that, you know, this world is waking up, and it's not subject to simple Christians. It's going to be everybody. What do you mean you don't have a link?
Well,
why don't they have a link?
Who is it? Jibby, I already added him.
Yeah, but what about Scavenge?
She's already in. She's in the building right now.
Oh,
Just got in.
You get it.
That's how I do it.
You're smooth, eh? Okay, well, very good. I was looking at the chat.
Timing
as I
beats
tried
speed.
to do with Hillbilly. Who is Richard Clark, just out of curiosity?
He is a angry flat earther who likes to just, I guess, attack women. I guess that's the way I can put it, Rand. He likes to attack women. I'm not really going to talk to him anymore. So whatever. We'll have to figure out the wrench issue next time, Rand. Next time, just hit me up before we start off, and we'll have Knowledge Scavenger or Jibby or Arcane or Johnny walk us through, because, I mean, not that it's a big deal, but it's, you know.
Okay. Jibby, can I make Jibby a monitor?
If you can give him a wrench, I mean, yeah, if you give him a wrench, sure, he should have a wrench. Yeah, he should have a wrench. Agave should have a wrench. Knowledge Scout, I mean, pretty much, yeah.
I made him a moderator. Who is Sue W? Do you guys know who Sue W is?
Not me.
No, that is a mystery. What is the person's content saying?
I'm going to go look at her profile here. 45 subscribers. This channel doesn't have any content.
Oh, well, so the clips.
A decent looking. She's got a decent looking blonde.
Here we go.
girl as
Hold
an
on.
avatar.
Jibby has entered the building, so let's let Jibby tell us where the leaks are in that Red October. What happened, Jibby? Jibby is on mute. Jibby is currently on mute. You got to hit the comp. There you go.
Have I
Jibby?
summoned?
Yes.
Jibby. Yeah, my favorite example of a Christian. That's not a Christian. Yep.
Who is Brian? Do you guys know who Brian is?
Yep.
No, he's good.
Our buddies. It's one of us. One of us. One of us.
Yeah, give him controls too. We gave Jibby controls. What's he do? He shows up in the room. Gives them up. So what's going on with you gentlemen, Jibby, Brian, and Miss Knowledge Scavenger?
We
Not much.
Couldn't hear you, Jibby.
We were in that hangout still from yesterday offline. In and out, back and forth. So figured we'd stop in here. We were watching you from that other one. We were submarining.
Nice. Yep, the U-boat. There's a U-boat warrior force that nobody knows about in the flat earth underground internet systems. It's pretty awesome. Sorry, Brian. There's a bad echo. I have to mute every time I stop too, guy. I have a bad echo like this.
Brian, make sure that your speakers are not set to default, because that seems to be a thing that creates a lot of echo. Is we leave our speakers set to default speakers, and we should have that set specifically.
Okay, so Brian is a flat earther. Is he a Christian?
Actually, I don't know. Says yes.
You are a Christian, okay. That's always a bonus point for me. That doesn't take away bonus points from Jibby, but it just adds points for those that are in Christ. With that being said, Jimmy, how have you been, my friend? I'm hoping you weren't celebrating Rape America Day. Were you celebrating Rape America Day?
I call it Turkey Fat Stomach Day today.
So it's all about the turkey.
It's all about the camaraderie, the meal, the getting together. I guess that's really what most people think of it as now, just like family get-togethers and such. It's not about what the origins of it or where it came from. Even 4th of July, that's just beer and hot dogs and fireworks day. Nobody's thinking, oh, that's when we won our independence. Like, that's gone. Like, I don't think the majority of Americans are trying to fool themselves anymore. It's just kind of like, well, we're stuck here in this now, and let's just get drunk and try to make the best of it.
Well, yeah, I would agree that, and I think also we, just as people, are happy just to have a holiday, aren't we? I mean, any good reason to get together and kick our feet up and not go to work and kind of, enjoy life, some good food, some friendship, some family. So I can get with that, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, what else is it really about? Like, what else is really going on?
And hey, Brian, welcome back. Brian, do you have a microphone?
He does. He uses it.
Might be having trouble with it.
Are you muted, Brian? You can unmute. What'd you do today, Knowledge? Okay, there's Brian there. What'd you do? All right. Okay, what'd you do today, Knowledge?
Oh, didn't eat much. We have had a virus in our family this week. And so we didn't eat very much. I just steamed some rice and we kind of nibbled on that and drinking our colloidal silver and honey and cinnamon for, not drinking that, of course, but eating that for immune system boosting. And I think we're turning the corner now. Feeling better today, but still being cautious.
Very good. Very good. I work today. My wife is at work. We're in the Dominican, so it's not Thanksgiving here. But it affected my business because I do a lot of business in America. And as a result of you guys being on holiday, it represents probably about 80% of my business. So I got affected in that way. But that's okay. I took it easy today. I didn't work too hard and just kind of relaxed. And it's nice to be around some people of like-minded intelligence here this evening. And we can just talk about flat earth and anything else and whatever else brings you to this room. Johnny, are you awake still, or have you passed out? I think Johnny,
He's in the kitchen eating.
Oh, is he? Is he having some Wiener Schnitzel and curry chicken? And what about you, Pill? Did you eat some turkey today? I know that you're not a proponent of Thanksgiving, but did you eat anything today?
No, I gave it to the cat. I fast today.
Yeah, I fasted yesterday. Bunch of reasons.
I feed the kitties, the neighborhood cats, or whatever it is. You know what I mean? I'd rather see them be at a feast than humans. To be honest with you, I'm not a big eater, Rand. Even though I do like some food, it's one of those things where I think that it's one of those sinful things that I think America is just disgusting when it comes to that topic, and it just makes me sick. But I'm a very biased, prejudiced, racist human being, though. Looks like we got Mac has entered the building.
Hello.
Hey, Brian.
What up, Mon?
How are you?
I'm doing good. Kind of, because I'm stranded out here, so I figured just pop in, and waste some time.
Well, that's what we're all doing, wasting a little bit of time. Does anybody here know Mac?
I think he knows Arcane. I've seen him before.
Yeah, I know you, Pillbox. I know you, Rand Campbell. I know Arcane.
Yeah,
And
I've seen him before. Yep.
No, John.
Yo, Mac! Oh, Mac, what's up, brother? Long time.
I
haven't
survived
talked
this
to you in a
week.
while, man. Huh?
Yeah, you haven't. Yeah. Last time I spoke with you, you was in, I believe, it was either Brazil or Cuba. I think it was Brazil.
No, Dominican. I'm in the Dominican.
Oh, Dominican. That was what it was. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I'm
you,
still here.
you got married and everything.
Yes, brother. The Lord brought me a good wife. Yep.
Yeah, I remember. Okay, yeah, that's when you was in Nadia's hanging. I remember you. That was like the last time I saw you and at least spoke with you for that time being. Yeah, it was nice. It was nice speaking to you again. But what's going down? What's the topic?
Well, our topic is always going to be truth. Obviously, we're Christians. We're going to put the Lord first and foremost. That's a given. But we've also come to the knowledge of flat Earth. I don't know if you're aware of the flat Earth movement at all, or what your knowledge of it is, whether you're for or against it. I'm going to assume that maybe you're not on point with it as yet. But yeah, we're this room is all flat earthers.
Okay.
What are your thoughts on that, Mac?
Well, I know that the scripture does speak about it, and me personally, the last time when Arcane had had people say that if you believe that the earth is a ball, then come in here and prove it. I didn't have anything to say. I wanted to listen because there was nothing I can say against it that I could think of that can show that, okay, the earth is a ball and we should know that by now. But I had to acknowledge the fact that I've only been told that the earth is a ball by my peers, by my teachers, pretty much people around the world who say it is a ball, but as far as I've seen from what they've shown me, they haven't given no conclusive evidence that it is. So, I'm just really neutral about it. I would like to learn so that I could get an understanding of why people think that, because I'm not going to put it down. I want to get an understanding of, okay, if the Bible says that it is, and, people show that it is based upon, this evidence and stuff like that, I'm willing to look at it. I don't care what it is. I'm just curious to know.
Well, I don't know who I would direct you to right now. Probably Pillbox. Are you there?
Yeah, Mon, what up? Yeah, I heard. I'm listening to Mac right now, and I'm impressed with his honesty. And if every Christian was like him, I would be retired, and there would be nothing for me to do anymore.
Oh, it's true. I agree. Because that's how we should be as Christians. We are to test all things, and we are not to lay down with evil, but in fact, we are to expose it. And if we have been lied to about this, as we know Scripture says that Satan has deceived the world, That pretty much tells me that we can't trust a single thing that's happened in this world. We are also told not to conform to the ways of this world. To me, that's all about the education system. So why don't you, Bill, give him some knowledge?
Yeah, I got an idea real quick. What I'm going to do real quick, and I don't do this often, is that I want Jibby to kind of, and he doesn't have to do it. He can say go to hell pillbox, but I would like if Jibby would give a short or whatever rundown he'd like to explain, because his story is very compelling as far as a person that's not a Christian looking into this, because again, I think there are many people that are here that you don't have to, the title doesn't mean anything. I only want to I'm basically here to talk to honest people. That's it. The one, if I were to blanketly just paint a brush over the type of people that I can spend my time with the rest of my life, which is why I talk to these people, ladies and gentlemen, is the honest people. And Jibby is one of those honest people who actually was an atheist. And I think that his testimony is very important. So Jibby, if you could give me some thoughts on what happened with your journey.
Well, I was an agnostic atheist, I guess, for a long time. Like I was born of the dark side, I feel like, because I have relatives who still tell me stories of my terrorism in their homes from like age 3 to 5, locking them out of their homes, like, peeing in their closets, just destructive behavior. I used to kill small frogs and burn, like, I just grew up. I don't know if it was just dysfunctional family stuff or whatever, but anyway, I grew up dark side basically, and 12 years of Catholic school shoved down my throat. Like I didn't have an option. I had to do 12 years of Catholic school. That sucked. It really made me even angrier about the Bible and all of it, because it was always nonsensical at the masses. It'd just be like, I couldn't follow it. And it was always the fantastical, just the silly, the absurd stories I would hear of the Bible, and then the rituals and the stand, sit, kneel, stand, sit, kneel, stand, sit, kneel, seasick. And I would get sick from church. So it was a put off in many, many ways. And I even played around with the Necronomicon in my teenage years. Just really anti-God, whoever made this and put me here. I get a problem with them, that kind of thing, because I felt like I've been in a prison from age 4. I got into astronomy because that to me was the way out, because I'm like, how do I get out of here? Okay, that looks like the way out. And then I got into astronomy. I'm trying to find the way out of here. I'm watching all the Star Treks and everything. Very angry at this place, very angry at whoever put me here. And just a lifetime of hardships. I lost my parents. I lost my father, like Pillbox lost his father. Hospital, the whole thing. It's very wear and tear on you. Do a lot of soul searching, whatnot. I've even, what do they call it? Tinkled with suicide in my late teenage years and faced death. Like I've done things where I've taken substances and pills and whatnot and been like, well, I've actually done it. I've killed myself. I will not wake up from this. Like I've faced it. Like, and I woke up the next day, like Bill Murray in Groundhog Day, like, oh, nuts. Like I'm still here. But I never tried it after that, because like I faced it. I faced that demon and I don't fear it anymore. And then I had a lot of metaphysical experiences. And I tell Pillbox, this is funny. Like, I don't believe in the Bible necessarily, but I believe in demons because I've seen them. Like, they're all around. Like, I've seen these things. I experience these things all my life. I don't see them. I experience them. I had a bad few days with them. Today, strangely, nothing at all. Like, at all today. I was talking about it with them last night, and I just had a bad few days with these things. Like, I could tell you stories, like just coffee hit my ceiling the other day. I just lost my temper on them. Like, I can't take it, some days. And some days I'm left alone. I experience these things. It's almost like trying to get me to go back to the dark side. Just they feed off the anger and fear. And my experience with these things when you fear them, or you have fear, or you have self-hate, you become malleable to them. They can make a contact. They what am I thinking of? You're getting close to their channel, basically, this low frequency thing. And when you shake the fear, and you, like, when you're out of your body, like an out of body experience, you don't feel the regular emotions that are of the body, the chemical reactions. You don't have those. You're more, I guess, of an energy consciousness. And when you're dealing with these demons, I guess they are, I don't know if they're demons. I don't know if they're aliens. They look like demons from whatever I've seen of demons. Green vampire looking things with green teeth and yellow. It's just, yeah, they're really ugly. And it seems like the uglier they are, the more pathetic they are. It's kind of like they have an ugly outward appearance to induce fear in others, because that's all they have, is just the outer wrapping. There's nothing to fear about them except this ugly appearance. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're hollow, they're weak, there's nothing. And it's just this outward appearance to induce a fear that now they can touch you, now they can manipulate you, feed off you, whatnot. I don't know what they're feeding exactly, but I'm assuming they're feeding off life force, whatever it is. We're like batteries, like the Matrix says, I think. And I don't know, but it's amazing the power that we have with shaking fear. And yeah, you know, I did look into all this Christ consciousness stuff, and if there's one thing about the Bible I'm all thumbs up about, it's the stories of Jesus and everything about him. It's kind of like a guy I would hang out with every single day, that kind of thing. Like that is so it's something I would like to emulate. It's a role model of all role models. A lot of the Bible, though, I don't care for it. It seems a little intrusive, invasive, demanding. It just doesn't feel like nature, to me. I don't know if it's been stepped on or how bad it's been stepped on by the English royal families and whatnot over the years, but the parts about Jesus feel right. You know, it resonates with you when you hear a story. It's like, yes, that's perfect. It's like he tells perfect stories. So I try to emulate that, or I try to just be what he represented. Not so much close your eyes, believe in him without ever having proof of him. That to me seems like a mind game trick. I know Pillbox stands strongly by it. I don't. That's part of it that I feel like that doesn't feel right. I'm good. I'd rather just emulate him. If he has a problem with it and he does exist, and I meet him in this afterlife, and he says, you got to go back because you didn't believe in me without the proof, then I'll go back and I'll do the same thing again, you know, and I'm not going to change that. I'm just not.
Right. So Jimmy, what did the flat, when I really like the astronomy story, because that's important. People don't realize the hardest thing, and obviously I'm talking to Mac as well, you know, when people get involved in things like space and scams like NASA, you were specifically involved heavily in, again, astronomy. Can you tell me how that kind of led up into your realization of, you know, all of these space hoaxes? You were already there, you were already researching it, and then you just started hitting all these other things, realizing that it was all fake. How did that happen?
By age 6 years old, I was getting my first NASA coloring books and everything, and I was hooked. My grandfather loved astronomy. I used his telescope. Boom, I was hooked. Age 6. By age 8, I was doing my science projects on planet Earth and the theory of Atlantis. And 5th grade and up, I started doing my science projects on the planets. Like, science projects were voluntary. You didn't have to do one. I chose to do one every single year I could, just because I loved making the poster boards and drawing out the planets and memorizing diameters of planets, how many moons they had. I'd draw out the moons in crayon and markers, and I was so into it. Like, I couldn't get enough. You know, and your imagination goes crazy with it too. And if there was the word star in any kind of a game, a movie, a book, I owned it. I grabbed it. I said, star Coca-Cola. I don't care. It's got star in it. I'm buying it. Like, it's just anything sci-fi related anything. There were some sci-fi shows I didn't like. So I mean, I like quality, but still, it was my number one passion. And by like the 90s, the mid 90s, I was coming across the moon fakery stuff, looked into it, and I grew up basically where everybody lies to you all the time. You might get a break and get the truth now and then, even from your own family. But other than that, expect to be lied to, because that's what people are like. But people don't want to believe that. People want to believe their version of reality in their head, when the actual reality is everybody's lying, everybody is awful. Usually, you have a lot of good moments though with some people. A lot of selfishness, service to self people. So I have no like reservations. Like the government would never lie, NASA would never lie. No, I'm under the assumption everybody will lie. I just haven't found out about it yet. And I came across the NASA stuff, and I'm like, this is not right. This is definitely fishy. Studied the moon through a telescope. I can't figure this out. Oh, how'd they? It doesn't seem right. It was just, and then the things you see through your telescope do not match up with NASA. I have seen, I don't know, thousands of UFOs. Thousands. I've seen stars move on their own. I have seen the wackiest things up there that NASA never talks about. NASA is all about stroking the public. Big announcement coming about Mars. Big announcement. There might, maybe be possibly water, maybe. Dun, 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 and that's it. You're just let down again. Jerked off again. That's it. You get nothing out of it. And so it went from the moon to Mars. Yep, something's up with Mars. Thin atmosphere. Well, how does a parachute deploy then? Wait a minute. This doesn't even make sense now. And so Mars anomalies popped up. And I still thought I was a hybrid. I'm like, they're partially telling the truth. They're partially lying, partially telling the truth so they can pay the bills and keep the lights on. So I'm like, oh, I know this ISS is real. Obviously, that's not that far away. It's just common sense stuff. I come across the flat Earth stuff. And I was, agnostic. I wasn't really atheist, because I'm like, somebody had to make this place. Like, nothing doesn't make everything. Like, that always bothered me. I never was okay with the Big Bang. And I always kept the word theory. Big Bang theory. Okay, this is their best guess. Okay, fine. I never took it as fact, but I always had a problem with how they built off of it. They built facts off of a theory. And they've been expanding on us. What Neil deGrasse and all of them do on TV is they go through your imagination of space, all built off a theory, but they treat it like it's fact. But that's besides the point. You come across flat Earth, that I'm assuming the government's lying to me. I'm like, could they possibly be lying about the shape of the Earth? That is the most ridiculous thing. The biggest, like, what? 15 minutes later, yep, there's something to this. And me knowing astronomy and having years and decades of gaps in and what? Gravity? How does it push and pull away and keep what? Just all these things that the teachers just said, shut up. Like, they don't like my questions. But so knowing the astronomy end of it, I'm like, absolutely. Of course it's flat. Now all these things make sense. Now, oh man, wait a minute. There is a creator. He's here. Whoa. Like, that just, it rocked me. I don't know what rocked me more, like that hard realization. Like, he didn't just make the universe and he's over there in Alpha Centauri working over there now for the next billion trillion years. Like, that's how you have to kind of think of it. Like, he's a creator, he's busy, but their time doesn't exist, blah, 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 blah. But no, he's here. The planets are, what are the planets now? I never saw a planet spin through a telescope. But when you look at them through NASA, you see the clouds moving or whatever. Well, that's like time lapse. When you're looking at Jupiter, it's not moving like that. It's still. It's just a light. It changes colors and stuff over time, but light clouds are moving, but I don't know what that is. We don't know what that is. So I'm still stuck on astronomy. I'm starting all over again. I got a P900 and I'm a kid again. I'm 6 years old again, starting fresh. And that's kind of awesome. But I have that hole inside now that I just wasted 35 plus years of my life on nonsense. Like, I should have went with astrology. That seems to be more the correct one. than the astronomy. But
Yeah, but you got a head start though, and you know it happened in a beautiful painting though, and that's the way. But I definitely appreciate that testimony, Jimmy. And think of this, Mac, that we just heard a previously agnostic literally turn into a preacher because of the flat earth. So when people say it's not a salvation issue, this man has just proven that he is literally now admitting that God is his creator, though. That's 1,000 billion times better than all of these people we try to talk about evolution all day till we're blue in the face, and they don't even care. There's nothing to even compare to this. This man spent 30, 35, 40 years researching the stars and the opposite, the opposite idea, the opposite mentality. And he was able to admit that he might've been fooled, and he changed his mind. And now he's a creationist. He is a creator. He might not even know it. He is now.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
No,
look what it did to him.
Evolution. Definitely not evolution. If there's any kind of evolution, it's our understanding over time. It's our adaptation to things. That's evolution, not species jumps, like species jumping. No, we were obviously created. I used to laugh at the people who thought Earth was only 5,000 years old. I literally felt this immense pity, because I'm like, you don't know carbon-14 dating, do you? Obviously. Okay, all right. But that's just me taking in second, third, fourth, 100th hand information as truth, not verifying it for myself. When you spend 3 decades plus on something and then you get a good punch to the face that you just been duped, like I got punked hard. No, I'm verifying every single thing. If somebody tells me this chicken's good, I'm going to say I'm tasting it because I don't believe you. Like, that's how much I am a skeptic about it. I don't believe anything. And that is so much more pure now, because now they're not getting anything by me. They're not getting anything through up the back door or anything like that. Like, if I hear somebody say something that's factual, I'm going to say, prove it. Just prove what your factual statement. Otherwise, say, I think, I believe this could be. See, those are more factual statements to me than a simple, well, this dinosaur is 3 million years old. Boom, period. That's a factual statement. Okay, well, I want proof of that. Well, here's the paper facts. Nope, that's not proof. That's paper facts. I want the proof. You need to show me how you did it. And they say, well, they date the rock next to the fossil. Well, how do you date the rock near the fossil? A lot of that doesn't make any sense. And I've thrown nukes out the window, dinosaurs out the window, astronomy out the window, and I've thrown God into the window. And it's because of flat Earth alone. Just the flat Earth has transformed all these other, like 9/11 was a big jump, because now I have to go, everything government, like they're lying. Until they admit 9/11 and fluoride is bad, I don't believe anything they say. That's just the government. But I was still believing institutions like NASA and the FDA and the ADA, and they're all together. It's a spider web. It is the web. And flat Earth is just the first step into a whole new world. It's literally the first step. We still yet to find out the dimensions of it. What's at the center? What's at the edges? Who made it? Who made them? What's going on with these other stars and the lights in the sky? What's the sun? What's the moon? Do you see how much we have in front of us? We just went, hey, the floor's flat. That's where we're at. That's it. Oh, and somebody obviously had to make it. We're there. And people are fighting that. Like, if you're going up this staircase, you got to get to that first step, or else you're going to miss the whole ride. That's a whole new ride. That's the real ride, where you're not just going, okay, just because, all right, and then you're on a hamster wheel working the rest of your life, paying taxes, having kids, waiting for, whatever, something better to change. Everything gets worse, and then you're dead. Now your kids repeat the pattern, same thing. It's like little batteries or whatever on a hamster wheel. This is a whole new adventure we get to rediscover. We get to be the Columbus explorers, well, not that kind of explorer. Like, we're not going to go somewhere and kill everybody there, take their land. Although the powers that be have probably been trying to do that if there are other lands out there, but we got to pull together. Christians, like agnostics, flat earth agnostics, flat earth. I don't think you can be a flat earth atheist, can you, Pillbox?
It would be pretty hard.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's some bad examples out there. They are out there. But I mean, there's so much that, you know, this is an endless topic, Mac, and that's why we can't, because we realize once you get here, all these other lies don't matter. And now it literally fulfills so many truths that are untouchable throughout everything. And Jimmy's basically admitting that he really didn't know anything. But what he did, and that would be my claim. I feel like I almost literally did not know anything because I believed so many lies. And I think that's why this is so important. If somebody has convinced you of a bunch, literally countless lies, and you're calling, yourself a Christian, and the Bible says, by the way, not only are my people destroyed for lack of knowledge, the truth will set you free. That's a big problem. And that was the first thing I realized was, wait a minute, it's the Bible versus my government. This isn't looking good. That was my first realization that this is, an alternative idea from what the government has said to me. And I know everything else they've ever told me is a lie. They killed 100 million Native Americans, 100 million Africans, and then called this a Christian nation. And now we go back to Africa. Now we're killing millions of more Africans and natives of all kinds of other brown countries all over the world because we're so great we landed on the moon. It's all a hoax. And it's all going to be exposed, and it is being exposed by people like us and Jibby, and it's just, there's nothing stopping it. It's like a train taking off, gaining momentum, and there's nothing that even comes close to it. And you could have 1 billion demons jump on it, and that train just keeps accelerating. And those demons just start flying off, and it's just a perpetual thing every day. And nothing's going to stop it. This is the greatest awakening in 2,000 years, Mac. The human race has not been touched like this in 2,000 years, and of course we know why. And that's why this is literally an endless topic. Everything they've ever told you is a lie. From Sputnik, World War I, World War II, almost every war in the last 1,000 years, every war. The leaders, the Catholic Church, it's all a scam. The Jesuit order, it's all a hoax. The beginning of the nation of Israel, there's some problems there, and there's a reason. It's all for control. And the worst thing that I've ever heard anybody say is, why would they lie? First of all, I don't have to know why a criminal would lie. I already know they're criminals, and I already know they've already lied to me. That's the last thing. Well, guess what? It's still so easy to know why they lied to us. To control you. It has nothing to do with money, which is a big mistake. Oh, it's all the money. No, this has nothing to do with money. If you think the elites in power care about fictitious paper money that's not worth anything, you're still deceived. That is another hoax. I always use the magazine cigarette ad, Mac. It says right here in these magazines, by the way, the Surgeon General warns you that the cigarette smoke may cause health risks and certain cancer, and pregnant women should not smoke. Well, that's also a lie, Mac. The reason they tell you that is so that you think they care. They don't care. It's all a hoax. And once you realize that this earth is stationary and it's a fixed plane, and that we are on it, and we are the center of everything rotating around us, just like we see every single night that we've ever lived in our entire life, that is literally throwing the shackles off your ankles and wrists. You are a slave. We were all slaves. Because we don't have the knowledge. Jesus Christ says, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. So I couldn't even be a half decent Christian in my eyes until I woke up to that. So now I get to answer people, Mac. When a small child or an old lady asks me, where did the sun and moon stop? And the battle of the Israelites versus the Amorites, and I get to tell that lady or that man or that child, the sun and moon stopped over Ajalon and Gibeon during the battle until it was over and the people were avenged. If you believe in a magical ball, you're going to have to tell that person, well, I'm not really shy. Well, let me think about it. It's that easy. The Bible is very clear. This earth is stationary and it's not moving. And it's so important because what's the very first sentence of the Bible? The very first sentence of the Bible destroys the heliocentric model. It says, in the beginning, God created the heaven, or heavens to some people, and the earth. That means that the earth is only second to heaven. And you're going to think there's going to be other planets out there, other worlds, when it says it's under heaven. God looks down at it. It says God sits above the circle of the earth. It is his footstool. Go to the store and buy a four-pillar footstool and look at it. And tell me if that doesn't make some sense to you. It's just too easy. The Bible has made this too easy for us, Mac. It is the original flat earth book, and that insults some Christians, but the truth is the truth. Either I accept the Bible for what it is, or I pick and choose like a fake. Well, I'm taking the Bible for what it is. It is the Word of God.
Amen to that. Amen to that. And guess what?
Turkey butt.
The truth is very simple. God's observing us. He's observing this entire world. And he isn't waiting for it to spin around so he can see what's going on the other side. He is observing the entire world through this dome, through this firmament. And I thoroughly believe that whatever that water is on the other side of the firmament from the two waters are separated, I believe that it causes some kind of a spiritual magnification process that allows him to see whatever's going on in this world much differently than what we could ever fathom. Almost like some kind of a spiritual magnification, if you understand what I'm saying to you, Bill. I know this is just speculation, but with that being said, God is definitely observing the world. Period. He's observing every single thing that is going on in this world. And it's important to him what's going on. And if people think that this flat earth movement is just some passing phase joke, no, it's not. It came out at this time of life in these days, as we realize we are living in the days of Noah. We are living in what Christians would I think most Christians would agree is the last days. This didn't just come out by accident. And this isn't Satan deceiving the world. No. The deception has been uncovered. The deception was the ball earth. That's why all NASA pictures are composites. Every single ball earth picture NASA brings out looks different from the other one. The curvature issue is huge. Huge, the curvature issue, when you understand the mathematics of the curvature. It's unbelievable. When you think about the spin, we know we're not spinning. Come on. You can't stand out on a road or out in a ball field or out on in a parking lot and you can't tell that we're not spinning. Seriously, you can't tell? You mean to tell me when you look up at the stars and you look up at the sky at night and you look at the moon and you see the moon moving, you mean to tell me that your observation really tells you that it's us moving and not the moon? That you can't tell through your own observation and your own senses that no, it's the moon moving, not us? God gave us observation skills. He gave us common sense. He gave us senses that we would be able to understand, eyes to ear, or eyes to see and ears to hear. And if you're truly willing to use your own senses and your own observation, as Jimmy talked about, you're going to know where you live. And here's what blows me away, Pillbox. Anytime I moved, like when I've got kids and I've had to move and go into new neighborhoods, and anytime my wife and I, or whoever I was with at the time, moved into a new neighborhood, guess what we did? We checked out the neighborhood. We checked out to see what the sex offender population was in the neighborhood. We checked out to see where the school was located, to see what kind of busing or what kind of transportation the kids would need to take, whether they could walk to school, ride their bikes. We looked at where the closest hospitals were, where the doctor's office was, the dentist's office, the grocery store. We literally observed and educated ourselves on where we were going to live. But people have not educated or researched this world, and yet they live on it. They just take for granted that the people that are known as our influencers are telling the truth. And here's the real truth. Satan has deceived the world, and he has used every single possible influencing tool to deceive us. Education, deception. Science, deception. Entertainment, deception. Politics, deception. It's all a deception. This is Satan's world, and he deceives the immigrants. He deceives the aliens that come into this world that don't belong here. If you're truly in Christ, you don't belong here. This is why you're not to conform to this world. It's not your world. This isn't where Christians belong. Christians belong in Christ, with Christ, and at the end of all of this, in eternity, at the feet of Christ, worshiping our Lord and Savior. This is not where we belong. This is a temporal experience we're having, and we're alien to this. That's why we're not to conform to it. It's temporal. It's not. This isn't our world. But there are people that have chosen this and that are very comfortable with the system, regardless of the fact that it lies. They enjoy the system. You can't pull certain people out of this system and tell them, look, you want to know the truth? They don't care. They don't care. It's not even that they don't believe you. They don't care to believe you. They don't care that they're being lied to. They enjoy the system. They love the system. They're comfortable with the system. That they trust the system. And they're not of God. And Jesus Christ, when he prayed for the believers, he said, I pray, Father, not for the world, but I pray for those that you gave me. Those that you gave me means that if there are 1,000 people and God gave him 100, that he is praying for the 100 people of which the Father gave him, and the other 900 he's not praying for. That means that not all will be in Christ, and that not all are meant to spend eternity with God. But the truth of the matter is this: if you live in this world, on this world, this plane, this thing that we're on, in whatever it is, you might want to know what it is and not just trust the deceivers. Because let me tell you a secret about the word NASA. NASA in Hebrew means deceiver. That's what it means. Research that. Just type into Google right now meaning of the word NASA in Hebrew, and it will come back deceiver. Because that's exactly what NASA is doing. It is deceiving. And if you listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson or Bill Nye the Science Guy or any of these other astronauts, because they're not astro, there is no such thing as astro, so they're astronauts. If you believe a single word any one of them are saying, then I feel sorry for you. Because you've been indoctrinated, you've been lied to, and you've accepted it. You're okay with it. You're comfortable with it. As a Christian, as a man of God, I'm sorry, I'm not comfortable with being lied to. Not because I don't like being lied to, that's obvious, but because if I believe a lie, then that means I'm going to repeat a lie. That turns me into a liar, and I'm not going to have that. As a Christian, I'm not going to have this world lie to me, and then I repeat it to my children, my grandchildren, everybody else in my life, and now I become a connection to the deceit, and I myself become a liar. I'm not going to have it.
It's like a disease. Some people, it's like a disease that somebody didn't know they had. Or, you know what I mean? It's like they're going around telling this stuff. If they do that, okay, I'll give you that. You might not be lying, but you're spreading a disease at best. Worst case scenario, you are lying. Best case, you're spreading a malignant disease that is the most dangerous disease ever, because to destroy the mind in this world usually ends up destroying the soul. So we're not even talking about lives. We're talking about the eternal lives of these people propagated by the biggest deception in mankind's history. And there's no way, it's a disease, you know what I mean? And imagine this, Mac. Imagine if, since you're a Christian, I mean, if somebody released a rap mixtape and gave it to you, and you looked at the title of the rap tape and it said Satan or Lucifer or Beelzebub or Apollo, you probably as a Christian would go, nah, man, thanks. I'm assuming, Mac. You would probably go, no, thanks. Well, our own government calls all of these space programs Apollo, Gemini, Orion, Osiris. They are all Saturn is a Satan. Every single thing they do is a satanic name. We're not even allowed to listen to music with those words, Mac. Could you imagine if I told God, well, yeah, I was just paying attention to the space organization called Apollo, Osiris, Satan. What was wrong with that? He would backhand me to hell. He would absolutely backhand me to hell if I was that stupid, which I basically was, I guess, a few years ago, or maybe 10 years ago. But that's what these people are doing. These Christians are looking at God like, what do you mean, what's wrong with this? Oh, it's just a name. It's just Apollo. It's just Orion. It's just Satan. It's just Lucifer. Who cares? It's just the snake's tongue. It's just to deceive. I mean, could you imagine telling God that? Oh, it was okay though. God would tell you, wait a minute. I don't even let you listen to satanic music. Let alone an organization that has stolen trillions of dollars, propagated by governments that have killed millions of people. It's not even close, bro. It's a one-sided ass-kicking contest.
I mean, you have to be given the new information. Like, we all believe NASA, especially me. I dedicated my life to following them. But once I was given new information, I didn't shun it. I said, that's a big claim. I would like to see more. Now I'm going to look into this myself. I'm going to try to debunk it myself. Hands-on scientific method style. And it turns out that information has a lot to it. There's something to it. And it's kind of like that. Like, all right, what if you buy something from the supermarket? You don't read the label. You feed it to you and your kids. You get sick. Now you want to sue somebody. So you go sue the food company. The judge says, did you read the label? Well, no. Bam, case dismissed. Read the label. So you gain new information now. This is the information now of the food product. Do you accept it into your body or whatever? Do you accept NASA's information after seeing this new information? Do you still accept NASA's? Will you not look into it? See, it's people want to believe. Like, nobody wanted to believe in the ball and the planets and the galaxies more than me. Well, maybe as much as me, but I was maxed out. I maxed out in school. All I could take on astronomy courses. Like, I was really into it, but given new information, to just ignore it and shun it and ridicule and make fun without investigation is just pure retarded ignorance and selfishness and ego and fear. It's all of those things, which I don't have any more of.
It's cowardice. It's cowardice, brother.
Yeah, I'm looking into. I'm looking into all of this stuff that
you got children. You got children in this world. And not you. I'm talking about whoever's listening. People have children in this world, and they love their children. They swear they love them, but all they do is lie to them. And even if you don't know, I don't care. You're without excuse. There is way too much information on the internet now for you to be with excuse. You are without excuse. God said that my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Not because knowledge isn't available, but because they refuse to look at it, and they refuse to investigate it, and they refuse to accept it. Either you believe that we live in a very deceived world, or you believe that the people that we've got in power, that have all the money, all the fame, all the fortune, all the influence, all the power, all the control, are being honest. Or you believe your Bible when it says this world is deceived. And when you wake up and you start to understand and see the deceptions, it's not hard to point the finger at what's going on. And what's going on is very, very simple. We have an evil force in this world destined. It's the will of this evil to deceive the world. Why? Well, because it doesn't want you to find God. The entire war in heaven began with this particular evil not wanting humans, us, well, at least, the ones that are human here, because I don't believe everybody is, but the ones that are human, this evil didn't want to have to serve us, because this evil was an angel, and angels serve human beings, God's creation, and it didn't want to do that, and a war began, and that, now watch, here's where it gets crazy. This evil literally wanted to prove to God how stupid we are, and how undeserving we are that it should serve us because we're stupid. And when you find out the deceptions of what's happened in this world, it's hard not to agree with this particular entity as to how stupid we have been. Because we are deceived to the nth degree. I'm not even kidding. Like, humanity has just been played like a fool. And I am so thankful to my Lord and Savior, to God, that He is waking people up and He is showing us what's happened to us. Because the only thing that's going to get us out of this is Jesus Christ and the wisdom of God. And there are so many people that are so lost and so okay with being deceived that it just makes me sick to my stomach. And the fact that Christians are okay with conforming to the ways of the world when the Bible says point blank, do not. When Christians don't understand what the world has been deceived actually means. What? How could you not know? How could you swear that the Bible is the inherent word of God from beginning to end? God breathed. And then hear that the world is greatly deceived and that Satan is the great deceiver. And Paul said that Satan is the god of this world, that he is the prince of this world, and that he has dominion over the unbelievers. How can you believe everything and not that? How can you believe NASA when nothing they've said is true? When every single thing that they've got on their website, not one picture is true. They're spinning little Earth rotating 24-hour-a-day video. The clouds don't move. The nighttime one, they got every single city they show around the world as this globe device spins around. All is all lit up with lights. They've got a river in Egypt that's lit up with lights, and there's no lights on this river. Like it's such a mess. How they've designed this, and it's so deceptive and so poorly done. But humanity is so desperate to believe this world because they're conformed to it, that literally, and I mean literally, humanity has proven to be dumbed down to the nth degree, just ridiculously dumbed down. That Christians don't know that Satan is the god of this world, that this world is greatly deceived, blows me away. I'll never understand it. I'll never understand how you can call yourself a Christian and look at this world and believe even one thing of it. Not one. I don't believe a single thing. Not one. I'm sorry. I don't believe CNN. I don't believe Fox News. I don't believe MSNBC. I don't believe Yale University. I don't believe Harvard. I don't believe lawyers. I don't believe doctors. I don't believe the pharmaceutical industry. I don't believe the food industry. I don't believe the weather channels. I don't believe politics. I don't believe entertainers. What's his name come out and literally verbally abuse Donald Trump, Robert De Niro, acting like some kind of a tough guy as though we don't know he's an actor. You're not a tough guy, bro. You play tough guys in films. If I ever met you in person, you're not a real tough guy. You're not a real gangster. You're an actor. You're a pansy. You're going to come up and act like you're that guy. You're actually acting like you're a tough guy when we know that's not what you are. But the world just sucks up all of this deception, and it just gets so caught up in it that it just believes. And it's sad, because the truth of the matter is that people are waking up, and I feel sorry for those that refuse to, because what that says is that you have conformed to the world. And if you're a Christian, shame on you. You were told not to, and you actually have. So, good luck with that when you stand before the Father.
Yeah, I appreciate the time, guys, to listen to that. Because I am curious about it, because Arcane did tell me about it before, and I've been meaning to at least watch some debates about it to get some more. I mean, people who are at least who like have the evidence about it and debate that. I mean to get around to do that, to actually study it a bit to figure out what it's all about. But yeah, I appreciate at least the information you gave to me, Jibby. Rancam, Bill Box, even though you're not in here now. um, but yeah, I'm definitely gonna try to do my due diligence and looking this stuff up, because I know that uh, if the Bible says what it says, I'm not gonna go against that. I'm not gonna say that, oh, this must have been a typo, especially when I know that it wasn't written by man. It doesn't have flaws like me. It was made by God and inspired by God. So I had to leave for about a good hour or two, and I won't be able to use my phone, which is what I'm doing now. So if you guys are still on, I'll come back. But if not, if you ever get a chance, just you could just send me information about this information about this stuff, and I'll try to look it up when I can, my off day.
Yeah, brother, I'll definitely send you what for me is undeniable. I'm sure Jibby as well. Jibby, add him. Go to Max Arrow on his name, and then go to his profile and add him, so that you'll have the ability to bring him into future hangouts, or be able to send him information. And anybody that hasn't got Mac added or isn't following him on G+, go ahead and do that now, and then we can at least be able to send him some information, because I love anybody that's willing to say, you know what, I don't know, and if I should know, show me what I should know.
All right, Mac, have a good night, man. I'll see you.
You too, guys. Y'all be blessed.
Yeah, God bless you, brother.
God bless you, man. I'm just gonna. I was reading the chat real quick, and I noticed somebody in the chat, of course, said the Hebrew is a round earth language or something like that. I mean, these people are hilarious. The Hebrews 4,000 years ago, I guess, couldn't write anything unless they knew they were on a ball. I mean, you got to really think about the mentality of these people. There's Hebrew scholars, and Arcane even knows, and Johnny knows these things, and they've researched a little bit better, and I looked into it. I didn't go into it in the depth that Arcane Logos did, but it was very clear that even the predominantly most trusted Hebrew scholars in the flat plane of existence will all admit that the Bible, especially in Hebrew in the original Genesis, is talking about a flat stationary plane of existence with a dome over it, which is the firmament, which is described in Job as a molten looking glass, which is, again, when people think of space, how does a vacuum pressurize a ball? I mean, it's the exact opposite. You need to have a closed system that has to be holding in the air, or it doesn't work. I mean, it's just the basic fundamentals of any sort of science. You name entropy, laws of physics, scavenging, which nobody knows what. Instead of scavenging, they believe in Coriolis. Instead of science, they believe in gravity, and instead of entropy, they believe in magical time. And it's just a psychosis, and it's amazing because you have these people pretending that they believe the Bible, saying the dumbest things you could ever imagine. It says the face of the earth. There is no face on a ball. It says above the earth. There's no above on a ball. It says the foundations will never be moved. Then the guy will say, oh, right here it says, yeah, foundations are trembling. Right, and when God is standing before you, you will be trembling, and you will not be moving. You will be standing there trembling. It is so easy. It's just a caveman can do it.
And as true as that is, will they?
No,
Because
they're not supposed to.
I think it comes down to this, Pill. I think that people just they can't. They just, for whatever reason, cannot bring themselves to accept that they are deceived.
Do you know who Tycho Brahe is, Rand?
Huh?
Tycho Brahe. You ever heard of this? I would consider him a scientist. Maybe Jibby would elaborate. Maybe he's considered an astronomer, or what is Tycho Brahe? The physicist? Jibby, am I wrong on that?
To be honest, I don't remember his actual
Okay, no, it's all
title.
good. But this guy was after Copernicus, and after Copernicus gave us the heliocentric model, Tycho Brahe, after him, went right back and said, no, the Earth is the center of the world. So, I mean, there are people in history, and this is a brilliant physicist, that nobody knows. This was after Copernicus. He said, no, the Earth is the center, and that would not make sense. So then, of course, the people after him, I don't know if it was Aristotle, and then, of course, they went back to the lie and said, no, it's actually the sun, and let's now find a bunch of excuses. And then after that, it was Isaac Newton, and he came up, okay, well, we need a magical force to make this possible. Oh, I figured it out. It's called gravity. Oh, perfect. And then, of course, in 2015 or 14 or a couple of years ago, that NASA admitted that the entire heliocentric model will not work unless there's a billion more pieces of matter that are dark and hidden away for any of this to even make sense. So they even admit that the entire concept of self is in a margin of error of 99 billion%. And these are, and again, you could look at what there's documentation of literally NASA and the aerospace industry calling this a flat Earth. It says over a flat stationary Earth, this is how these rockets work. This is how these this is NASA's literature. It says flat stationary Earth. And again, we could do this all day for the next year and we won't be done talking about how obvious this scam is, because it touches so many, literally millions of subjects. And it's just one truth after another that just annihilates this heliocentric. If you believe in the heliocentric model, you practically just have no knowledge. And that's what this has proven for us. It's just amazing. Is that Knowledge Scavenger?
Yep.
She came back?
Yep, back.
Yay. What do you think of all of this?
Huh?
What do you think of all of this?
All of this, the channel, the chat?
The world being deceived and people being afraid to step out of the deception and being comfortable within the system of the deception. And when did you, just out of curiosity, when did you realize the world was actually deceived?
I think it's something that's pretty obvious if you pay attention at all. Most people just don't pay attention. I think, well, first of all, growing up as a Christian, the creation evolution issue was probably the earliest clash with the world, you could say, and knowing that there's deception going on and false things being told to the general public. But that was a tiny piece of it. And eventually you find out false things that are told in the church, and then you go to another outer circle and find out there's false things being told by the government, and just through my growing up years. And then, of course, I think the big one was 9/11, where it became so over the top obvious that false flags were happening that I did a ton of research then that I never did before, and of course it helped a lot that the YouTube was available, which it hadn't been very much in the past before that for me, and allowed me to do a lot of research in a short time. And so that opened the floodgates of conspiracy world research for me. And from then, it gets easier to see as you go along. But most people don't even see what's wrong with the school system, which just blows me away. And that's where the biggest problem, the schools and the media, I think, are the biggest problems.
Amen. And I've said it before. I sat in classrooms as a kid, and I don't know why. I have no idea how I knew, but I would sit there and I would listen to these teachers, and I swear, I heard it like it was a complete lie when they talked about everything, geography, history, none of it. I couldn't hear them and get excited about learning whatever it was they were trying to tell me I needed to know. I couldn't do it. I couldn't listen to them. I remember, I would spend most of the time joking around in class or, messing around doing whatever I was doing. And I remember this one particular teacher got so angry that he shut the classroom down, and he spent about 20 minutes berating me in front of the class.
Wow.
And saying things that were so inappropriate to say. Don't forget this back in the 1960s, but they were so inappropriate to say that in today's society, if a teacher ever said the things he said, he would be taken out of the school. But at any rate, he said these things. He said it for about 20 minutes. He berated me. And I remember as clear as day, at some point he paused, and I looked at him and I said, well, if you're so effing smart, why are you still in school? And that was it. He went through the roof. But right then and there, I knew that if I switched into a desire to be interested in whatever it was they had me in this box, that I had to file into a box every day with a bunch of other kids and sit at a little desk and suck in if I conformed to it, that I was going to be just like him. And I decided right then and there, I have no interest to be that guy, because he was so angry about forcing his knowledge onto people, onto kids. It would anger him if you couldn't get what he was saying, or if you didn't have any interest, or like Jimmy said, if you questioned them. Because I can remember questioning the teachers and asking them, well, why this? Why don't planes fly off the world? How come a plane just goes around the ball? If it's going straight, why doesn't it ever fly off this ball? And it would anger them to ask them any kind of a question like that. To me, it seemed like a pretty logical question, but to him, it was the stupidest thing in the world. So I knew right then and there, at a very young age, that whatever this world was trying to force me into, I had no interest.
Yeah, they've always done that with evolution too. They're afraid of other beliefs. They can't even allow themselves to be questioned. We've all heard of like professors in college saying, "You can't even take my class if you doubt Darwin. You can't get peer review. You're just deemed." Even some people like Bill Nye, the actor guy, and his ilk saying, "Yet you're going to be a danger to society and send us all back to the Dark Ages if you don't believe in evolution and naturalism and atheism, essentially." And they go to the courts to keep out other ideas. I remember there was a case here in my state once a few years ago where they said that they actually had to debate in the state legislature whether it would be permissible in the science classroom to question certain things and to allow certain questions to be raised in the science classroom, or certain data to be presented which threw doubt on Darwinism. And the fact that they were even debating that, I don't even remember what the outcome was. I don't know if it went anywhere, but the fact that somebody brought that up tells you all you need to know about how fearful they are, the powers that be, of contrary ideas.
Yeah, they definitely don't want their system torn down. Not yet. I think, though, that it's meant to be torn down, and I believe that we're in a time where the beginning of that tearing down of the system occurs. If I'm correct, it seems as though they're being pretty blatant about everything now. Nothing is as hidden as it was. You see the Satanism in music, the Satanism in movies. You see the lies and the deceptions are much more in your face. I mean, NASA, they get, how much money do they get funded? How much money are they making with NASA? What they can't put a decent picture of Earth up. They're literally on some space station. They can't take a cell phone and just do a quick 360. They can't do that. How about this one? You've got the technology that you can watch the Earth spin the way you got this fake spinning Earth 24/7 watch that people are going on YouTube, and I see, viewing, 18,950 people are viewing it all at once, and they're chatting in the side section. Oh, this is amazing. Oh, this is incredible. Love you, NASA. And there's all these chat comments flickering in the chat section. But here, you want to prove to me that you're really up there, that you're really are who you say you are? Okay. And here's what I need you to do. On the Super Bowl, I need you to be up in the space station showing us that you're watching the Super Bowl, because you have that kind of an ability. You can watch Super Bowl on a television up there. I've seen that you had Chris Hadfield, the fake astronaut from Canada, in a concert with Bare Naked Ladies while he was up in the space station, and he was doing a live concert while Bare Naked Ladies were on Earth. So why don't you do this? Why don't you show me? Why don't you show me the 50-yard line during the Super Bowl? Why don't you zoom down from the space station, zoom down right to the 50-yard line, and show us the Super Bowl with your technology from the space station.
Right. Of course, all they'd have to do is have the blimp take the picture. I mean, that's a handy thing to have around. And say it's from the space station. Nobody would know.
No, but I want to see them, one person filming them with this telescope, so that I can see that it's literally them up there. And,
I see.
And zooming on, that we see the big ball spinning, and then they zoom in like you do with Google Earth, all the way to the 50-yard line of the Super Bowl, a live event as it's happening.
Right. And they would say, well, we're going too fast.
Yeah, we can't do that because of this, and you know, our technology doesn't allow us to. Enough.
Yeah.
You're not up there. That's why you can't do it.
Right. Yeah, there's always a handy excuse. That it's called in logic, it's called an ad hoc explanation, or other people will call it deus ex machina, which is the ghost in the machine. It's a plot technique that they use in film, theater, and books, murder mystery or something like that, where they bring in somebody at the end who was never a character in the book or movie to solve all the problems and explain all the mysteries. You know, they bring that in at the end, and it's the same thing they do in scientism of all sorts, whether it's creation, evolution, or quantum physics or NASA. They all do the same thing. They make things up on the spot. And they think that if they have one possible theoretical explanation, that this settles the matter and it's a fact. When logically, here again, they're making a huge fallacy by saying that because I have one explanation that might sort of kind of work in my system, then this means it must be true. Whereas if you have an explanation and it can't be falsified, you don't even have a scientific theory because it has to be falsified. So, the whole of evolution and all the claims of NASA and all that, they cannot be falsified by the average person. And so they remain a closed system of their own. And of course, even mathematics is inherently circular reasoning. It has to be. That's what it's designed to do. It's designed to explain what is already an experimental result, not to act as a proof in the sense of science, because a science proof is not the same as a mathematical proof. They're very different things. And so when somebody comes at it from pure mathematics, this is the very thing that Tesla complained about to the Einstein group of physicists, where they're so theoretical and so bent on equations only that they've lost contact with reality. So they can explain their own system and their own beliefs as just like anybody can. Any belief system, any philosophy can justify itself by its own rules. But to justify it by an objective standard that is truly objective and not assuming that its own premises are neutral, which they almost always are not, it just doesn't hold up.
Hey, Rand, how about a single airplane flying over the supposed South Pole? Back to this wonderful atlas. Hope you're looking at this, Jivy. If I were to take off from the Cape Horn south tip of South America and go over just the side of the South Pole, I should be able, and of course, once I reach this point, I would hypothetically no longer be going south. Now, once I reach this point, now I'm going north in the straight line, and I should be able to go right. It would take 3 hours for all of the hundreds of thousands of jet aircraft and the billions of dollars that these people own, their private jets, could do this in one day. One day, and shut us all up for good. And it's never been done in history. Never once has one single flight or expedition or boat trip or you name it do anything to even give you the slightest idea of this spot. Let me show you what they call going past the South Pole. When Richard Byrd took off from Little America, right in the tip of Cape Horn, he went here, about 500 miles, okay, and he went deep in a couple hundred miles. Then he went back. So going from here to here, and then from here back to here, is what people think is crossing the South Pole. You have got to wake up and stop lying to yourselves. It is so obvious. They tell you where they took off from Little America down here to the supposed South Pole, which we know is the South Ring, and they flew back. How is going 1 inch on this map when obviously there'd be like 1,000 inches? This is obviously, just supposedly 16,000 miles. So this is like a globe would obviously be much bigger. This is just one little section, and this is all they did in 1929. And they've barely ever even admitted to going past this area. So from here to here is crossing the South Pole. Well, you're showing me the South Pole goes all the way down to here. So shouldn't this be crossing the South Pole? And look, you end up right here in New Zealand. It'll never happen. They can't do it. It will never be done. And the best chance they have is using a CGI and just making a fake video and pulling it off that way. And there's nothing they can do about it. There will not be any witnesses. When they do these stupid South American, scam flights, and they say they're going to take over the South Pole, they do the same thing. They go from here and go, okay, there's the South Pole, and they go back there. You people have got to wake up. This is so pathetic that you have fallen for this, and this is the most obvious, easy, just kindergarten garbage that is any child in a first grade arithmetic with just the common sense could figure out. This doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry, people.
Where do we put something the size of the United States on that map?
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, Richard Byrd said there is a continent, another continent, and again, Admiral Byrd being the most credible man in the history of the known free world ever, and of course, United States here, the most credible man ever says there is a United States here hiding around this area somewhere. Yep. Another continent, and that's as far as they don't even know how much farther they didn't get a chance to map it out. He's basically admitting it's at least as big as the United States, which would be about the size of my hand. Yeah, that would crush. Oh, so they have there must be another continent the size of Australia right next to Australia, Jibby. They just overlooked it for 6,000 years on the ball accidentally. Yep,
but
that's what
they'll get around to putting it on there. I mean,
yeah.
It's time to process images from space, or a couple decades maybe. It just takes some time to update all the maps, and make Greenland a regular size. It doesn't matter who cares what shape the world is? Who cares if they lied to us? Who cares? What difference does that make in my life if they lied about the shape of the world?
Doomed. That is truly dread, Mon. Truly dread. I can't imagine being that sick-minded to think that doesn't matter, that your entire paradigm in your mind is a lie. Like, that's not going to change you. Then you have other mental issues. You have serious health problems. There is something seriously wrong with your health if you don't think that matters. But again, this is an atlas, Jibby. I mean, does someone want to challenge this? Maybe if you can ask Charles about it, Jibby. This says the New International Atlas, and they are claiming this is fact. This is the absolute most accurate map. They had to separate the entire world into 200 pages because it's so they wanted to make sure it was absolutely perfect. And here it is. It's so perfect, you can't fly over the South Pole. It's such an amazing revelation.
Well, I mean, if that's got an old copyright date on it, then I think Charles might have to say that's just an older version that they have not updated yet. So yeah, they didn't have all the information yet, apparently.
I'm sorry,
No, in
but you have to go back
1960s
at least several hundred years to say that there was something inaccurate about a map. I mean, they were very good at making maps even, that long ago. It just amazes me they could do that.
Right, and they're equidistant maps, or else you'd get lost. You'd go out of reckoning. The entire lifeblood of the navies of the world, the shipping traffic, they know that you have to treat it like you're on a circle. You have to, when you go east, you have to make left-hand corrections. I wonder why. When you go west, you have to make right-hand corrections. Well, that's because if you go in a straight line, you will no longer be going east or west. You will obviously start to be heading southeast or southwest. Thus, the northern corrections. This is not rocket science. This is so easy. It's so pathetic. There's nothing. And the air travel does the same. Once you get into the airline traffic, Jibby, that's really embarrassing. You're looking at 90-degree angles on a ball, and then you go to the AE map, and it's a straight line. Does anybody realize how stupid the airline industry is based on the fact that fuel consumption is the number one priority to keep as low as possible, and they're going to go completely out of their way hundreds of miles? It is so stupid. These people are so doomed. It is so sad. And they're the ones that are going to bring up, then how do planes work? And it's like, oh my God, you really are. You've never looked into anything. And they'll say, how does the map work? Well, they're using a flat Earth map. Oh, is that how this works?
I think a lot of people, the majority of people, just shuffle along through life doing what they're told, and that's why they can't, it's been too many years of that indoctrination, and they can't even imagine not believing what they're told. And so I don't entirely blame them, but I do to just a little extent, because we're all personally responsible for what we believe, and yet at the same time, not everybody even... I don't know exactly the explanation, but why some people wake up and some don't, and why some people are curious and some are not. So I wouldn't be quite as hard on the general public in that regard, but at the same time, I think that it is a shared responsibility. I just don't know, the percentage, I think, is all we're disagreeing about. If we're disagreeing, I'm not even sure about that.
What about this guy's testimony? What's going on, Rand?
Just listening to my flat Earth crew here. Hey, you know what? At the end of the day, I understand why people can't cross over. I understand why people don't want to give up what the world has taught them. This this is all they know. But here's my problem. Here's Christians. Let me speak to the Christians for a second. Jimmy, do you mind if I speak to the Christians for a sec? Christians, let me just say this to you.
Yep, do what you gotta do. I'm listening.
You have been deceived. Period. Your Bible says it. You know it. And your God is showing it. So there's your 3 points of reference. Scripture says it. Your heart verifies it. And God is speaking it into the world right now. God is speaking truth into the world. Now, you can either wake up and listen to your Father in heaven as he tries to nudge you awake and guide you down the path of truth, or you can pick up your Bible, walk into the kitchen, and fire it into the garbage can because you don't believe it. You don't believe your Bibles. You believe what tickles your ear. You believe what makes you feel and look intelligent among your peers. You think that the knowledge of Scripture is the key to the gates of heaven. You think that when you stand before God, you're going to be able to spit out Scripture and talk about all the stuff that you educated yourself on and how you conform to the very world he told you not to. And you think that is the key to opening the gates of heaven. You think that is the key that is going to have God say these words to you. You think that the Lord is actually going to say, good work, good job, my faithful servant. And that's not what you're going to hear. You're probably going to hear something closer to this. Get away from me, I never knew you. It's not that you don't have the knowledge available. It's that you reject the knowledge. And the only Christians rejecting this knowledge are the Christians that want, listen to my words, want to conform to the world. You want to conform to it. You want to be seen as somebody that is considered intellectual, somebody that is considered good, somebody that is considered worthy, somebody that's going to get a promotion at work, somebody that's going to get a pat on the back, somebody that's going to get told, oh, you're a good Christian. Until this world hates you, you are conformed to it. True Christians hate the world hates them, and Jesus Christ said this, don't worry, they hated me first. So if you want to conform to the world and reject truth, that one's going to be on you. So Christians, wake up, or throw your Bibles in the garbage because you don't believe a word of them.
Mic drop.
Yep, I hear you.
What do you think, Arcane? I think Admiral Byrd is probably the most trustworthy Mason in the history of the world.
Man, it's looking like it ain't, bro. Ain't it, bro?
I mean, everything he says.
Welcome back, Arcane.
How about this, real quick, just for a quick thought, Rand? I mean, could you imagine when they asked Richard Byrd about this area at the North Pole? Richard Byrd flat out said, it's getting crowded up here. Everybody's going there. Everybody wants a piece, and I mean, since the 30s, the late 30s, the Nazis were there. The Germans were there. They had submarine bases set up. I mean, and then this is 20 years later, 1957, and Richard Byrd, our admiral, is telling us that it's going crazy up here. That there's resources. And he, talks about his memoirs about the people that live there, but he says it's getting crowded. Well, it three's a crowd. That means there's at least 3 different big organizations that are there. There's probably 20, who knows? But then, a few years later, it's never even mentioned again. But once you realize that the most credible person in the history of the United States says something like that, doesn't that make you want to say, wait a minute, after that, obviously he died the same year that he came out with this information, but what happened that all of a sudden now it's a barren wasteland and nobody's there when this guy's telling us that it's crowded? I just, there's so, and these things are just, there's millions of these things that we find out through eyewitness accounts from different people, but this guy alone absolutely just completely destroys this heliocentric model by himself. And it's weird because when we first started talking about this 2 years ago, Rand, he was the first person I brought up, and I asked you, what was that guy's name? What was the Admiral's name? That guy that went to the north or south? And you said Byrd. And that was before I even knew what I was doing. That guy popped into my mind right away, right off the bat. And I go, I got to look into this guy. I've got to look into this guy.
Yeah, Admiral Byrd. I've known about him for many, many years. And that is a true pioneer of adventure. This Columbus guy that everybody's eating turkey to today, I don't even think that America as a whole understands that he is responsible for the raping of the American Indians, the slaughter of American Indians. And it's just a joke, man. It's amazing how America just, I don't get it.
Do you know what it's like? Do you realize what this is like, Arcane, that, being, in school and all my life, fighting with schools, not as much as Rand did, but I had a couple really good fights with my schools, trying to figure this stuff out, trying to figure out why they're telling me this. And now I get to pick up these science books, every single one of them, and I get to go, yep, this is wrong, that's wrong, this is wrong. There's nothing like it. There's nothing like being able to pick up the literature from these people every time. Every book I can acquire from these people that call themselves smart, I can point out countless mistakes. And that type of power is almost embarrassing. The power that this knowledge gives you, there's nothing else like it. You could stand in front of 1,000 soldiers telling you otherwise, and you have the knowledge that God gave you in your mind, and you can literally look at this stuff and go, sorry, that's wrong, this is wrong. Obviously, you think that, whatever it is. It's just the entire thing, whether it's the NASA space book, the evolution book, and now with this atlas, I get these things because of God, I can just look at these things and know the mistakes. And it's undescribable how powerful it is. It really is.
It's actually criminal that they're allowed to keep talking and the nonsense that they have. I mean, my goodness. And when I say criminal, I mean the people that allow it to happen are guilty. I mean, at this point, I mean, how much knowledge has to be released? How much info has to be put out there? I mean, what is enough? Like, I've seen enough. Like, what's enough for these people? Like, what's their problem? You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, we have no one to blame but ourselves, man. Honestly, truthfully, the people that allow it to continue, who don't say nothing, who are afraid to be looked at as Christian. You know, much as I hate to admit it, they're afraid to be looked at as Christian. So, they're not going to say what pisses the world off. Well, sorry to say, but a real Christian is not supposed to be toeing the fence, you know what I mean? And that doesn't mean just get shown something and say, oh, that's kind of neat, you know? Like, you're supposed to prove all things, man, especially if you got a dog in the fight. You ain't supposed to just be, well, I'm just going to, hope for the best, hope that NASA figured it out. I hope that Trump has my best interest. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. You're going to need more than hope now. It's 2016. Like, we need more than hope. We need knowledge. We need truth. You're right. It's embarrassing, bro.
I mean, when you're talking to a room, what's up, JB? Go ahead.
Well, it's been 15 years since 9/11, and we haven't moved forward with that. That worries me about how long it's going to take for Flat Earth and NASA fakery to, finally penetrate people. Like, when are they going to, I can't wait another 30 years or so for,
You and me both.
It's ridiculous.
But I like Grumpy Kitty's
really
answer.
Is. What's Grumpy Kitty saying?
Grumpy says, good. Burn it all. When you show the picture of the asteroid, the fake asteroid hitting the Earth, what's Grumpy Cat say? Good. Because that's what this is. Once you realize this, it is a new world. You have destroyed the previous world. It's all over. Their world has already been destroyed. It was all in the mind. But that's the thing, JB. I know I'm one of those weirdos, but I take joy in the fact that I am the minority and that I didn't have to have everything just, I didn't have to be scolded for 6 years and then have a president tell me I'm on a flat earth for me to admit that I'm on a flat earth. That means I failed the test. That means I'm a failure. If it takes man and it takes the authorities of this world to convince me, hell no, that's the last thing I want. So again, I like being in the minority. I've always been in the minority and I always want to be the underdog. I've been the underdog my whole life. I certainly don't want to be in the masses. I want to be the smallest group in the world, and I think that's what we are. And that's one of the why I take so much joy in this, is because I am against everybody else.
I don't want to be against everybody else. It just seems like that's the straws that we drew. It sucks, It sucks to have to, I don't know about you guys, but I have to be an actor. I have no choice. I have to put on a fake smile. I have to put on a fake talk. I have to pretend to care about stupid shit. I have to pretend. I can't be honest with everybody I want to just be honest with. I just can't. And it's so you have to be an actor. You just have to put on, you know, the bullshit face. Nod, yep, that was a funny TV show. Yep, Just,
We all have to do that. I mean, I've been doing that all my life with, school and even church, and any place you go, you have to have to censor yourself just to get along.
but it's never been like this level before, where
Well, yeah.
there's so many things that it seems like everything somebody's talking about is toxic. And you want to say something to them and you can't. Before, it's just like you gotta you just agree with them just to, because why start a fight because you like different sports teams or whatever. It's just, or you don't really care about the subject they're talking about, so you pretend you do. This is totally different. This is like, you gotta shut up about things that are killing them. Like, that to me is hard. Like, I'm watching people kill themselves just every day. They're killing themselves, and I cannot
Exactly.
It's just surreal. I don't know how else to describe it.
Yeah, the Bible, especially Proverbs, talks about simpletons and just beats them over the head with, like, when are you going to wake up? When are you going to get some sense in your head?
That's exactly what we're dealing with. I don't want to call them simpletons, but when you're presented with the new information, like, it's time to, you got to look at, if you just choose to ignore it and somebody else presents it, and now you start seeing it on your Facebook. And, why? What is that thing that stops people?
Cowardice.
Just spend 5 minutes. See what this is all about.
Cowardice.
Yeah, fear.
Truth hurts.
Yep. They're scared.
Like what Rand Campbell was saying at the before we went live. They don't want to accept that everything's a lie. Like, they'll accept this lie, they'll accept that lie, but they won't accept that it's all a lie. He was saying it takes a lot more time for those people, but to me, it's just cowardice, man. Like, plain and simple.
Oh, I admit, bro, it's cowardice. Yep. You're a coward if you know your wife's cheating on you, but you try to deny it for the sake of your own ego, rather than deal with the truth that your wife's cheating on you. You're a coward. If your observations and your senses and your scripture as a Christian tells you that this world is deceived and that what they're telling you just isn't the truth, but you go ahead and accept it anyways, just for the sake of your ego, or just for the sake of being a coward, that you don't want to offend people, or you don't want to be looked at as different, which different, by the way, means holy. To be holy means to be separate, to be different. So if your fear, if that of which feeds your cowardice is your ego, and you don't want the world to look at you in a certain way, that you want to be able to gel with the world, or that you want to be able to, mingle with the world and not, be noticed, not be different. You don't want to wear a flat earth t-shirt out in public. You don't want to wear a ball cap that says "I love Jesus" in the mall. You want to just kind of go unnoticed and just make your way through life and not make any waves and not have anybody go, "Oh, you're one of those people. You believe Jesus Christ died on the cross. Oh, you're that." Or a flat earth t-shirt. Do you really believe the earth is flat? Hey, everybody, look at this crazy fool. He thinks the earth is flat. You're a coward. Because your Bible says the earth is flat. I'm sorry. If you're a Christian, listen to what I'm telling you. Scripture says the earth is flat. Now, it doesn't say it in one verse. Of course not. It doesn't say it in one verse. It doesn't say, "For those with ears to hear and eyes to see, I am your Lord God, and I am telling you the earth is flat, not a spinning wet ball," like you hope it would do. No. You have to discern the truth out of Scripture. You have to read several scriptures that bring you to the knowledge that the scriptures are telling you that the earth is still. It is a flat surface. It has a dome over it. and God is control of it and observing it like a footstool. You have to discern that Scripture is telling you that he is looking down at a circle and that he is in control of this particular design, this creation that we live in and live on. But if you want to deny that and you want to hold to the word, oh no, the Bible says it's a sphere. You want to turn that into spinning wet ball, where the Bible, as my beautiful friend, I love you, Pillbox, my beautiful friend, noted that in the very beginning of the Bible it says that God made the heavens and the earth. Nowhere does it say God made the heavens, the earth, Mars, Pluto, Jupiter, blah, 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 blah. All of these other things that your God, NASA, which in Hebrew means deceiver, your God, NASA, is telling you that Scripture is lying. So you want to believe NASA, who is telling you, oh, don't believe Scripture, it's lying to you. We're telling you the truth. And you want to actually juggle Scripture with your NASA? You want to try to make them one thing and believe both? When Jesus Christ said this, you cannot serve two masters. You are either for me or you are against me. I'm telling you right now, if you believe a single word NASA says, you are against Christ. You cannot serve both. By believing one word out of NASA, you are literally serving NASA. And by that very act, you are not serving Christ. And I'm telling you, Christ is going to say, get away from me, you workers of iniquity. I never knew you.
Yeah, if you read... Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, we've been taught since we were kids to accept what the majority says. Like when you're in school, it starts the very first day that you're marginalized if you step away from the status quo and what the group think norm is. So it's so easy, man. Like I said, it's so easy to just buck at the truth and turn away with it if everyone else is doing the same thing. So like I said, it's cowardice, man. We need more strong-minded people. But yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say that one of the early things I noticed just reading Genesis, instead of just sitting like a baby bird in Sunday school, I'd just sit and read it. And the sun, moon, and stars are in the firmament, which people were always saying, well, the sky is the firmament. And I thought, well, no, the sun, moon, and stars are in the firmament, then there's water above that. And the only thing I could reconcile at the time was that there must be ice at the edge of the universe, because how else? And yet it said that this water at first, fell to the earth during the flood, and I couldn't make sense of that. But I also noticed when it comes to the stars, all it says is that God made the greater light to rule the day, the lesser light to rule the night, and he made the stars also. What an understatement. If the stars are these millions and trillions and untold numbers of space bodies, and he just says, oh, he made the stars.
Universe.
Well, now, you mean?
Well, if the stars are as vast and as big and like you said, then it's the majority of the universe is stars, and he mentioned them, like you said, in passing, like, oh yeah, by the way.
Right. It couldn't be that huge. It just couldn't. And if there's water above the firmament and it fell to earth, it just does not work in the standard cosmology. It can't.
That was my biggest problem right there, is when I came across that particular passage where it says the windows of heaven were opened and the water came down and flooded the earth. Now, if we're on a spinning wet ball, that means that somehow this water that's still up there, it says in Psalm that it's still up there, is somehow beyond deep space, and that when the water came down, it made it past all of those stars and outer space, came through our atmosphere and flooded the earth.
And it came from every possible direction at once.
Right.
It's a miracle.
Insanity.
Because it's a ball. Exactly, because it's a ball. That's what the dumbest thing
Right.
about it is. The ball is so stupid, and the Christian mindset is just such a deception. And that I didn't even get to that till later. And but I wasn't too worried about it. I was busy looking at the shape of the earth. But yeah, that when you read that in Genesis, it is just crystal clear.
Well, when you look at the history of the ball, right? It wasn't really really confirmed, so to speak, until NASA went up there. But before that, it was already in Hollywood. I don't know if you remember the movie 2001, The Space Odyssey. I'm sure a lot of people remember this movie, even if you weren't born
I
in
remember it.
'68 or after. Yeah, that was like the forerunner to the Star Wars, the Star Trek, whatever. That movie, and that movie depicted deep space exactly the same way that it's depicted now, before they even went up there, right? Before they even had all of this Hubble imagery or whatever. So, and think about the impact that the movies have on us, like everybody back, especially back then. You didn't have like Netflix, or like you couldn't just turn on your TV. Like movies were a big thing, man. Like if you could go to the theater to see a show, you were big time, you know? So it became like a status uh, symbol to be affiliated with like the movie star. Well, you could see it today. It's like all over, but back then, especially, it was just as influential, if not, I would say more. So they planted those seeds early. So by the time they even went to space, so-called, or supposedly, the people had already accepted it in their mind. And go back and look at all of these films depicting deep space. This is why it's so hard for a Christian to look at the Bible and forget everything that he's ever been indoctrinated with. Bible from a clean slate, because every commercial he's ever seen, every movie he's ever seen, every freaking classroom he's ever been in, it's so hard to even shut off from that to even entertain the other idea. So when the Bible says, yeah, the windows of heaven were open and the water came down and flooded the earth, it's obvious. It's talking about an enclosed dome system. But until you're ready to like throw everything else away, and I mean everything else, you can't even accept something as simple as that. Like I remember being in the G-Man hangout, and I'm like, yeah, G-Man, it says right here in Genesis that God put the stars in the firmament, not in outer space. They put it within the firmament. Now, if the firmament is how it's described in Hebrew as being solid, then it's within a dome. Oh no, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. Even though it's right there, clear as day, in his face saying that, he says no, it doesn't say that. So I think that's what it is, man. I think Satan has put so much subliminal, so much indoctrination into us. We just can't break. It's impossible to say it's all a lie until you're ready. Until I don't know. I think Christ has to move on you, or you've been worked on by the Holy Spirit. I don't know what else.
How about that irony, Arcane? How how these, and Rose knows more about this than I do, but these demonic forces don't only lie to you; they tell you they are lying. And what do they call all these space movies? What have they always called all of these things? What have they always called? Science fiction. They call it science fiction to your face every time since the 60s, since Star Trek. Thousands, they call it fiction. It's fiction. It's fiction. And what do people? Oh, this is real. Oh my God, that is the reality. They tell you it's fiction. It's so bad. It is real. It's bad. Yep.
That's hilarious. I didn't really look at it from that sharp an angle. Like, yeah, you're right. They do depict it as if it is scientifically accurate, but it's science fiction.
Labeled. Their label. That it is
Labeled.
so easy. It is embarrassing.
Yep. Wow. The psychological warfare is deep, man. There's layers to this deception that's just so, oh man, that's why it's so hard for people to break out, because it's like once you break past one layer of deception, there's plenty more that's waiting for you. Hold on.
I got another newspaper here, ran with the moon landing. I might get it out right now. I had my father's collection, and I got it out of storage. I have a briefcase somewhere around here, and it has the moon landing on it. It's 1969. I believe it's Arizona Republic, and I got to find it. I might have to do this for another show. I'm not sure what I do with it, but the picture, ran, and everybody, ladies and gentlemen, the picture of the moon landing is a cartoon. It's not even one of the pictures. It's literally an artist's rendition of the moon landing, and this is news. In 1969, Arizona Republic. This is the new. This is fact, people. This is it. There's the proof right here. I got the paper, and it's a God bless it cartoon on the front of the freaking newspaper. You know, and it just what type of mindset? And how about even earlier, 1957, when the first 9/11 was Sputnik. And they told every American, every 50 million Americans all at once, they broadcasted this picture that here's Sputnik, and they showed a ball, and it was going beep, beep, with antennas sticking out of it, and it looks like it's hung by a rafter with a black background, and it looks like it's made out of paper mache sprayed with silver paint. And that was the evidence they needed to believe that the Russians were going to nuke us all. Please, people.
Well, people in general seem to have the memory of a goldfish, and that's what the powers that be use against us all the time.
I'll give it fruit fly. I wouldn't even give it goldfish. People don't remember why they walked into certain rooms. People don't remember what time it is after they looked at their watch. People don't know why they went into the room they went in. People don't remember why they're in their car. Like, this is just regular now. This is a common thing. Is it because you have a lot of things on your mind? Is it because of the
I think that's part of it.
The
distraction.
chemtrails?
Yeah.
That's just it. Now, how do we pinpoint it? We can't. How do you pinpoint what caused a cancer? You can't. How do you pinpoint what caused autism? You can't. By design. You can't. You can't pinpoint it down the source. You can't sue anybody. Nobody's responsible. It's brilliant. If you're the dark side, it's brilliant. And it happens to work.
And it works repeatedly, no matter how many times they do it, and they get caught out, and they reset, and they do it again, and nobody remembers.
Well, because then they'll just be like, all right, break out Avatar 2. We need a big distraction. Titanic 2. It's just put something out there to get everybody talking about it, get it viral, make it go viral on Twitter or Facebook. And with it, all you need is 6.5 minutes. Okay? Get it out there. People will forget.
Just like when Hillary was, they were dealing with something with Hillary, some reopening the case or something, and then they had Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt's divorce. It's like, come on.
Yep.
And then Kim Kardashian's bracelet missing that costed $33,000. 33 Mason, 33. 33 degree. Yeah, it's all this bullshit. And they've been doing this for years, hundreds of years. They're very patient. This New World Order is nothing new. It's not a New World Order at all. It's an old world order.
I think the globe is the New World Order. Or was at this point. But perhaps that was the New World religion. 500 years of the ball coming to an end.
Oh, back in the day, if you even said it was round, they looked at you like you were a lunatic. And then you have this Christopher Columbus that tells everybody it's round, and then all of a sudden we're the lunatics. We're still believing that it's flat. That was the common knowledge. That was normal. And now they take it and they make it into a conspiracy theory, which it's not.
Well, because
And
the authority
conspiracy
over
theory
the
comes
people.
from the FBI, from
Their papers
from
from
when
1960.
JFK got assassinated, because people were questioning the official, official information that was coming out. People were saying, no, that's bullshit. There's no way that could happen that way. And then they came up with the term conspiracy theory. So anyone who goes against what their official narrative is is a conspiracy theorist. But actually what it is that you're not going to believe the bullshit. That's what it is. You're just not believing the bullshit. You're questioning the bullshit. You're looking into it, you're researching it, and you see it's a lie.
I believe the origins of the word lunatic came from people who used to believe the moon was real. Like the moon was really there. They were called lunatics. I believe that's the origins of it. Don't, quote me as fact.
It's interesting.
But yeah,
well, it has the word Luna in it.
Right. So and that was to, a derogatory statement to people who believed in the moon. Like apparently they thought of it as perhaps a reflection or something. I don't know, but.
Hey, Jimmy, can you see this?
Yes. I'm presenting you.
I'll tell you, this is just, it's almost boring how easy this is. It's really, it's like there's really no like excitement, like, ooh, we're going to have a contest. No, it's going to be me kicking your ass.
Oh, it's wiffle ball. I know.
Yeah, this is, first thing I noticed, I like the earth in the background. That's a nice depiction. But I noticed something, which you will probably pick up very quickly right now. Looking at this artist rendition. This artist rendition of the lander looks better than the real one. Look at this thing. Looks actually like it might actually have some kind of fun. Anyway, they
well made.
Yeah, it looks a little sturdy.
Turn your voice up. They said that we're all loud, but you're not really that loud.
Oh, well, I apologize. I mean, that's not one of my normal qualities. I'm normally too loud. Now, if you look at this right here, in the artist rendition, they put a crater underneath that lander. Wow, let me think about this for a second. They put a giant crater. It's wider than the lander if you look at it.
Wow.
Wow, this is
That's awesome.
This is I wonder if anybody knows this. This is weird. I wonder how long it would take to.
The flag is also waving too.
Let's see this guy's face. Let's see the face of Buzzed. Looks like a pumpkin head. What type of satanic face is that? Is this a pumpkin? Like what type of art? Like what was this guy thinking? You're supposed to put a white guy hero face in there, and he puts a pumpkin head. That's beautiful.
This is the man on the moon.
Wow, this is. I'm telling you, I really like this crater. I'm gonna be honest with you, this is a very special crater to me. It's the first crater I've ever seen under a lunar lander, guys. I don't know if you've ever seen one. This is the first one for me. I'm gonna be honest with you.
You know what else is those mountains in the background have very sharp edges like you see when you look through a telescope. But in the Apollo footage, there's just rolling sand dunes all over the place. No sharp edges.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
No, not one rock edge like that, no, but you see those little craters right next to the blast crater?
Yeah, look at those.
Yeah, did you know you can see those from Earth, from the naked eye?
Yeah, I've seen them. I've seen those exact ones too.
Yeah,
Yep.
238,000 miles away, you can see those. Yeah.
Now, look at these footprints. Let's see if they're accurate.
As if he's walking through mud, right?
Nope, they're not the same type of footprint. So this cartoon was wearing different shoes. I wonder if there's any more in here. This is the original deal. You can't Mandela affect me. All right, this is the real deal. Now the front page shows the picture. Now I'm getting these two mixed up. So here's the front page. Let's look at this. Here it is. This is the scientific evidence all these mothers and fathers brainwashed these children with. This is it. This is all you need. And now let's get back to the real stuff. Here's I'm probably really quiet right now. Hold on. Let's see. This is good. Okay. Here's the real fake picture. So that's nice. I don't see a
crater.
Don't seem to see a crater. There. Armstrong guides Eagle to landing. Yep, he will set his nest upon the stars.
What's the date on that?
It says right here, Phoenix, Arizona, Monday, July 21st, 1969. 1969. So,
dude, are you handling that paper with all that oil in your hands?
You're damn right I am, and I'm gonna burn it too. One of these fucking days on a hang. I'm gonna burn this on a live hangout. Trust me.
Now I want you to take a look at that picture of them. Now, the world saw that second generation from television filming off of a screen. So at best, this newspaper or any photographer had to take a picture of the screen, just like the TV cameras did. Now, does that look like a picture of a picture, or does that look like first-hand picture?
It looks pretty bad. It doesn't look like a good picture at all. It looks like a 19.
I can't
Yeah.
tell.
It looks like a 1920s camera. Yeah, we were able to make it to the moon, but we forgot the Hasselblad for this one. I don't know.
Well, plus they had, when you do newsprint, you have to have, there's a bunch of little dots, they are not the same as a normal picture. It's a matrix of dots that produces the picture in print. So it's just loses a lot of quality every step of the way.
Wow.
Godspeed. Good luck and Godspeed. Neil Armstrong, Edwin Aldrin, Michael Collins. Every man has ever lifted his eyes to the stars, and awe joins us in the wonder of your courage and accomplishment. Godspeed and safe return. This is all it. I mean, they didn't even need anything but a paper. Oh, got some weird clothing ads here. Let's see.
Yeah, you don't
Where's
come
the-
across these newspapers too often, like, firsthand.
Yeah, my dad saved them for me. Yeah, my dad was a pillbox. He didn't know it. Yeah. And now I have it all, man. I have JFK's assassination too. Look at this. Let's look at this.
Dude, naked.
Great of the world.
Need to be putting these in bags.
Great of the world, come to mourn. JFK. LBJ takes over Kennedy. Team burial to be in Arlington. It's all here. It's all together. These are one pieces of the puzzle. One piece of the puzzle after another. Look, here's this casket with his body's not in there. We know that. The body of the 35th President of the United States laid to repose in the historic East Room in the White House. Sure it was. Sure. They were working on that for a while. Nixon wins landslide. Got that. How about firing ends Saturday in peace with honor? Whatever that's about. Let's see this.
What do you think about the JFK to Jimmy Carter conspiracy?
I don't agree with that at all. I think that JFK was killed, and there's no way that in 1969 anybody could be as good as an actor as Jackie O, and the way that she performed after the incidents, and being a person that pays attention to things like that and understands a film and photography, which was my thing growing up with my father being a photographer. It's for me, it's too easy. And besides, they wouldn't need 6 gunmen to take out a guy that's going to pretend to die. And they wouldn't have to lie about it for 30 years. They wouldn't have to edit the Zapruder film. There's thousands of things they wouldn't have to do that are just so obvious of a byproduct of a serious conspiracy. Plus, you have all these just things, so many things attached to it. And in fact, I mean, just the face on LBJ, you could tell that he was happy he was killed. I can tell what an actor is, and that's one of the things that I've been given. I know what acting is. He was killed in that car. Probably 2 or 3, probably shot 3 times, obviously, and there was probably a total of 12 shots. And with the witnesses, there's so many witnesses there. Why would they have to kill 100 witnesses? You know what I mean? It's just so easy. What about not only that, but the grassy knoll and dozens of people saying that this is where a shot was right here. People hit the ground because it was right there. You wouldn't have to do any of that, and it would have been so much easier if he was just a pawn that would just replace himself and just do that type of psyop. And I understand that type of idea, but I guess my biggest issue is the JFK assassination was the very first thing for me. Even as a child, I remember my dad giving me, his ideas about it, and him not trusting the government. Thank God that he, as a very young child, I think that was like the very first most important seed I was ever given by my dad to say, yeah, that's pretty suspicious. And so God bless him for him being able to tell me that. And I studied it. I've been studying it for like basically 30 years, and going back and forth until the last 15. But I really think that I think that the JFK assassination is just a coup d'etat, just a classic coup d'etat, and that's it.
JFK is definitely not Jimmy Carter. I looked into that one. Jimmy Carter is very distinguishable as a young man. In photos, you can tell that is not JFK. The only way they look close and similar is an old version of JFK and an old version of Jimmy Carter. Then they do look a lot alike. But you go back and you look at young Jimmy Carter, it's not even close. It's totally a different person. And I did look into that one because it did look pretty close.
Yeah, he does look pretty close.
Check this out. Moon pioneers find rich scientific data. I mean, there's your evidence right here. There it is. There it is. I mean, this is it. This is the internet. Think of it this way. This was the most clicked internet thing in the world. This had whatever 100 million likes or dislikes. I mean, this is back then. This was the absolute end all for media information, things like that. I mean, you're literally looking at it frozen in time, unmanipulatable, and it's interesting. And clearly, there's it's all bullshit. It's 100% lies. I mean, basically, and these interesting moonlands. I'm telling you, I love this cartoon though, man. That crater. Look at that crater right there. That's yep.
What do you think the percentage was back then for people that just did not believe what they were reading in the newspaper? Like 1%, 2% maybe?
Actually, probably bigger than that. I think that there was probably a couple of Bible believers out there that just absolutely, weren't going to listen to anything. Just like remember in Clinton's, Clinton's autobiography, talking to the guy, and the guy said, "Nah, those TV people can trick you or whatever." And you know how Clinton talked about that, So there was somebody.
Yeah.
Well, that's some pretty good newspapers you got there, Phil.
Yeah, my father didn't know it, but he was, completely bought into the American society 100% and everything, but he collected this information for a reason.
Well, I think we know why.
Well, because of God. Yeah, I mean, can you imagine the gifts that God has given me that I never knew I was going to have, that were sitting in my family's collection for 45, 50, 60 years? I mean, these are miracles. People don't understand how God works.
Bro, watch. This is how God works. I'm going to show you. When I met Carolina, I met her on a Christian website. That's how I met her. And we had, really connected and really kicked it off, and things were really good. And I said to a friend of mine, I might have told you this, but I said to a friend of mine, check out this website, this Christian dating site. You might be able to meet somebody, even if it's just a friend. Who cares? You might, people to talk to, right? People that are like-minded and Christian. It's a good connection site. And so he said, okay. So, and it was a few days later, he calls me back. And he says, "Randy," I go, "Yeah, what? What's up?" And he goes, "What are you doing?" I go, "Nothing, I'm just chilling." He goes, "Are you sitting down?" I go, "Yeah, why? At my size, I don't do a whole lot of standing." He goes, "That website you gave me," I went on and I started looking around, and I researched where it's from. Do you know where it's from? And I said, well, the person that introduced me to the website comes from Georgia, so I'm guessing maybe one of the bigger states, Georgia, Florida, New York, who knows, right? He goes, no, it's not even American, it's Canadian. I go, oh, well, maybe Toronto. And I grew up in Canada, so I'm like, well, maybe Toronto, Ottawa, which is where he was. He goes, no. Mount Albert, Ontario. Now, Mount Albert, Ontario has approximately 400 to 1,000 people living in it. Now, I'll tell you why it's important. When my mother killed my father, I was put in an orphanage in Mount Albert, Ontario as a kid. And I hated that town because I was abused most of my childhood in that town. So I hated it. But it was that very town that I hated that God used to connect me to my wife. So he took bad and he made it good. And this is the very God we serve. This is what I'm telling you, is that when you connect to God, when you connect to this wonderful, amazing creator, and you open up through worship and truth to his will, what he has written into your life is unimaginable. Every moment becomes a miracle pillbox. That's why when you were showing those newspapers, I thought about your dad. I didn't know that it was your dad that had collected them. I don't know why, because I was actually on the phone while you were doing all that. I didn't even have my headset on. I was just watching the screen and seeing you going through these newspapers. And I immediately had a thought of your father, because I know a little bit about your father and your story. And I just knew that God had him collecting those newspapers all those years. Not for him, but for you. So that you could have that history available to you and truth available to you as a verification for all of the things that you now believe, and that you would have them right here, right now, even though he is not here right now. Isn't God amazing?
There's nothing better, bro.
You know I love you, Pillbox. You are my brother, man.
And you never know when you're gonna need those precious gems, you know, that's tucked away in the closet. You might not know that they are gems until your eyes are open, man.
You have family too that's not necessarily blood. Sometimes water can be thicker than blood.
I could keep going. I have let me get some of my dad's photography. I'll show you something right now.
Oh, now he's breaking out the good stuff.
Yeah, I feel like I'm in that drug scene with John Travolta in what's that movie with John Travolta and Jackson, where they're doing the heroin deal in the bedroom.
Oh, Pulp Fiction.
Pulp Fiction. He shows him the okay heroin. He's like, "Oh, you're gonna like this, but here's my stash. Let me give you the good stuff now."
Yeah.
So Pillbox is going to give us the good stuff.
Oh, you're gonna like this. I'm gonna move it into the other room to get some better light.
What's with Rose? I see Rose is here. Rose, are you here or not here?
She is here.
Well, my wife will be home in about a half hour to 45 minutes. So, and she's bringing me a treat from the bakery by her office. So I'll be absent for quite some time.
Are you gonna leave it live, or are you gonna take off and end it?
No, I'm gonna leave it live. I don't know what happened though. The last hangout, I left it live. I went to bed. I woke up at 4 in the morning. Came and checked on it.
I think you got booted, and once you got booted, then a couple minutes later it shuts off.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I'll just leave it live. I'll just mute everything, and you guys can just do what you got to do. Because I know, what time is it where you are, Rose?
It's 6:39.
Yeah. See, here it's almost 11 o'clock at night.
Just getting the party started, Rand.
Yeah, I know how you roll, man. You're that guy. Oh, look at Pillbox. Let's present Pill. Is that you as a baby, man?
That is the baby Pillbox, and that is my father.
Wow, that's beautiful, brother. Wowee, man. Isn't that something?
It's a handsome young black man there.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you could tell my dad's part black.
He looks like he loved his son.
Now here is my father standing in the mountains of Europe, and there I am on his shoulders.
Oh, wow.
And we're going to get back to that later, and we're going to see what he saw while he was taking those pictures as I was on his shoulders.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
Here's my first Pillbox moment right here. My first Pillbox moment ever.
Okay. Were you watching the J.D. Kane hangout?
No, I think I don't know what they did to me, but I went full Pillbox right there, probably two and a half, 3 years old.
Get a haircut, hippie.
See, Dad loved art. You know, he loved nature. He would grow these cactuses in the backyard. They're called night blooms. He grew roses as well. He was able to find out how to zoom in on a dime and get this type of picture on his counter because he was pretty smart. else we got here? Here he is in 1960. Oh, this might be 1963. My father holding his first child, my sister, Audra. Let's see here. All right, there he is again. 1963, yelling as the baby pulls his hair. That's so you can see why I yell.
I would have been 3 years old then.
Now here is a close-up of me, if I can get a good shot, on the back of his... Let's see if I can make this. There we go.
Papoose box.
Yep, there I am, on the back. All right, so let's figure out...
Oh,
He got muted.
muted.
1 second. I'm going to take
okay.
these pictures out of the cover so there's no glare. 1 second. Now, again, Jibby's going to not like that, but hold on.
The glare wasn't bad.
Sometime I'll have to see if I can get a hold of the old microfilms of our family newspaper. Goes back to 1887. And see if I can pick out any interesting things. They didn't have pictures, of course, in the early years. They were drawings. And one thing, little funny anecdote is when they would sometimes rely on a service to bring them a picture, and when it didn't come, they would have this big white blank space, and my grandpa would put under the caption, "Ghosts gathering feathers in a snowstorm." So, just say this is a real picture of something, just to be funny. But I'll have to look through the World War II era papers sometime and see what I can find, or the moonshot era.
Well, let me ask you beautiful American friends of mine, a question. Is there not a website where we can look at old archived newspapers and information, like that we could do a study night and go through? Like, there's got to be a website, because I know in Canada they have one where you can literally go to it and then go through like all of the different years and all of the different information. It would be interesting to see what we can find.
Yeah, as far as I know, there are scanned newspapers into archived websites, as well as still the physical copies at certain public libraries. So I don't know the actual site. I don't know if it's a .gov or not, but I think if you just put in like old newspaper archives, should at least find a good source on page 1 of Google. But I think I have seen them.
Yeah, you have to. Microfilm would be probably more reliable as something they wouldn't go back and change. But anything on a website can be changed easily.
Yes, which is why I would prefer the physical copies.
Yeah.
Well, next time I'm in Boston, I'm going to check out that that flat Earth map there. That's from the Boston Library. I'm going to get some pictures of it if I can get the physical. My hands in front of the physical.
Ready for this? Look at this. So as I'm sitting on my father's shoulders, this is the picture that he took.
He took a picture of Mars?
Apparently I was already there with him. Apparently I was there, Jibby. And here's the next one. Let's look at the next one. 1 second here.
Ooh.
Is that a pterodactyl or a dragon?
It's a very big bird. And I'll show it. This is how good my dad is. Let me show you how close he got to the bird first.
Wow.
And as it flew off.
Is that a falcon?
I don't know, and I don't know how he got that close to it. He was right behind it, and he took that picture. It's pretty amazing. He didn't know what he was seeing, but here's another one right here. Let's look at this horizon. See, is that confusing? There's another picture Dad took as I was on his shoulders. You think God was trying to tell me something here, man?
I'm starting to think Mars is flat.
Yep, I was there. Well, my dad was, at least. But there's a few more. But just finding this recently, I didn't even realize this till literally a couple of weeks ago. But you just sometimes don't realize the things that God understands. I mean, that mountain range out there is probably about 50 miles away. And, of course, the whole face of the mountain is right in front of you. And that should be over 12.
That's going back hundreds of miles for all those
I
mountains.
mean, it's ridiculous. He had
Hundreds.
the lens that he had, the zooming ability, and again, this is 30 years ago. These are 30 years old. God, if he could have only known what he was doing, he had no idea. He had absolutely no idea. There I am after I got lost in the snow. Yeah, he had no idea, and it's just crazy. It boggles my mind. It just the fact that this even happened. Oh, there's me sleeping.
Ah.
That's a good one. Yeah.
You were asleep back then.
One time, I was asleep one time in my life. This is just one book. There's two more here. But the fact that this was his setup when he was taking those pictures, that's where I was. And I followed in my father's footsteps to take it to the next level and learn as much as I could from him. And
you look like little Yoda on Luke.
Yeah. What can I say, bro? What can I say, bro? There's just things that money can't buy, and this is one of those things.
Yep. Real currency is time.
Yeah, man.
Enjoy every ounce of it.
Hey, looking at those pictures, Pillbox, how many miles of the horizon do you think you can see in those pictures?
Well, I think hundreds. I think from left to right, it's with that zoom. He had this I still have it. I can get the camera in the back room right now. You wouldn't believe the lens in this thing is about 5 inches long, and it's like 3 inches wide, and it's I don't know. I wish I would have got into that stuff to figure that out. Look at this picture. Now this gives an idea because you can see houses. I mean, if you don't realize that is a very, very not. I mean, I don't know how to describe it. I mean, what do you say about this? That's got to be hundreds of miles. I can't see it. Hundreds of miles in that horizon. Look at that. There's a building right there. You get an idea of the scope. Wow. Look at the buildings. Shrink.
Yeah, I think that should be below a curvature, but factor in height.
I mean, it's just, I don't know. Look at this one. That's my dad.
Yeah, that's for sure. A couple of 100 miles of horizon. There's no doubt. And what is that building in the distance? That would have to be an awful tall building. The black spot there. About 3 inches in from the left. Your problem is, Pill, is you got that ceiling fan disrupting the view. I can see your ceiling fan reflection.
It is an absolute nightmare, this ceiling fan. Yes.
I love it. I love your ceiling fan. Wow, those are some cool.
Hey, be glad that you guys need fans right now, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't live without my. But actually, here in the Dominican, they're freaking out because they're expecting 3 months of unheard of cold weather here. It's like plus degree.
What's it gonna get? Like 55?
Yeah, around there.
Unheard of.
It's plus 10 Celsius. So yeah, I guess in around there. But my wife is freaking out. She's like, it's never been this cold here. They're wearing sweaters and everything in the Dominican.
Oh, poor babies.
I'm like, what? I'm still hot.
Oh, you poor things, you. Can't get enough fans. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, it's terrible here. Well, you can move here anytime. I'll hook you up, brother. I told you that.
It hasn't been that bad compared to the last few years. It's about 45 right now, 40 right now. But, yeah. It's getting there.
Has it snowed there yet?
No, that's surprising. Actually, it has not snowed yet, but it's coming.
It snowed in Canada a few times. Toronto, it snowed. I had a house in a beach town called Wasaga Beach. My friends there tell me it snowed. My daughter is up north of Toronto. She says it's snowing. So yeah, it's snowing in Canada. Those are some classic pictures, though, Pill. Like seriously classic, guy. That's awesome, man.
There
Does
must
look
be
like
about
the
a
red planet,
dozen.
though.
Yeah, no, it's interesting how he changed the color. He was obviously experimenting, but I mean, there's got to be a dozen flat Earth pictures in this collection. I mean, it's not even, it's. I didn't even know. How did I not know? I mean, I've had these for years, and obviously not paying attention. You don't think of it. You just don't think. You don't wonder, and here it's just there. It is clear as crystal. Well, for me anyway. I mean, what am I looking at here? That's the sky. It doesn't look like it because of the. I got to take that picture out, but it's. I'll tell you what. I mean, it just what it does for me is it just solidifies so much, and it's just it makes me almost worry. Like, wow, is it just to even fathom the coincidences is frightening. I think.
Yeah, I'm not a coincidence theorist, bro.
No, sir, there are none. That's why it's so crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I just wish, I could like take some time, go on vacation, and take some of those pictures myself, man. Like, it's one thing to see other people take photos and all of that, but it's another thing to really, do the best you can to prove it to yourself. Just to have that validation. Like, I don't need you. I don't need you.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we've been trying to do that with the moon lately, but we've had, of course, clouds ever since we really got going a few days into it, and then it got all cloudy.
I just looked at the forecast, Paula. It's just, they know I'm on the case. They know it. Like, this is unbelievable. I'm looking at the extended forecast here. Today, we have rain with a little bit of snow in the morning. Tomorrow, rain. Saturday, rain. Sunday, clouds. Monday, well, is that the new moon? Like, is it too late? Like,
where you guys at?
I'm in New England. She's in Ohio. We're in the same time zone, though.
Oh, yeah. In Chicago.
Yeah. And I'm trying, my goal right now, my current mission is to get stars through the dark side of the moon with the P900.
Nice.
And that's going to be...
People say they've done it, man.
They say they have. Right. I've seen them, too, and the video, and I have to see it for myself.
Yes.
And we're using two different technologies to view it, too, which would also add a layer of verification if we saw the same thing, because I'm just using a telescope with putting my cell phone on it to record. So, it's an older telescope, and so the technology is going to be a little, significantly different.
That's going to be awesome, though, if you guys can actually synchronize a shot of stars through the moon. Wow.
Yeah, now the other thing is synchronizing the time, because if it's during the middle of the night, he's willing to get up at 2 a.m. and I'm not, so...
Well, I also put out the call, and I will be doing it more often, where I'll set it up during the waxing or the waning of the moon phase. I'll check with Stellarium. I'll check to see if there are any prominent stars due to emerge from the dark side of the moon. I'll backtrack 15, 20 minutes, and I'll put the call out there. Hey, guys, get your P900s out or your telescopes. There should be a star visible through the dark side of the moon at this time or at this time. And we can get a worldwide effort snapping these things. Programs like Stellarium will, if you zoom in on the moon, you press fast forward throughout the night, you will eventually see some stars emerging from the dark side. Hit pause, check the time. There you go. It's very easy to kind of coordinate a time to set it up to capture one of these things, so you don't have to sit there all night just waiting.
Yeah.
It would be a nice bust up to NASA. Like, if you got people from every country whipping these things out regularly, like NASA, you got some splaining to do.
They already got some splaining to do.
Right, but I'll put those all over Facebook, and we'll get this like in this sheeple kind of area. where, get it viral, not just like on exclusive YouTube videos or whatever, but like get these all over the place, Twitter and even Reddit and all these wacky zoo places. We got to get all of these out there. We got to hit NASA first, because that's the big giant wall blocking people from even giving Flat Earth anything 5 minutes of their time.
Right.
Most people. There are some people that can get there without NASA. That's kind of the exception, not the rule.
Oh, I've left comments on NASA's little feeds that they put on Google Plus. Oh man, I get attacked. They don't like me.
No, yeah, they'll get rid of you right away. Yeah.
Well, they didn't get rid of me. They don't get rid of me, but they try. Yeah.
Well, I think NASA's going to be the government fall guy, basically. When it all goes down and they want answers, they're just going to dump it off on NASA. They might prosecute a couple of bigwigs or something like that.
Or some actors. They'll prosecute some actors. They'll have a big phony trial. The people will think, all right, justice has been served. Maybe it.
Because they've already sort of disclosed, right, that they haven't really gone past low Earth orbit and blah, blah, blah. So it's kind of like they've acknowledged it, so that now if the public forces the hand, they can say, we kind of told you all along. We were trying to get it under wraps behind the scenes.
They might be waiting for the last of the remnants of those old birds to die off, like Kissinger and Zbigniew Brzezinski and those guys. Once those guys die off, then they can, it was all them. They made us lie. Always blame the dead people.
If they made us lie, and or they could take it to another level and just hit you with the alien agenda and justify it that way and say, well, we lied about some things, but it's true because of the the truthers are right in some respect. We are hiding something, but it's this instead of that.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. I'm waiting to see what they're going to do next, because the information, it's sure getting out. It's almost like they're purposely lifting the veil at this point.
Seems like they're going to try a Mars thing. Strange as that is, it seems like they're going to try it. Like, it's crazy, but I think it's going to happen.
They're going to fake it, you think?
Yeah. Well, they have to, but they already have a new TV series. I think it's on, I want to say, the National Geographic Channel or something, and it's just called Mars. And it's kind of like a half series, TV series, half documentary, because they'll have like a cast doing different things, and then they'll cut to like an expert describing this thing or that thing that they would be encountering on the mission. So it goes back and forth. So, I mean, it's already the predictive programming preparation, among many, many others. But now they're kind of putting out there, like, this is the crew's perspective on their way to Mars and what happens when they get there. And they're only up to like episode 3 or 4 right now, I think. It's season 1. It's just called Mars. So, I mean, I'm thinking 2025, they might actually have the balls to launch a balloon or whatever, and there it goes. They're on their way, and it seems to be what
they'll try to go back to the moon before they do that.
I don't know. I don't know if they're going to do a manned thing to the moon. They might just say what they've always said, like, we've already been there, and we have already sent robots there, and we've already sent drones there, so we don't need to risk man. Let's go bigger and bolder, because America, blah, 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 America, woo! That's all they have to do. Just keywords, and then you get the woos. That's it.
I'm pumped, though, man. I can't wait until the next move, but it just feels like they're purposely letting this stuff go, and I'm just wondering how many traps we're walking ourselves into.
I know.
Trying to chase the rabbit.
How many flat earth dead end roads are they sending us down to?
Exactly. I think they're hiding more land, like Pillbox. I think I'm on board with Pillbox on that one.
Well, that's what Admiral Byrd said. Admiral Byrd said that he saw. And I don't care what anybody says. I'm with Pillbox on this too. They're hiding something. There is another world, if not many other worlds, on this very plane of existence.
I think that's what are at.
Yeah, brother. It's like,
I think that's where the elite chill out. And I think that's where their utopia is supposed to be set up. You know, they're gonna do the whole mock thing with Jerusalem and all that, but they're gonna keep that hidden for as long as possible. Why would Admiral Byrd mention it in such a capacity? Like, it wasn't like he just said, "Oh, there's some cool stuff over there. Maybe we can go explore it one day." Like, he was real specific about what he found. And if that's true, I mean, how deep do we go with this? Are these celebrities chilling out over there while their clones come and perform satanic rituals at the Super Bowl? Are there really cities over there where the Egyptian pharaohs are chilling out? You know, like, we don't know. We need answers.
I'm pretty convinced they got their chocolate and strawberry anti-aging shakes. When they retire, if they make it that far, they go to Tupac Island, to the Biggie Smalls Resort. You get your chocolate shake. If you're 60, 70, 80, you start to de-age. You spend a good 50, 75 years there relaxing. Then you come back around, you play another role. You play a politician, you play another actor. I think it's a group doing this. There's no way that they don't have anti-aging by now. There's no way that they haven't synthesized this gene that we lose, or whatever, this protein that we lose at 18. Then we begin aging. There's no way they haven't synthesized that. Like, absolutely not. They are not interested in just, let's make a lot of paper money, and then we just buy a whole bunch of stuff, eat a lot of food, get a lot of crazy sex going, and then, yes, that's the end of it. We don't want anything else. Please. Are you kidding me?
The money is for our delusion. They don't care about money.
No, they own the printers.
They don't need money. They own everything.
Yes, and they own the printers.
Why would they care?
Yes, the money is just the fuel to keep the machine going.
And it's digital now. All they do is go into a computer and just add a few more digits. It's all digital. In Canada, in physical cash circulating in Canada, I think it's somewhere around 50 billion throughout the banks and the average pocket. If every single Canadian went to the bank tomorrow to withdraw all of their money, there wouldn't be enough in the banks to cover it. It's digital. These people don't care about money. They own car dealerships. They own car manufacturing companies. They own Ford. They own Chrysler. They just go and pick a car up off the lot anytime they want. As far as food, they own all of the food. They own everything. All of these logos that you see in these businesses with the 666s and the eye, the single eye, they own it all. They have no need for money. We're the ones that have a need for money. We're the ones that are slaves to this money. It's debt. They've got us chasing this debt around down here like a bunch of useless eaters. And it's just a slave system for morons. So those at the very top, now I'm talking the very top, even these celebrity rejects, they're only allowed to withdraw a certain amount of money. They might claim that they're worth 100 million, 50 million, 60. They might have that in digits, but they're only allowed to play with a certain amount of money. There was a rapper that went to the bank and he tried to withdraw something like $100,000, and the police wrestled him to the ground in the parking lot and made him put the money back in the bank because his handlers were notified through the bank that he had withdrawn a set amount of money, and they're not allowed to do that. These celebrities are under control. They're under contract. I don't care what it looks like they have. They don't have nothing compared to what it seems like, and they're controlled. They're only allowed to spend certain amounts of money, just enough to make them look like they're celebrities. But the truth of the matter is, they're more slaves than us. These guys are sex slaves. Justin Bieber right now is being manhandled at some secret party. He's being fisted and dressed up in leather and hung from a ceiling fan while 6 guys give it to him at Mach speed, and he's sitting there singing "Baby, Baby, Baby." That's exactly what's going on.
Okay, good. I don't have to say that. You do know about that stuff.
Of course, man. And that's exactly. Well, look at Janet Jackson. Look at Diana Ross. Look at the phallus system. They were married out. They were married out to multi-billionaires as sex slaves. The same thing with Celine Dion and her husband, who was 110 when he married her. She was 13. It's all sex slave. It's insane what's going on. So as far as them needing money, they don't need money, and I agree with Arcane. Whatever's going on, there is another plane, another dimension, another side to this worldly existence where I believe these people go underground. They get on some kind of a speed device, a train, an underground tunnel train that takes them to wherever it was that Admiral Byrd saw, and they come up an elevator there into a completely different world where they're not known as celebrities. They're not known as Barack Obama. His name's probably John Hamilton, and he's just a everyday regular guy that owns a restaurant, probably a pizza joint, and he has a completely different life over there. And they come over to this, whatever this is that we're involved in, and it's a big stage. Just like Shakespeare said, the world's a stage. Well, they're actors. That's all I'm convinced. Every single one of them, they're just actors. We're immigrants. We're aliens to whatever's going on here. This is not our world. We do not belong here.
Oh, I've been saying that all my life. Yep.
Well, if you ask Ray, I think she'll tell you about the law of reversal. Now Satan likes to do things backwards. So if they're spending all of this time and effort and energy trying to get us to look up, what if you're right? Maybe this hollow earth, theory might have some merit to that. If they're spending all this money trying to get us to look, up, in which we hardly do anyways. We don't pay attention. We listen to what they say. Maybe there's some truth to that, man. Maybe they do have an established civilization.
100%. Not maybe. Not kind of. Not I wonder. No, absolutely. Every single thing that you can imagine that they've been up to or that they're doing, just go ahead and write it down as absolutely true. And I don't care that J.D. Kane or Jade West or Fiona argue it. They're dense. They're completely stupid. They're done. They're finished. It's over for them. They're complete satanic slaves bent over in a system that considers them nothing but garbage. I don't take a word they say seriously, and I never have and never will. The truth of the matter is that what is going on in this world is far past the imagination. So what you can imagine is quite possibly very, very true.
What you can imagine, double that by 100.
Thank you, Rose, and that's why I love you. You have great math.
Plus, I think that they will simulate or pretend to raise the dead by bringing some of these people back.
Very good. Very well done.
Well, no, they don't even die. See, the thing is, they have the capability. Anybody out there can look this up. All right. They have the capability now that, they do the clones and stuff. It's already proven. Look at every Time magazine over the years. They keep talking about clones. They have the capability of clones. All right. And what they do is they just change bodies. So like Henry Kissinger, his body, he's done a lot with that body. So he doesn't want to let it go. He's had about 72 heart transplants and blood fusions and all this crap he's done to himself. Go look that up. So he doesn't want to leave that body yet. Queen Elizabeth, she doesn't want to leave that body yet. But when they do, they can only stay alive for so long, and then people start questioning and going, why is she still alive? So eventually they have to die. And what they do is they put their consciousness in another body, most likely a relative. So like, say Queen Elizabeth, she would probably go into a shell, a body that probably from Prince William's daughter. I would think if she was going to pick any body, she would probably pick that one, because they want to stay in the family, and eventually she could become queen again, you know, or at least she can still control and be in the family. So that's how they do it. They don't ever die.
Rose,
Sorry.
you see this picture, Rose?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Now, what does this building remind you guys of? What's the first thing that comes to mind when you see this building?
The one in Washington.
Right. Well, obviously, this is when my father went to the Vatican. Down here, you can see the phallic symbol out in the court. So my father walked through there, and he went over to this building. Here's where he first walked up to the building, and you can see the statue's tiny, right? So obviously, he was experimenting on Zoom photography, whatever. I don't know what he was doing. Obviously, because here he's much closer, but zoomed out, and the statue's much bigger. I want to know who this is in this statue right here. This is very important. Who is this sculpture of in front of this building that looks like another White House that's obviously much older? And notice this as well, that it's blocked off. You can't go anywhere near it. There is a giant fence all the way around the building so that you can't get closer. So this is obviously a sacred area to these people, but this is interesting. I want to know who this guy is. Who is this statue in front of this building?
Is that Julius Caesar?
I don't know. I'm just curious to who it is. I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe somebody out there might know.
I know who it is. It's Jim Belushi, Animal House, Toga Party.
Close.
Precise. Okay, close.
Close. Perfect record. No cigar.
Here it is backed off. See?
What is the building? First of all, where is it?
That's what we have. This is the Vatican. So he's showing us. He is showing us where he is right here. We can tell that's the Vatican. Okay. So here it clear. Look at this postcard. He puts the postcard in there as the first picture in the collection, so we know where we're at. We're in Rome, and when in Rome, you go pillbox, and clearly here's the courts, and here's the church. He goes inside the church. Look at this satanic garbage. It's fakery and Satanism. Look at this. He took all of these. He was already doing this 30 years ago. He doesn't even know what he's doing. All this stuff that we're wondering about. So yeah, where is this building?
How do you know he didn't know?
Because of the way he raised me. He, of course, was asleep.
No,
he was asleep.
Maybe he was protecting you.
No,
Rand. He obviously knew something. These are pictures all connected to truth. So, okay. So what is this building?
Yeah, what is this building? I want to know. So we got to find the building in the Vatican that looks like the White House. And watch. See, they can't trick us. There's no Mandela effect here. These pictures have not been changed. So if they might have changed this, I don't know. But I want to know who this is. This is blocked off. You can't. So he's also showing us that he couldn't go in the building. He's clearly showing it that this area is blocked off, and he took two pictures giving two perspectives of this building. And you can see people over here. You have to stand to the side. You can't go in. I don't know. Maybe it's a church. I don't know what this is, but there's something about this building. And why would they make the White House look like this building? There's something to this.
Is that St. Peter's Basilica? That could be St. Peter.
Right.
It looks like St. Peter's Basilica.
Right. It very well could be. Yeah. Is that I just realized this now. I just was curious because of the White House similarity.
Yeah. You know what? And there's the statue. I'm looking at it.
I'm guessing they'll say that's St. Peter, but it was probably someone else before that. You know, they changed the names of things and statues. Right. So
that's what I was thinking. Probably St. Peter.
It's St. Peter's Basilica. I can tell you that. I'm looking at it right now. As a matter of fact, here I'm going to share screens. Let me just show you. Take off yours for a sec, Pill, and I'll share screens. This is the exact same building, yes or no?
Well, I'm not seeing it yet. I'm not. Okay.
I believe so, yeah. I think he's farther away,
There's the statue there, right? Let me just zoom it up a bit.
Somebody said this, they think it's Hercules.
Right there's the zoom. See it? There's the exact same. Actually, this picture.
Yeah, that's it.
Taken pretty much where your dad took his picture. And
yeah, that looks like it's it.
Right?
Can't hear you, man.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roger.
Okay, so there. Now, how I got to that was from here. Look at that in the Vatican. You know what that is, Rose? The mind control?
Yeah, the
The
spiral.
swirl?
Yeah.
Right? But yeah, this is all that. What a study that is.
That is the same building, and it looks like it. It does look like
Oh, it is the same building. Yeah, here it is right here. Here it is again. And there's the statue you're talking about right there, Pill.
Yeah, it looks like you can go up to it now. I'm not sure though.
Maybe he was there when they
There
were
it
still
is.
building something.
Yeah, they were probably hiding something.
Or,
There is barrier.
remodeling.
Pedophiling.
Pedophiling, yeah.
What they do best, yeah.
It
There
is.
it is.
Pedophiles run the system, people.
Well, that's what that whole.
I would say that
complex
statue
built
is-
upon sex. So.
Oh, look at this inside. Is there anything Masonic about this happening? Rose?
On the floor?
Nothing at all.
Does that look Masonic at all?
Not the floor, no.
Knight to Queen's 5, check. Checkmate.
Just crazy.
They're so predictable.
How can people
They're
not
ritualistic creatures, these things.
Yeah,
They
how
love
can people
ritual.
not see it. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, the courtyard outside
Wait.
represents sex. I think we all know
Hey,
that.
look at-
The
isn't
phallic
this
symbol with the
interesting?
womb.
When you see
Oh, mic
this-
check, Rand. Just get a little closer, Mike. Mic check.
Okay, when you guys see this, what do you see?
I
see
see
the,
I see the
sun
magnetic lines of the Earth.
My first thought when I saw it, you see the two windows here?
Sun and moon.
Eyes.
Eyes,
And,
I could- yeah.
and
Oh, alien.
reptilian.
Yeah, but that's
Does it
probably the actual shape of the sun and the moon. But we see it as like spherical. But that's probably the real shape.
Yeah.
We got a lot of lensing going on between our eyeballs, camera lenses, the dome. I've heard like the dome and everything that these spheres that we're seeing is a trick of
Whoa,
the eyes.
Look at this.
Dude, it looks like teeth in the middle.
So
Like a creature with sharp
yeah,
teeth. Look at that. With the tongue, like
Right
Oh.
here.
nope. I see the pyramid at the center of the Earth, the magnetic lines, the ash trailing light, the the aurora borealis,
Firmament.
and the sun and the moon. That's how I see it. It's the cup of life with the light coming out of it. That's what I see. No,
It's
at
interesting.
that.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. But it's all symbology. Like, I don't care. People are just daft if they
Hey,
don't
if you
see.
look-
I mean, come on.
the UN. Bring that up.
oh yeah,
And Jibby that off air.
yeah, that was crazy.
What's it called?
Just put painting UN and it should come up, or tapestry UN, either one.
Yeah, they have Lucifer on one side with the telescope connected to his eye, and then you have the zombies coming out the pit, and then you have
Is
God,
this in here?
Jesus. Yeah, that's it. Yep. See the zombies with the chains, and then the different. No, not that.
Yeah, but
The
I
other
wanna
one.
Find it better here.
No, not that picture. That's not it. It was above that, right there. With this.
This?
Yeah, up there. The first two ones. Yeah, first three. Those. That one.
The heck?
If you zoom in, to your right is Lucifer with the telescope. You can see the zombies chain. And then if you look to the other side, you see a woman opening the wardrobe with the sun coming out of it. A lot of symbology in this picture. A lot.
Yeah, that's crazy. The white horse. Here's slavery. Look at the slavery here. This is interesting. Look at this. Okay, so this guy's got the slave here, right? But he's attached to this. That rope goes all the way to this guy.
And look, if you look at their feet, there's a blue rock, and inside it is a person.
Look at this over here. You see the Jesus Christ pose?
Yeah, and she's opening the wardrobe with the sunlight coming in.
You see what?
Mm-hmm.
What's he doing? This is insane. Like, why did they have stuff like this? Well, obviously, we know why, but
I'm finna send you a picture in a second. I want you to look at. It's pretty sick.
This one here looks sick too. What's this little kid doing? With the guy here with the jacket on, and this one here and the little kid. People are insane, man.
The white phoenix in the middle, with it looks like a dead rat in a. There's a dead rat at its feet. It's like a ghost of a rat. If you look at it, yeah, right there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The hell.
Wow,
this is at the UN, people. This is at the UN behind their heads when they sit there and talk. This painting is behind them.
We
yeah.
We don't belong here. That's my conclusion. Jesus said.
Right behind their heads.
Said,
right there.
This is Norwegian art, apparently. Anchors. What's this? This and other challenges were eventually overcome. The trademark blue walls imprinted with the yellow anchors of faith, the growing weed of hope, and the hearts of charity are still there. What are they talking about? Weird, guys.
Psychos, bro.
And
if you want to see some
do
psycho at the
still
Catholic
have-
Church or the Vatican, check out that link.
Yeah, wall behind the Vatican throne.
Sick.
Yeah. Do you guys remember this?
Denver Airport.
Yeah, Denver Airport.
Denver? Yeah.
Denver Airport.
Rose.
That's
Yeah.
what I want to see before I get on a
Jimmy.
plane.
Yeah, I've studied it.
Are you guys there?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you hear us? Am I still here?
I hear everybody.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of people were complaining about these paintings, so they painted over a couple of them. I don't know exactly which ones, but I know a lot of people were like, no. And there was like a gremlin coming out of a suitcase. Then you have the horse that the guy
Hello?
in front of the airport, and he supposedly died after he made the sculpture, and the sculpture fell on him and killed him.
Jimmy.
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us? Hello.
He needs to
Can you
figure
hear us?
his, speaker. He'll figure it out. He needs to turn his speaker back.
Yeah, he must have muted something. Plus, he was stepping away.
I can't hear you guys.
Type him in the side chat.
Tell him to refresh, maybe. F5, refresh.
Yeah, but they took down that Denver airport girl, which even makes it even more creepy. I got in there saying that it was creepy, so they took it down. Part about it is, I think I saw that mural.
All right, no, it was my Bluetooth.
Good times.
Oh,
My Bluetooth headset. I couldn't hear it. It died. Yeah, I hear you now, brother.
Word. Yeah, that's some creepy stuff, my man.
Can you hear me, Ron?
Yeah, my Bluetooth headset died. I didn't realize. So I just switched over to the television. It's on the TV now.
Oh.
You're on TV, Rose.
Oh, yay.
You're a celeb.
Never want that. No, thank you.
Hey, you feel like punching one of your fans in the face?
Never. No.
Right. What about you feel like freaking out during a concert and then having to be taken into your reprogramming facilities like Kanye West?
No.
I like Kanye West.
Didn't Justin Bieber just beat up one of his fans, punch his fan in the mouth?
I don't know. I just know that he's a MK Ultra. He has a bluebird, Project Bluebird. He has a little bluebird tattooed on his pelvic bone.
They talk about the little bluebird in the movie K-Pax. That was a big deal. The little bluebird.
Yep. And he has a little bluebird tattooed on his hip.
And then you have the girls with the monarch butterfly.
Yep. Monarch programming. Beta kitten programming. Presidential, kind of like what Marilyn Monroe was. Like, they consider that top notch, so they would give that to like higher level presidential mind controls.
There is a lot going on here. We are a good 50, 60 years out of the loop. I mean, we got a lot of catching up to do.
Well, not me personally. I've been doing this for 16 years, but
well, me too. But I'm saying, like, what the information, they are that far ahead of us. Like, by the time we figure something out, we are still way behind.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The shit I know is old. Yeah, I know.
Right.
Yeah, yep. I agree. But people still don't even know that, which is unfortunate because we're 50 years to 100 years behind in information.
Yep. And these guys like Alex Jones, the gatekeepers, every time they're telling us they're gonna do this, they're gonna do that, guaranteed they've already done it. And he's telling us the past. As soon as you hear about it, even the concept of it, it's already been invented, weaponized, overused, and is now outdated. Then you hear about the concept.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And also Julian Assad, his lawyer is a Rothschild's lawyer.
I know. I can't believe people haven't even heard of that or they don't remember it. Some have heard it and they still believe Julian Assange is real.
No, he is opposed opposition. I like the guy for what he's doing. I like his opposed opposition position. But he is controlled. So, but I like that he reveals the truth. That's good. That's good. But like I said, he's just on the Luciferian side. That's all. That's why he's going against Hillary and Obama and all them people. All the Satanists are being exposed right now because the Luciferians want to come in. So That's all they're doing. Is exposing all the Satanists for the piece of shits that they are. So then the Luciferians can come in, and that's what Trump is. Trump is a Luciferian as well. That's why him and Putin get along so well, because Putin's a Luciferian too.
Oh yeah, they're all buddies. They're all family. They're all blood.
Hats. The hats going from the black hats to the white hats. That's it. Same coin, different side, people. That's all.
There's 3 sides to every coin, though. You have to remember the edge. You ever flip a coin, lands in the dirt, it lands in the edge?
Yeah, the edge is us.
Yeah, definitely.
The fringe
Yeah, sure.
edge.
3rd side of the coin.
I don't think you got much more time left, Rand. I think you started this over 7 hours ago, right?
Let's see. He has 3 hours left, give or take.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, it's just 5.
Yeah, we didn't go live
That's right.
until 7 o'clock around then, anyways. 6:30, something like that.
Man, this is a lot of ground coverage, though, for a 3-4 hour hangout. I mean, it's probably more coverage of reality and exposing these things than I think 100 hangouts.
Oh, yeah, and this is just like a fingernail of like a mountain of information.
Call me crazy, but I'm going to show you guys something. I want to just tell me what you think. I'm not going to discern it. I'm just going to ask that you guys give it a discernment if you can. This picture here, this was in the Denver airport. Do you see this man here?
Yep.
Wearing the American flag?
Is he not part of the painting? Oh, I thought you were talking about the guy on the side.
Guy here is a part of the painting.
Yep. It looks like I would say Superman, but it looks more like Storm from the X-Men, but with a red cape.
No,
Yeah,
but he's got.
See the bird? There's a bird in the red that's right below his fist.
Right.
See the bird in the red?
Right
there.
here.
Yep. All right. That's the
And the-
symbolic eagle, and I see 3 faces. Yeah.
Okay, here's what I was discerning. And you guys.
And wait 1 second. And also, remember you were just showing the Vatican how they have the mind control, the twisting of it. If you start at the beginning of his feet and then go all the way around, see that spiral?
Okay, I'm gonna show you what I'm seeing, and you tell me if I'm wrong, Rose. American flag. This guy looks like he's giving the fist up of power to whatever this is. American flag. This guy is stretching out over the 3 faces. The 3 faces look like it's wearing a red hat. Just let me finish with the bird, right? And then here you see the evil, and these look like Latino people stretching out to save their children. You see her? And the kids are trying to reach the mother.
Those are Native American.
Those are not
Native
Latino people. That one guy looks like a buddy of mine. And I don't
There's
mean
some. Look at the evil faces here, the anger, and then this one here is laughing.
Yeah, that guy laughing. That
The one laughing looks like the Joker.
yeah. I think that's a depiction of these things that are hanging around just outside of our sight, because it looks a lot like one of them I saw.
Latino.
Yeah.
This guy is Latino.
Those are, yeah. And it looks
and this
like
guy here,
2
right?
sides. It looks like
This
the
guy
people
is
on
a
the
builder.
right.
Look,
The people on the right, their path will lead them to death. If you see the
Right,
bones
because you
below
see the
them.
bones at the bottom.
look at this one here is handing a hammer. That's a builder. Handing a hammer, that's representing a builder. Okay, so what I'm gathering is you see the red on the 3 faces? The red hat?
Yep.
Those look more like blades to me than a hat. Red blades.
But they're on the head.
Yeah, but red blades, I mean, It could. I mean, that's just what I'm seeing. It looks like blades.
They might not be on the head. They might be just behind it.
Yeah,
Hard to
because it could
say.
be like a cape from behind.
Yeah, hard to say.
It is hard to
Yeah.
say. Why don't we ask the person who painted it?
He's probably dead.
Let's ask his kids. Get some answers.
Look at this Latino guy is angry. See him shaking his fist?
Yeah, like he's a revolutionist. That's what he's looking like. And then the guy underneath him looks like a Christian Bible holder.
Yeah, he's bringing books, and he's in a hurry because his tie is to the side, so that means he's running. He's in a hurry.
Right. Then what's that at the bottom? What is that? Yeah, see the death at the bottom. What about the one underneath the Christian with the books running? It looks to be, at least.
A little kid clinging onto the mother. That's a little kid clinging onto the mother. Looking at
What's
this.
in her arms?
Okay, watch this. I'm telling you, this is a vision. You see this circle?
This is their vision, Rand.
This is a vision. Yes, this is a vision.
Their vision. Yeah, this is what they want. Yeah.
And this all represents something. Every bit of it represents something. From the dead bones down here to the young child grabbing on to the mother to the this guy looks like a Christian apologist running. The tie is to the right, so he's moving quickly. You're right. This guy here is angry. He's protesting whatever's happening here. This guy here looks like he's protesting. This is a builder or somebody that's looking to have something built. This is more anger.
Could that be the number 9?
Yes. Yes, it could be.
Or it's almost like they go in one side, they go around a loop, something changes about them, and then they come out the other side.
Can you rotate the image? They're asking in chat. Also, maybe, I don't know, for whatever reason, I'm thinking it looks like some sort of timeline, perhaps a sequence.
I can't rotate it.
Oh, okay.
Right here. It's just crazy. Like these murals at the Denver airport are so insane. Like, look at this, the dead child.
Yeah, it's what I want to see when I get on a plane. It's like
look at that one. That one has always freaked me out.
Gas mask on too, right?
Yeah.
Why would that be at the Denver airport? I mean, really.
Killing the dove.
And here's got a lot, and it's got a spaceman here.
It's so eccentrically insane. It really is.
The 2 doves. There's the Star of David. With Jerusalem flag, right? The American flag being hugged with. Oh, the American flag is wrapped around a bunch of knives. You see that?
Well, it's the wartime flag.
Okay, very interesting. And up here it says peace.
So
there's the Jerusalem flag there.
Go to war for peace, right?
Bring this down a bit. See, oh, look at this, yeah. Is that an anvil? There you go. And that's the plaque that's there.
Yeah. I mean, at least they signed it. That was nice of them. Oh.
Yeah. So if you look, you see the 999, so that's 666, and then you take the 4, the 1, and the 1, that's another 6. And then the 3.
Yeah.
And March is 3rd. And then is G a 3? I think G is a 3, so that's 33. 6666.
Look at this Grand Master Benjamin Bell.
Oh, disgusting. The most worshipful Grand Lodge. Who worships a lodge, idiots? The most worshipful Prince Hall. So see right here, you have the Black Masons and the White Masons. You have Prince Hall and the Grand Lodge.
This is so telling, Rose. What's it say under March 19th?
New World Airport Commission contributors. And then it has some names.
Aeronautics. Anyways, that place, what happened was when the people were building it, they'd only allow a certain amount of people to build certain parts. So nobody has the full map of building it. So one person would build 2 levels underground. Not one person, but the contractor would have his workers.
That is awesome.
I think one said Martin Marietta. That is Anubis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's out in the field by the airport. There's the airport.
Fantastic. That's awesome for the newly awakened to scare the shit out of them.
Yeah. But it goes down about 8 miles.
Look, this here is funny.
Underground. It goes about, I think, 8 miles underground of the different levels underneath that airport. There is a lot of levels going on there. A lot of shit.
It's all compartmentalized too.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say, that they have the different contractors that would build certain parts. So one contractor group will just build the elevators. One will just build 2 levels. One will build another 2 different levels. Another one will build another 1 level. Another will build, so nobody has the full scope of what's going on.
Right.
Yeah.
Compartmentalized.
Yep.
Yeah, and then how a lot of people go, well, how can NASA do what they do without people knowing? It's like they don't even tell. Nobody even not even the president knows exactly what's going on. So you think Obama knows everything? Fuck no. He gets 5% of knowledge more than us. Maybe a little bit more than that. They just keep him occupied with his Pizzagate and all that kind of ping pong stuff he does. They only get certain amount of information. I'm not saying he's in the closet, no, because he knows more than us. Absolutely. And also he's CIA, so that also gets involved too. So blah, blah, blah. Depends on what president it is. But most of them don't know. The military industrial complex is what really runs this country. And a lot of that is black ops. And that's why before 9/11 happened the day before, they said there's $2.3 trillion missing and we don't know where it's at. Well, that money went to black operations. That's why they don't have any record of it, because it went to black ops. And then the Pentagon that got hit, not by a plane, but by a missile, actually hit the accounting department the next day. So when people started questioning, well, what do you mean you don't know where $2.3 trillion is? Well, guess what? Our records now have just been bombed, hit by an airplane that could even fit in the damn hole. But it hit the accounting department. So then they said those records were burned.
I also heard that the command center for the whole day was Building 7, which was a hardened bomb shelter inside the skyscraper, and that's where Giuliano and everybody that directed the traffic, directed all the activities, and then they had to take that building down, so there'd be no evidence of that either. That's because there's no other reason for that building to go down.
Well, also, if people want to go back and do some research, China was asking for their gold back, and that was because we borrowed their gold for a certain amount of time, which we do, and we owed the money back. and that was around 9/11. I think it was that day or the next day we were supposed to give them back their gold. And Building 7, they tried to tell people that Building 7 had the gold in it, and that the gold got destroyed.
Yeah,
and that's
it's
we didn't pay back China.
very rare reports. Very rare reports speak of trucks and tunnels underneath buildings 2 and 3 and I think 5 or whatever. And in the rubble, they found one truck loaded up with gold. Now, if anybody has seen the movie Die Hard with a Vengeance, which was, I believe, Die Hard 3, that was the whole plot. Was they set a bomb off to get everybody paying attention to one thing while they pulled all the gold out from the Federal Reserve underground and loaded up dump trucks and escaped with it underground in the underground tunnels all the way that led out to Jersey or whatever. And apparently during the collapsing or whatever, one truck got cut off and they recovered one truck full of gold. So that could have been a side plot of what happened on 9/11 with a different countries' gold was being stored underground in the World Trade Center. People could look into that. It's a very it's kind of like rare information that's out there about that. I found it interesting because it coincided with the Die Hard movie.
All right, sorry guys, my wife is almost here. I'm gonna go down and bring her in through the gates. I'm gonna keep this open. You guys go ahead and have some fun. Love yous. Be good. I'll be out for the night.
All right, man. Thanks for hosting, as always. Is Pillbox still up?
I don't know if he's still here. He may have. Oh, it says he left. He may probably be back in a bit. So yeah, lots of weirdness that this is. You got to wonder how many people go through that, especially the Denver airport, and don't even notice those things. You know, let alone think about why would they have such an awful picture in an airport.
Yeah, people are busy. They're just nobody's even picking their heads up anymore. They just yeah.
But I have to think also that those images are for later. You know, like they're just like the architecture, the dollar bill, all sorts of things. That they are depicting a time when they are expect to complete the pyramid, so to speak, and they're going to have Denver Airport as a showcase and be proud of those images and the statues and all that stuff. Because they don't do anything, you know, this stuff was made to last.
Also, I want to point out that the person who owns all of the land surrounding the Denver airport, all the land surrounding it, is Queen Elizabeth. She owns it. Go look it up. Queen Elizabeth owns all that land for miles.
Well, I mean, I believe the whole United States and Canada is owned by the Crown, and our property taxes go to, I guess I want to say the Federal Reserve, but I don't think so. I think it's just a caretaker for the Crown, like a garrison, who collects the property taxes because you can't even get a loyal title anymore anywhere. Maybe a couple of places in Texas are the last places where you can buy land and not pay taxes. But you have to pay taxes because you're renting the land from the Crown. The Crown, like not necessarily the Queen, but the Crown, the bloodline. They owned the United States land, and that's why we never own land. We never do. It is like all the things we hear. We're enemies of the state. You know, we are citizens and everything that encompasses a person, all the legalese, and we are just renters on land. I own the structure, my house. I own this structure, but they can take my house if it's stuck to the land. I could, I guess, move my house they, confiscate the land if I don't pay the taxes. But how do you own something if it can be taken away?
Exactly. The taxes are just rent. I believe that may be true about the land, but I think it's income tax that goes completely to the Fed.
Yes, yeah, the income tax does to pay back as allegedly the interest and whatnot, but the property taxes are solely controlled by the crown and demanded, and it's kind of like we're vassals on the crown's land. We did not win independence if we're paying property taxes. Period. We're paying income taxes, sales taxes, property taxes. Like, how free are we? I mean, what was the Tea Party? Boston Tea Party revolt was about, what was it? A 1.5-2% tax on tea?
Also,
Yeah, and not being
a
represented.
lot of Queen Elizabeth's staff say she's not human as well. And you got to think, what kind of entity owns everything? What entity is able to, like, pretty much bypass even the Pope and the Vatican? Like, she is running everything. Who is she? What is it? What is that?
It appears to be a representative for another group, like the representative for running this corporation, the Earth Corporation.
Yeah,
Seems
Earth
to
Inc.
be like
I call it
Vatican
Earth,
/ Queen. Yeah,
Earth Inc. Yeah,
yeah.
Earth Incorporated. Yeah.
It's like a corporate system, it seems. It's just like a fractal all the way down. You have the small corporations, you have the big corporations on the macro level, meaning worlds. It could be just like the movie Battlefield Earth, where they treated the Earth as like a garrison corporation run by John Travolta's character and Forrest Whitaker. That was actually a pretty good movie. It makes you think. Because in that movie, they came in, they attacked Earth, and they won in like 30 seconds. That was it. They kicked our asses, took over. Which is what it would be like. If we were really going to get attacked, they're not going to sit there and shoot it out with us in planes and dogfights. Come on. They're going to know what to do. They're going to know exactly how to hit us. They're going to put our lights out in 30 seconds. And we kind of seem like a colony that's already been conquered, in my opinion. If aliens were real, they would have conquered us. Hello? This could be just like, we're way into it. Call it aliens, call it demons. It seems to be kind of the same thing. The names have changed. I don't know. We're conquered. Is this Satan's place? Could be. Is it the aliens? Could be. I don't know. I know I'm conquered. I know I'm a slave. I know I don't live for free. I know I have to pay to live in the place I was born. Or I could go on welfare and get fed poison. So, yeah, I can't eat for free. It'll just be poison. Go to any soup kitchen or whatever. They're not giving anybody organics. They're giving everybody Kraft macaroni and cheese and all these loaded with chemicals, just toxic poisons. It's horrible. At least it's food, but it's just barely.
Yeah, it's messed up either way. What I think about it prophetically and everything, all the players and who's doing what and how it's going to turn out. But in the meantime, there's always surprise twists and turns in the road.
Yeah, I'm just trying to take it all in as I see it. I'm not going by a playbook or any book. This is how I'm seeing it. This is how I've studied it. I'm trying to give it a nice neutral perspective. And we're still coming out with the same thing. Pretty much.
Sorry, I got some background noise. I'll talk later.
So Rose, what else have you come across? You seem to, yeah, you said 16 years of research. You seem to have knowledge that goes pretty far back. Stuff I've come across too.
Oh, is she there? She's muted, but she was there a second ago.
All right, Paula, break out the balls and start juggling for our entertainment.
Yeah, I'm really good at that sort of thing.
I would have got the moon tonight, but it's cloudy again. I mean, it would be nice if there was a break in the clouds tonight. I'll keep an eye out for it. I'll stay up late. Moon's going to rise later and later in the phase, but
Yeah, it's got to be close to, what, 3 or 4 in the morning by now.
yeah. Yeah. And then it's just going to start rising in the morning, and that I've never taken before. Early morning moonshots. It'd be interesting.
I have tried to take some during the day, and mostly with my video camera, but it's kind of hard to do with the scope. For whatever reason, I guess because there's so little contrast between the moon and the sky, I have a lot of trouble locating it.
Yeah, I want to catch it in the morning, but I don't know. The horizon will be too... Yeah, you need really good conditions. You really do.
Yeah. You can get filters and things. I don't know how much is built into your camera that would be able to compensate for some of that. Like polarizing filters are good for fog, I think. Maybe it's something like a polarizing filter.
I have UV filters of different types, and it's, you know, it's like the main lens is protected.
Well, see if there's a polarizing one, because although it's been many years, I seem to recall that was one that I used with my old SLR that would help compensate for hazy conditions.
Oh.
Because it's just like your sunglasses.
Yeah. I should be able to use sunglasses as a filter too.
Yeah.
Welder's mask. Get me one of those.
Might be too dark.
Well, I mean, I want to try them all out. There's Senor Pillbox.
I don't think a polarizing filter would be that expensive, though.
No, I'm going to try them all. Not just the popular ones. It's kind of like, oh, you got to get a GoPro. Don't you know if you have a P900, you have to have GoPro. Like, I don't want to get the filters that everybody's pushing.
Well, I'm just saying that's just a matter of physics.
No, I'm not saying anybody's pushing the polarized ones. I'm just saying when you look for filters, they're trying to push specific ones, like flood you with this one type. And I'm like, that's suspicious. What's up, Pillbox?
Good thing you asked, Jibby. Let's play a game.
Shall we play a game?
Oh, yeah. This one is called The Space Shuttle Operator's Manual. And here we have it right here. Let me tell you, this is a nice, another wonderful find that I was given.
Just when I thought I was out, he pulls me back in. Oh, you muted. You're muted, Pillbox. I want to.
Let's look. Yeah, let's. Okay.
I want to learn about.
Is it smooth? Okay.
Top. Thank you. The triangle at the top.
Yeah. Let's get started here. Okay. Discovery, Challenger, Atlantis, Columbia, Discovery. Yeah, the space shuttle. The book that puts you in the cockpit. Your step-by-step guide to flying the space shuttle. This is all you need.
I might have had this.
This is all you. This is by the way. This is the revised edition, though.
Oh, this is hardcover. I didn't have hardcover.
No, it's soft.
Oh, I thought you were tapping hardcover. Oh, I might have had this one.
Welcome aboard, Space Cadet. You are about to embark on a spectacular adventure, blazing a trail to the future of space travel in the world's greatest flying machine. They really don't, they make you, think this is important. You're the pilot of a space shuttle. Congratulations. We hope your mission is rewarding and fascinating. Sincerely, Director for Crew Training. I wonder who that guy was. Who's the director for the crew training? Oh, boy. Okay. I wonder how much actual knowledge is it? Like, how many things, like, is it just 100% complete? Why is this page red? From Earth to, this is like trying to shock your mind. Oh, my gosh. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. This is important right here, Jimmy. It's external tank operation. So there's Atlantis. So there's the system of the space shuttle. Yes. This is obviously evidence as well, as you can see with the black and white ink.
I'm convinced.
Yeah, look, going into the yeah. That's not the only thing that. Look at this. This isn't the only thing that goes into the ocean. Showing you the tank going in the ocean. Yeah, right. You idiots. You stupid Satanists. Look at this flight profile. This is how we take off. Yeah, and you go around the world and you go to the ocean. Look at this. Wow, yeah, that makes a lot of sense for it to be pointing up in the first place, for you to go like that. Well, that's brilliant. Yep, it's important. Okay, we got Glider 1 here. Challenger. And look at this. This is Enterprise Columbia, Challenger, Discovery, Atlantis. Replacement vehicle for Challenger, built partially from flight spare components. Assembly started in 1987. Well, what was the replacement vehicle?
You got Discovery in there, right?
Enterprise, Columbia, Challenger, Discovery, Atlantis.
Enterprise. Oh, you got them all. I think.
They canceled it. Yeah. Oh, we were going to make a replacement one. Look at these detailed drawings of the importance of flight modules and controls. Flight deck commander's launch position. Yep, there it is. That's the evidence right there that you could get a. Boy, that's a nice astronaut suit here. Look, it looks like it's just a jumpsuit that you got at O'Reilly's Auto Parts for 1995. That's good. Look at this. Very important here. I'd like to see somebody go through this hole with a space suit on. I dare you to try to get through this hole. I want to see it. Oh, it doesn't matter. We put them on later. Oh, okay. Yeah, because we'll develop something that you can't get out of with the spacesuit. Yep. Ah, beautiful. Ooh, they actually have some real pictures here. Look at this. Nasal spray. It's good. You never know, you got sinuses up there in space. It's cold and it's really hot. So, must be some. Oh, this is a flotation. So, in case the space shuttle blows up, if we have another Challenger incident, please grab this bag and blow it up with your mouth, apparently. And then when it blows up, you have a safety device. So that's good. People are so doomed. Somebody has this, and somebody has read this literally. Negator Space Cadet, the Tim Osmonds read this stuff, and oh man, I got the manual, so I've been researching. So yeah, bro, science.
Huh. Oh my God!
Look at this. Oh, here we go. Now that's a spacesuit. Now we're talking. Jibby, look at this guy. Now we're talking. I'd love to see him get through a barn door. I'd like to see that, let alone the space shuttle kit. Could you imagine? Look at this. They want you to think that you could use this. Oh my God. Look at this guy. Oh no. Look at oh oh no. Oh shit, I'm an astronaut. Oh, I'm going to hell. This saga. I was kidding. Look at oh, here's the special gloves, you know, that they put on with it. They have a zipper, I believe. Okay. This is some Lieutenant Ripley stuff right here. Look at this. These crackhead scumbag liars. Yeah, this is the high. We have tubes in the space shuttle. We have full-sized 1983 colored TVs in there. Advanced technology, obviously. Ooh, Swiss Army knife. This is one of the tools they give you so that you could be an astronaut. Oh my goodness, dear Lord. Oh, look, secret spy pen. You'll get as soon as you become an astronaut, you get a free secret spy pen, a free Swiss Army knife, and a note Velcro attachment device. Pen light. Free. The first 3 are free. You have to pay for the replacements. Toilet. Here we go. Something important. Foot restraints. Yeah. I don't know where they're at. Oh, best of all, space food.
So these pictures or drawings?
That's a picture, black and white. Yep.
Is that a pyramid?
Insert straw in drink container.
Oh, it looks like a pyramid.
Yeah, who knows how many times we posed for these pictures. Sir. Pull up of top of food package and cut open. They need to tell you how to pull open a plastic bag you got at the grocery store and to cut it open with scissors. I hope this isn't too complicated for the space cadets.
Wow.
And then you get to eat a food in space. Holy dear Lord.
The math that you have to learn to get that far, and they have to teach you how to use scissors?
Yeah, in order to cut the plastic bag, and then it shows you have food, and then you eat it. Oh, what is this? Lithium hydroxide canister. Of course, with a drawing. Mid-deck, changing lithium hydroxide canister. You have to change that canister once in a while when we run out of space fumes or something. Yep. Okay. This section describes how you accomplish such everyday activities as eating and sleeping in space. Not only is there no air, food, or water in space, requiring that all this can be carried with you, but the environment is extremely inhospitable. Temperatures can vary from 120 Celsius to 250 Fahrenheit, and the sun is 100 negative, and in the sun, negative shade of the sun, there are cosmic rays, solar flares, and other harmful forms of radiation. You can add to the list such other hazards as micrometeors, physical deterioration from weightlessness, and psychological conflicts caused by being confined in a small space underground while you wait for the fake spacecraft to crash so that you can go back to your family. However, these problems were considered when the orbiter was designed, so you'll find you can live aboard the shuttle in relative safety and comfort.
Well, they are smiling all the time. It must not be too uncomfortable.
Yeah, right, Paul. Other than when they came back from the moon landing, they're always smiling. Yep. Ooh, what is this? What is this? There's the Easter egg. What in the hell is this? This is the centerfold for space cadets. There. This is what they give you. Oh boy, bro, check this out, bro. Oh man. Whoa. Wow, look. Ground track of typical space shuttle mission. Oh yeah, here's the telemetry data. Here we go, Jibbies. I want you to read this. Here, Charles will know. Where's Charles? Okay, I want you to read this. And look at this. Yeah. Waves. I get it. See what they're saying there?
They're saying heart-shaped Earth.
I read that. That's beautiful. Oh my gosh. Flight deck controls. Is that it? We're done? Closed vent valves. Look at this. Got a checklist. Panel procedure. Time event. Panel procedure. Look at this. Oh my God. I just want to see. All I'm asking, Jibby, this is very simple. I'm just asking to see fully decked out spacesuited astronauts go in and out of the original capsule that they supposedly sent to the moon. I just want to see them enter and exit the vehicle. That's all I want.
This looks like predominantly drawings. So
yeah, now it's all chicken scratch.
In other words, real.
Right. Oh, here. Look at that. First edition, October 1982. Revised edition, 1988. So this is the 88 version. So I got the nice upgraded one.
I got one older.
This is look at this. Carrie Mark Joels. Here's the names of these perverted sick criminals that lied and made this garbage. Gregory P. Kennedy. Designed by David Larkin. Those names are not in the kingdom of heaven. Just letting you know.
I have found a book myself over here. You inspired me, Pillbox, with all of your wonderful. Whoops. Let's see if I can switch up here.
Yeah, a total of about $5.37 for all of this as an investment. Yep. You still with us, Arcane? Yeah, he's probably cold. He's battening down the hatches, building the fireplace in the living room. What about you, Rose? You MIA, Rose?
What?
Oh, you're still there? Yeah, we were going over the Space Shuttle Manual. So now you are certified and qualified by the United States National Aeronautical Space Association to now fly space shuttles. So just want to let you know.
Oh, thank you. I'm just still cooking food over here. Good Lord.
Well, in this book, it shows you how to do that.
Oh, okay.
It shows you how to cook food. It shows you how to use the scissors.
You gotta lift the plastic.
Right. You have to take the plastic bag out of the sealed container and then ask your assistant to hand you the scissors and apply the scissors to the edge of the bag and precisely cut along the dotted line, and the food will be able to come out of the bag.
Paula, how many Hail Marys do you think I'm going to have to do for a library book that's over 30 years past due?
I don't speak Hail Marys.
First, let me show you Mr. Jedi. Anybody recognize this hand gesture?
Yep, that's
Pyramid.
the Illuminati pyramid, the one that Hitler uses.
Winston Churchill.
Yeah, you'll find a lot of good stuff in my little trusty. This is my Bible. But I have another one. This this goes back to my grammar school, and 30 years ago. 1987 is when I graduated. So this is a little bit overdue, let's just say, as you can see here. Here's the library card. Oops, a little overdue here. But don't worry, we got some great imagery to. So it's not going to be, you know, my $3,000 in back. See, we want to get some.
Oh, go back to the X15.
X15. Oh, dude, that's like scratching the surface here. I'm telling you, like.
I know, but that's the only thing that's real. That at least that was a real plane, and it took off, and it maxed out at 350,000 feet. Had to come back down. What's it say? Is it the 15 or another variant?
Can you see it?
I see U.S. Air Force. USAF. What's it say right? I can't read it. It's too blurry.
60670. I think that's a no.
Does it give you the identification of the aircraft though at the top or anything?
Doesn't look like an SR-71. It looks more like the X.
No, it's an X-15. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I said. It's an X-15, at least an X-15 or an X-32 or something. Content. So it doesn't even tell you. Oh, here it is. We don't want to tell you what this real plane is. Okay.
No, but we want to start you off with your, introduction to indoctrination. There we go. Now, there are some funny. This is like a really intense book. I'm trying to like back up a freaking trailer into the driveway here. I got to move like backwards according to this camera. All right. We got some dragons. They're important in an astronomy book. Yeah, this is pure straight up astronomy book, like my intro to astronomy, kind of, in grammar school. So this is from my grammar school years. This is kind of how I started. Let me do this. I want to get the whole book in here. It's like trying to fly a plane. Up is down and down is up, and I'll do the best I can here. There is where have we seen this before?
Oh yeah, that's one that my brother at one time, when UFOs were first getting real big and kind of before the internet, they would show this picture at the UFO meetings.
Yeah, this is in my astronomy book from grammar school that I never returned. It's because I wasn't done with it. And we go through the signs here. And then, of course, there's your little constellations. And cartoons. Radio telescopes. And here is my very first kind of visualization of the solar system that they gave me. I was like, okay, well, shouldn't our entire daylight sky be filled with the sun if it's that big? Is what I used to think. Like, okay, the sun is this big, we're that small. Shouldn't the whole sky be the sun? I don't know. Call me crazy, but that's what I would think. All right, now we got to have our... They really throw it all in here. They really, really do. They throw you the make-believe and the real. And there's one part, wow, you'll just wow. Here it is.
Wow.
They're showing you the local sun.
It looks like the Joshua story in the Bible. Holy shit.
Yeah, they're like, okay, here's the sun going down the road. Here's it shining. Very interesting. Very interesting. A nice local sun. Well, we got to throw in some Egyptian. We have to throw in some... Everybody knows what that is. Why are they throwing all this in the astronomy book? So this is very confusing to me. And here we go. This is real. We're on the moon. Yep.
Reminds me of a Saturday morning cartoon.
The numbers on their suits are 8 and 6. Happens to be my favorite hand in Hold'em.
Why would they need numbers anyway?
Yeah, exactly. Why would they? Left is right, right is left. Left is right, right is left. It's driving me nuts. Now, what is this? This I found interesting because this page, it just got like, I mean, it's got table of contents over here. What they're basically trying to show me here is this is supposedly, I think, the dark side of the moon.
It should have a caption.
And the light side of the moon, but it doesn't. It just has a stupid satellite over here.
I think that's a rocket ship landing wherever that is because it looks like it's trying to descend.
And this is their plans to mine the moon. You know, you get me dreaming. Now explaining eclipses. Oh man, these pages are old and thick. This is like construction paper, each page. It is so thick. Well made. Is that Mr. Jesus? I think it is. What's he doing here? Anybody recognize any of that?
No.
It's Latin.
It's hard to see.
Is that Illuminati? I can't
Google it.
But it looks like, what is he holding? Wow. And he's sitting on something. He's sitting on, it looks like another sun, maybe. I'm just curious the symbology that they're doing here.
This is satanic Catholic stuff, right?
Yeah.
Oh, hells yeah. Literally, hells yeah. The planets of the solar system. And then here comes Zuzurj. Why is he in there?
Nice artistic renditions here. These are nice.
Oh, this is what, you know, this is what I had to work with at first, my first science fair projects. This book I must have used for a science fair project that I just never returned.
Are you saying the other planets are flat too? Because I've seen them. Here they are. What is this crater? What was that? Is that where Satan impacted on the Earth, or what?
It's
That's Arizona, isn't it?
Yeah, it's meteor. It
says meteor crater in Arizona.
That is Arizona. Yep.
Very good. Meteor crater.
Yes, that is meteor crater, and it's not from a meteor. Yes.
It's another one of those 90-degree impacts. Hit it just right, just perfectly perpendicular to the
I
ground.
imagine it could have been a volcano. It could have been just straight up. I mean, the exact opposite. The Earth vomiting a shower like a fire hose.
Does it have anything raised spot in the middle?
Yeah, it did.
Because if it does, that's electrical arcing.
Yeah, that's where God struck the planet with a plane of existence with his hand.
Yeah.
And just absolutely crushed everything. Yeah, everything for like that was probably the worst place to be. I would just assume, which is exactly where I'm from, of course. Yeah. Phoenix. And of course the same place is called Phoenix now. So now the capital of Arizona is Phoenix. Is that a coincidence? There's something going on here with the Grand Canyon and there's like they're saying that there's an Egyptian lost city in the Grand Canyon, and then meteor craters there. And if it's, it's called Phoenix. I mean, it's really weird. All the coincidences, of course.
I think we all know what this is.
That's the portal.
Tower of Babel, no?
Yes, the Tower of Babel, which a lot of people say that it was a portal and not a, to reach the heavens. I don't know. I don't know too much about that. Look, whoa, what's that? Now you're talking. What's the illustration text on that, Jibby?
Yeah.
As tradition in Polynesia claims that a superior race of beings of mysterious origin disappeared into the sky millions of years ago.
I'd like to meet some Polynesian people that believe in millions of years.
You
I
guys
don't.
look pretty good for millions of years ago.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. These people are so psychotic. They're so stupid. Find me one Polynesian guy that believes in 500,000 years, please.
And these guys are running from the wind, I think, or something over here. Trying to zoom out and get the best.
Is this just a picture book? They must have words somewhere that are in English.
Oh, they're very tiny words. I really didn't want to like take everybody's time going through every exact thing. I mean, I could just do a hangout on this entire book.
V1 rocket. Look at the V1 rocket on the right. And of course, they started off with a biplane. Well, that's the V2. Look up. Look up to the V1. Yeah, buddy. There it is. The first rocket. The first real deal.
I think I've seen this in SpaceX.
Ooh, what's the big one called? What we really needed if we were going to go to the moon?
It's listed as 11, which is the Nova. And number 10 is the Saturn rocket. So the big one.
So they had a bigger one planned. See, they had a bigger one. They knew that the Saturn would never get to they'd never go 100,000 miles. Period. Can't.
The artificial satellite. What? An artificial Earth satellite revolves around Earth just as does the moon. An artificial sun satellite is a minute planet launched by man into a much larger orbit. It revolves around the sun, but whatever heavenly body they may orbit, satellites always obey the laws of gravity and of motion. They are attracted by the gravity of Earth or of the sun. The centrifugal force of their orbit prevents them from falling into the body around which they are turning. This centrifugal force balances the force of the body's attraction.
But wait a minute. The formula for gravity has nothing to do with motion or angular momentum. It's only mass and distance.
Oops. Forgot. Sorry about that. Yeah, and I like the law of gravity. Well, that's a nice statement. The law of gravity. That's
It's the law.
It's Satan's law. Time and gravity. You give them time and gravity, you get everything. Get monkeys from nothing.
Oh, rocket science, my favorite. And all the different types of satellites. We have Pioneer 1, Pioneer 3, Lunik 1, Explorer 1, Sputnik 1, Sputnik 2, Vanguard, Explorer 7, Vanguard, Discoverer 2. That was cool because now, way before Star Trek, the movies anyway. No, it was right around the Star Trek movie time. It's very interesting. So, yeah, they got my mind going, and of course, the artificial gravity and how they would do it. By you spin the space station, and that will create gravity, in theory.
Well, that's not gravity, though. That is centrifugal force, and that would be real. That is actually demonstrable and a fact that could work that way if we could ever get something into a magical vacuum that for some reason magically actually keeps everything sucked to the Earth, which is, the vacuum should be pulling everything away or sucking it away, and everything for some reason does the opposite. But that's actually, you got to give them kind of credit. Like that would actually be something that could be possible. If space was real, that 2001 Space Odyssey style, joke is actually the best thing they'd ever have. Chris just came in. What's going on, Chris?
How you doing, guys and girls?
Oh, hey, what's up, man?
Hello.
We're just we're learning some Satanism here.
Yeah, I was watching for a
Spaceballs.
while. I've been listening for a couple hours.
Sorry to hear that.
Well, I didn't turn it for a couple hours, so that's a good thing.
All right, well, thank you. Check it out.
What is this? What is this? Hellraiser's Cube? The hell's that?
The round thing is one of the. I'm not sure if it's moon or star or moon or sun timepiece, but it's like Aztec wheel kind of thing. They're all
I
over
haven't
those.
seen this surly
Bro,
group before. Look at this group of
wait a
fish.
minute, dude. Listen, Jibby, those devices look like some Stargate keys, man. Now
These
you're
look like
talking.
rune symbols. These are rune symbols right here. I know because I have a rune tattoo. These are rune symbols. At least partially. Maybe there are also something else, but very interesting. Wow.
Don't know.
This is some kind of book.
What's the caption for that?
None.
None. Nice book.
Yeah, it's falling apart.
It looks like a 3D pop-out book. That thing's coming at me out of the thing on top, that circular thing. What's going on with that?
So well made. I know, it's so well made. Check it out. Plus, my camera's pretty good.
Yeah, you should take pictures of the pages, seriously. Make JPEGs.
I mean, that is extremely clear of the Mayan calendar for this book. And it's even on its pole with the numbers on it.
That's a Stargate key, I'm telling you.
Okay, I have no way. I've never seen that. That's interesting.
I've never seen the pole attached to the Mayan calendar.
And there's no literature about these images. There's no literature before or after on this page about this page.
No, it is just your basic write-up over here.
Is it possible there's a bibliography in the back or some kind of sources page?
Yeah, this is page 105, actually. And is there a page missing? Because it looks like this is cut off over here.
Yeah, it does actually. It looks like that was a two-page.
Oh,
dang.
Well, let's find out because this is 104. This would be 105. Oh, wait a minute. We're at the end.
That's it? There's got to be an illustrations list or something.
A day in the life of a TV news reporter.
Cool.
Another Satanist job. Nice.
A day in the life. Oh, this looks like some of maybe my old test work.
You know, at one point they were real. I mean, some of them were at one point.
Well, yeah, in 1957, when those two jackasses were interviewing Bird, that was real.
The angle of the Earth's rotation in such a way. There's no picture here. Why would it have a caption?
Oh, there it is.
Here is the. Is this the
24-hour sun? Yeah.
Yeah, that totally looks like a sun 93 trillion miles away, and all of those reflections on flat water prove it.
JB, that's not a. I'm correct in saying that's like a painting, an artist rendition, right? That's not a picture. Those aren't pictures.
Yes,
right?
this is clearly a painting, but
yeah, that's a
19 hours, 27 minutes, 20 hours, 27 minutes, 21 hours, 27 minutes, 22 hours, 27 minutes, 23 hours, 0 hours, 27 minutes, 1 hour, 2 or 3 hours, 4 hours, 27 minutes, telling you how much it does. Just this is over the course of 8 hours. They're trying to say the sun does this in 8 hours.
8 hours.
8 hours the sun does this. It's interesting. And I think I'm at the end here, but it does look like some juicy pages got ripped out or something because it's not showing me anything. I don't know what these pages are, but that's the last page, and it does look like something is missing here.
That's the one they didn't want you to see.
Wow, bro. It had the Hellraiser cube, probably.
What the other page is buried or etched into stone on the top of a knight in the medieval, the catacombs. You got to go find it.
Well, this book should be available somewhere, like online. This is the name of it. You gotta
type it in right now. Do Google search title and author and page number.
All right,
see if
so
you can
right
see it.
here. You can see. Let me just tilt.
Ooh,
Like, I think that one should have been astrology as well by the looks of what was in there.
Whitman World Library Astronomy.
Whitman World Library Astronomy.
Page 104, right?
Yep.
There's no other publisher information like on the inner first page or anything.
On the back here, you have to have your
Decoder ring.
Yep.
What does that say? Whitman? No,
Yeah.
it's blurry.
Yeah, Whitman, and it looks like a Goldman, Goldstein, Jew.
Can you hold it away from a little bit?
Yeah, I'm trying to get it just right.
Yeah, Whitman Juvenile Golden Craft Binding.
Okay.
So it's a binding method, but
I see the book all over the place. Here it is, right here. There's your original rocket ship and stuff.
Yeah, that's the back of the book. And
that's frustrating not to have any. Renee
Guillot.
Yep.
Okay, that helps a little bit. Somebody wrote this down. My computer's lagging really bad. It would take me 10 minutes to type that.
Well, it is recorded on this Hangout.
That's true.
But very old book.
Yeah, I got the book in Google Images here, but what page did you want?
104. What was on what was after page 104?
I kind of remember what it looked like. The one that was ripped. Oh yeah, it wouldn't be 104. Then it would have been like 106 or at least. I don't recognize any of those pictures. For the cover's here.
Man, universal gravitation. Well, they know all about universal. What is this?
That's the universe, I guess. I don't know.
Is this?
That's the world as we know it. That's Europe and Asia. And you can see the boot.
Is it?
Yeah. Look at Spain and the boot and the Mediterranean there.
Man, that's hard to see on my
monitor. Is this the real world?
That's what they thought it looked like before they discovered the West, so they say. At one point, I imagine.
Yeah.
But not bad, because there is a Europe look there, for sure.
So this is for Pillbox.
Release the dragons.
You want to drink me? I am good.
Wasn't there a point about the Chinese zodiac with the dragon?
Yeah, and also
they're whatever the year of. That's what they do, like the year of and they're all animals, and the dragon would be the only mythical one, if it was mythical.
Right. Well, that's the thing. What the other interesting thing is that the Great Wall of China, which is the largest man-made object in the history of everything, as far as what man-made items, it's bigger than any bridge.
Yeah, you can see it from space.
I know my dad used to tell me that. Yeah, Dad used to say, I think you can see the Great Wall of China from space. That's how I know my dad wasn't awake. But it is a dragon. It is a 1,000-mile long statue of a dragon. You know,
I didn't even have a clue of that. Are you sure?
Right. So absolutely 100%. And what that tells me that they absolutely knew that the dragon was the most impressive animal in history. The large reptile, the large dragon. That's all it is.
Wait.
I think there's a lot of talk about that being a wall to keep out giants. Whatever
There's a repeat of that page over here on page 47.
Oh, maybe it wasn't a cutout then.
Okay. Was this? I don't remember this being a part of it though. Was it? I think it was. Maybe.
Yeah, that was there. I don't know. I didn't read it close.
Right. So, all right, maybe it wasn't cut off because it goes 46. This would be 47. This is 48, 49. So, okay, there are no pages missing, maybe.
Oh, let's look at the astronaut. Oh, look at those heroes. Go back to that page. Look at these heroes. Look at these Buck Roger jacket wagons.
Did you say that was your favorite poker hand, really?
8-6 offsuit is my favorite. Gotta be offsuit.
You mean you call a raise to that for real?
I would call a raise if there's like 4 or more people in, because that means they all got each other's cards and they're high cards. And if I got the 8-6, I'm catching my straight. Likely.
Maybe. But there's got to be enough players in it for you.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to go heads up with an 8-6. I want 5 players out of like 10.
That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Yes, I'm not that stupid. But I have had incredible wins with those kind of rags.
Yeah, I used to go and spend $50, $100 gambling before I was, serious about studying and things. But to spend $2 or $5 playing a game with friends I don't amount that to.
That's not
anything.
gambling. That's just socializing.
Wasting time.
Background.
Yeah. But again, I don't know. You gotta. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
This fascinates me.
What do you think, Paula?
She did?
Oh, she must have muted.
That fascinates me. I don't know why. But especially now in this flat earth stuff.
So there's no caption. That's the moon for sure on one side, and they're trying to maybe tell you that's the back of the moon, or is that just some other object? Or
4, 5, 6. The sea of
early formation. I bet it'll tell you
that
there in the little print. I bet you.
Yeah, it is, and they're trying to just name Sea of Tranquility, all that stuff. Like they're basically saying this is like the negative image.
Gotcha.
Fascinating, And yeah, a lot.
Oh, we got one of those on Mars, don't we?
I saw that at Sun Devil Stadium at the Monster Truck Show a few years ago.
How would they know that NASA would still be the one doing all this too in this future? I don't know. Yeah, this is just so awesome.
Well, they're trying to get it to SpaceX now real bad, or ESA. Trying to get it away from NASA.
Sunspots.
Oh, that
reminds me. Rotation.
They're real.
Because that's something that we've been misled with as well, is the rotation of the moon. The same thing happens with the sun. Those sunspots don't go around its belly. They go around like a clock.
Yeah. You take a P900 of this and then it just goes like that.
Yeah. And that's crazy, man, because we were all taught that they swing around like.
Yeah, what happens to be the case is we're on the pole.
Because the Soho.
Right, we would be on the pole.
Right?
Yep.
All those Soho images, which means they're all fucking fake.
Oh, yeah. I've been saying that for 10.
I know there's people that have whole religions based on that. Excuse my language. There's people that have their whole religions based on that. Absolutely. They believe there's a war out there, all based on these images from Soho and shit.
I know the channels that make a fortune off it too. Every time there's a new Soho anomaly, it's like they can just add new bad guys to the Atari games, and the people are making thousands of dollars.
What about this, guys? Check this out real quick, Jibby. I was having a discussion with some friends, and some of them are Mormon. They're really good people. I mean, just great people. These Mormons, and they were talking about, the planet Kolob. That they have a heliocentric model in their fictitious
you have no idea
Bible.
what the Mormons believe, do you?
That's what I'm saying, is that they have a planet Kolob, and they number
what they do?
it.
No,
yes,
you know what they do?
Yes, I know about the space babies and the black babies and the
it's that God was born a regular old dude and worked his way up to godhood, and there's a council of gods, and that Jesus is another one of these, and Satan was another one of these, and they're kind of at war.
They're like brothers, right?
In theirs, yep, and that you can ascend to be part of you can become a god yourself. That you can literally, and you'll have your own planet to deal with and stuff.
This is Jippy Jedi. Just so you know. And what happens to the cocky Jedi? This. I'm sorry. Please let me out. Please, I didn't mean it. You get cocky and you fall into the pit with the Rancor.
Now, does that mean a Mormon's not saved to you?
Yeah, what is
Oh, it's not. It's really bad. I mean,
yeah, no, I say it's up to God, and I'm not.
No, it's up to God, yes, but you're literally defaming the Bible. You're blaspheming God's real word, and you're replacing it with a fictitious fairy tale that literally is the polar opposite of the Bible. I mean, what about that? You know, when it says in Genesis, and I bring this up,
that's the same with a lot of denominations too, though.
I can't, but I've just never heard of, other planets and stuff like
Yeah,
that. That's
I
just
know.
mind boggling. And it's like, wait a minute, you telling me I got to now attack your Bible? I mean, that's terrible. That's much harder than what we've done. All the stuff we've worried about as far as attacking people's, beliefs and stuff, it's because they fell for NASA or they fell for space or they fell for Star Wars or Star Trek or you name. But now there's a pseudo.
Now. That's been going on forever.
I know, but they changed their minds though. But now we have a pseudo Christian religion that has planets.
Always
That's a problem.
Yeah, you're not going to get them out of that one because that's the meat and soul of what they believe. They actually go to another planet and become a god.
Yeah, and I told him right out. I said there is no other planets. I said in Genesis it says God created the heavens and the earth, not
Singular.
God created. Yeah, well, or heaven. I said that's fine. I'm trying to point out.
I meant the earth part. I meant
so
the
right,
earth
so
part.
heaven. So heaven and the earth. It's like you really think that we have? It says God is saying that Earth is so important. It's literally second to heaven, and you're telling me that you want to believe in other so-called planet Earth. It's like this is so stupid. Please stop.
Well, you can take a line from the Bible anywhere and build a doctrine around it, or an idea in general. Unfortunately, they got it wrong. They understood a couple of things and warped it into this sci-fi story.
But how could anybody in their right mind see this is far worse than Islam, in my opinion, because Islam eventually, if you're a true follower of Allah and you actually are honest with yourself, you turn into a Christian. I've seen it a bunch of times. These people, and of course some Judaism, and whatever. But to have this sort of massive deception so grand, and so because the Quran isn't even that far away from the Bible, like the Mormon book. You're literally talking about another world of a Bible.
Dude, crap, dude.
So fucking stupid. What is that?
Crap, dude. Like the world is flat over
Look at
here.
that.
Like,
Yeah,
we did not even notice Endor was flat, but like if I hold it right,
almost, man. Yeah.
it's flat. Like I mean, you're seeing a bend here, but it's not. It's flat.
But look how high up you'd have to be to even see barely a curve, right?
Dude.
Right. So is this planet like 500 million miles in circumference or something?
No. They're probably pretend it's the same size as Earth. So. They're up. These guys are supposedly up 500, maybe 1,000 miles high. They're higher. They're higher than what the space shuttles go and things like that. So
it's flat.
Right, but either way, just quickly think about what that size of that ball would be, and it would have to be literally 1,000,000 miles in circumference.
No.
Yeah, they're 1,000 miles up, and there's almost no curvature. You're talking.
I don't know. I'm
just saying that's 1,000,000 Earths. I mean, that's 100 Earths. That's a Jupiter or a sun.
It could be a lot farther because that Death Star was in there, right? And they can't bring another moon into orbit without causing, crap.
Yeah, this is a terrible pseudo conversation, though.
Oh, horrible. I really liked that series, that set of movies when it came out. I really liked it. I was 7 years old when the first one came out, so I was perfect. I was the target age. Man, did I like that.
I guess it really got to me too at age 4.
Well, I actually remember going and seeing it in the theaters. I don't remember if I saw it when I was 7, but I definitely saw the other ones like Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi in the theater live. I remember that.
I remember those. I saw the original Star Wars in a drive-in. I remember.
It was Revenge of the Jedi at first. That's how it was. That's how it was billed as, and but they released it as Return of the Jedi.
Yeah.
But you still get posters that say Revenge, and people have worked that into the Mandela effect, even though it was a marketing thing, right?
There's a lot of movies though that were like right around that time with different Ving Rhames in Die Hard, I think, or no, maybe that was Pulp. No, it was Ving Rhames was in one of them. He wasn't supposed to be in
Pulp Fiction.
Die Hard.
He was in Pulp Fiction for sure.
Yeah, but I think it was Die Hard, or there was somebody else in Die Hard that wasn't supposed to be in Die Hard, and all these movie covers that are like, what? Not maybe Ving Rhames was Mad Max. I think that was it. Like things that didn't make sense.
Huh. Yeah, and then Mel Gibson gets it at the last week or something, last minute.
Probably the way it went.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe that'll explain half the Mandela effect, right there.
Yeah, exactly.
But there is some weird ones. That Berenstein Bear ones really bothers me, to be honest with you. The rest of them I'm not too worried about.
I used to call them the Bedstain Bears because of the way it was spelled.
And I remember Steen because of the way it was spelled.
So it must have been just I always want to say it's a Chinese factory mistake where they spelled something wrong. They just went with it.
Actually, that's true. I once had it was a Hot Wheels car, and on the bottom it said Dorge. So that is probably not a Mandela effect. I think that's wrong.
Sex in the City, Sex and the City. I can see 500,000 units of merchandise sent out to China, and they spelled it Sex and the City. And they were like, well, we're not going to toss away $10 million in merchandise because of a spelling error. So let's just...
My wife swears that one's wrong. She swears up and down that there's something to that.
It was Sex in the City, but I'm thinking it's just a merchandise spelling error by China.
Yeah, maybe.
And they just decided to go with Sex and the City to not toss $10 million.
You know what, though? I think that, as much as I hate to say this, I think that the Mandela effect kind of, it just didn't, you're not going to get anything out of it, no matter what you interpret. You can't say, okay, now here's the new positive outcome, voila, open the briefcase and Pulp Fiction. No, with the flat earth, absolutely. That's but there, with the moon landing, yeah, you can positively unwind somebody. But when the Mandela effect, all it does is stir up a conversation and an argument and a problem. No, not with you, but I'm just saying, like, in general, in general, it's like,
yeah, you're right.
I started going, you know what? I don't know, but at the same time, it's like, it does not matter. It's like, I see what people are saying, and yes, there are some, and especially my favorite, of course, being Magic Mirror on the wall.
No, well, I got that one. I mean, I actually have the VHS tape of that, like the old stuff.
And it says Magic Mirror, right?
No, it's mirror. It's mirror. Oh shit! In the
Magic
book,
Mirror.
In the book, in the original
in the book, it's Mirror.
Book, it's probably then it's Mirror, and then in the movie she says Magic Mirror.
All the movies are Magic Mirror.
The thing is that they're both Disney products. They're both Disney pictures. They're both the same art, and everything. It's just one's a book, and one's the movie.
Well, yeah,
mix it up.
Rose does have the book. It says a mirror in the book. But then I went to the store, and there was a movie store, and there was this lady there, and she was this Disney movie buff, and I was there with my buddy, another flat earther, and he goes, "Hey, why don't you go? Can you tell us something real quick about that movie? Was it Snow White? Right? Snow White."
Yep.
And she's like, "Oh yeah, I know the whole movie." And of course, so he goes, "All right, what did the queen say when she looked in the mirror?" Yada yada. And she, of course, immediately say, "Oh yeah, mirror on the wall." And then he was like, "Oh yeah, oh you should go watch that."
I wonder if she did.
Yeah, I don't know. I just thought it was because when she did, it doesn't say. It says Magic Mirror. Yeah, every time now, and I don't know why. I can't figure that out. But I'm not going to be able to, I'm not going to be able to give anybody bullets or change tires with that one. I don't think it's that. I think we got to move on. But
well, if she was into Disney, it would be a good thing to give somebody a Disney seed, right? And you go from there.
Actually, yeah, to a it might be the only thing it could be used for is to open up a welded shut box. Yeah, it's like, hey, you're an American, you voted, oh great, you like movies, okay, why does this say this? And then maybe you're right, maybe that does lead them to other things. But
I mean, Disney's right out of the box now, right? They're not hiding it now. Like Miley Cyrus gets turned into what she got turned into. That
I saw that coming too.
I didn't. Not that bad, man.
Oh,
Not that bad.
Once I saw what they did to Britney and all the other,
but they didn't do it to Selena Gomez. Didn't quite do that. And
Selena
a bunch of other ones
Gomez
didn't
is all
quite.
over the place. I thought they hacked her cell phone or something. No.
Yeah, she's doing the stylish thing, right? Whereas,
but it's still
Hannah
like
Montana's doing the slut thing.
It's still like it's okay to get naked in front of the camera, girls. Like,
yeah, I'm not saying that she's a positive role model. What I was just suggesting that Disney itself is out of the bag now. They don't give a care.
No.
They changed their logo to 666, not years ago, and that is so blatant that you can't hide it. And then when you know what we know, you guys know the Freemason and the connection with Walt Disney himself and Crowley and all this stuff, and it's just a crazy. You couldn't have written it better, kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
And what does he have? He has the happiest place on earth, the place that draws more children than any other thing. It's like Christmas 24/7.
Bet they have a nice underground storage facility.
I bet you they do. Bet you they're hooked up. One side of the country and the other.
Yep.
So it's just exhausting thinking about it. And man, that
you can't beat it though, right? I mean, that's the thing. What are you going to do about this? And I'm like, I think Paula would agree with me. The point would be, you got to trust God to fix it, because and we can't fix it. They're dug in too deep, and they're getting powers from negative spiritual forces. You got to understand, they're led by stuff that you and I don't dive into. And that's why there's all this witchcraft and all these paintings in airports and crap. And if we take those guys out, even if we just all rose up one day and just got the right guys and got them all in one shot, boom. And the power struggle was, there is nobody in bad control all of a sudden. Well, more evil would pop up and take over because spiritual forces are leading. It's not just men. And we don't live under a godly system. And that being the case, spiritual forces are at play now.
As long as we have the resource-based economy and the false scarcity, somebody's always going to have more than someone else, which gives them leverage, which starts this whole process all over again.
Well, you can even have a lot of benevolence with mankind, but the problem is that some evil force like that, I'm telling you, out of this world force is going to corrupt a person and drive somebody that used to be benevolent to not being benevolent. I mean, if they depict Satan as being pretty much the best character that God ever created, pretty much, and then he fell and became what he became, it can happen to anybody. Imagine if his forces are somehow spiritually, in a way that we don't quite understand, being able to control things down here.
Well, okay, well, what corrupted him then? Do you know what I'm saying? If he's like the leader of the dark side, what corrupted him?
Well, we're told it depends on if you believe who and what Satan is. If you believe Lucifer and Satan are the same being, there's a couple things that you need to kind of go over in your head. But
I think Satan is like the mentality and basically the system of Lucifer.
Lucifer's only mentioned once in the whole Bible. Satan's mentioned a bunch of times, but it does say Lucifer was in the garden of God. It gives him kind of like, you were in Eden. You were special. You were so gorgeous. You were so beautiful and perfect that you were the sum of everything, kind of thing. And enmity fell. He ended up, he wanted to be worshipped like God. And I have my idea about what that means from my studies. But he literally wanted to be the man. And that caused him to not be benevolent anymore. To not say, hey, I want to be treated as my neighbors. You know what I mean? That golden rule. He was above that.
So the feeling of jealousy and ego.
Jealousy towards God, yes. He was jealous towards God, but again, my studies lead me to believe, and other people will have their own determination probably, but
Well, what's your interpretation, Pillbox? You guys are the biblical experts far more than I am.
Yeah,
Long
I don't
story, eh?
know. Yeah, that's the thing is that I don't know, but I will guarantee that I don't think we're supposed to know. I think that that's kind of the thing where there are just some things that we're not supposed to understand. You know, there's a million different things in nature we don't have the slightest clue about. We barely understand magnetism. What's gonna, you know, what happened 7,000 or was it 6,000? I'm not even sure about the timeline. I would guess around 6,000 or so, or 6,500. I don't, you know, I have to relook at it, but obviously I don't believe. I mean, there are some different stories about the fall. But I really think that it was more I think it's a little bit more conventional, but I don't think they were physical beings. But I hate to admit that God knew it was going to happen, but of course you'd have to assume that.
sure he does. Yeah.
You know, but the fact of the matter, yeah, he knew it was all going to happen, but that's because he's God. But he's the one. It's unlike all other games. God isn't playing this game though. He made a creation, a very special creation, where he made the game, but then he has millions of players in the game, and it is, I think, designed to make so that everything has a purpose. I think that's the point, is so that it has a clock-like, you know, plot-filled purpose that is beyond the imagination of course, man, that is so far beyond what we can even imagine that we can't understand it.
He told us certain things, and I think he told us a lot more than what people will give credit to. It's just that we don't, as a nation, we don't study it, and the churches don't study it. You get the independents that absolutely do dive in and study like crazy, but as a whole, we don't. And just like the flat earth, can you imagine if we had everybody on board, like searching this shit out, everybody, it would get solved. But we don't have that today, not in Christianity. We haven't for a long time. But I do believe it can be figured out. And I believe if you're diligent, you can figure out like what the fall was, what it was about, why we're here, why we're born, why bad things happen to seemingly good people. All that stuff is 100% answered in the Bible for me. I don't know if my answer would be, you know, able to convince Jibby that it was literal and that happened. I don't know.
I can't really take anything in a book as literal until I can, you know, come to a
Kind of something that proves it to me personally. I'm Zetetic now. I have to be. I have no choice.
Well, there's a bunch of historical proofs for Jesus, for example. Do you take those as satisfactory?
Well, I mean,
that a being lived that was called Jesus, that was crucified, whether you believe it was God or not.
I can never be 100% until I get primary proof.
Well, I mean, that's all we have is history, right? So
yeah, and
what I'm asking is there enough historical proof for you? I mean, I know of probably 7 or 8 major references by historians, like Josephus we've heard of, but there's others that people don't usually talk about that reference Jesus being crucified, being killed for his sins against the state and whatnot. But they mention him is the point. So I was just curious if it was a big enough deal to be actually mentioned in the history books back then, which it must have been a really big deal to be mentioned.
I know, but who gave us those history books?
What, you mean the Bible, Jibby?
Well, I mean,
no, we were talking history books. But
yeah, I see what you're saying as far as history. Well, yeah, that's a good point. I don't go by those books. I mean, Chris does have a good point. I don't do it that way. I kind of thought that it was up to me. I took the challenge and realized that it was my responsibility to find out. I think Jibby's kind of doing the same thing. I think Jibby's on his search, but
no, that's fine.
You know, it took me 10 years.
Didn't say that. I just said what would be.
Well, you know, Jibby's not going to. Jimmy's not going to give you an answer.
Well, I heard Jimmy talking earlier about how the things that Jesus said resonate with him, and he likes that.
Absolutely resonate. Is it?
So my point is,
like it's
right. And my point, Jibby, is sorry to interrupt, but my point is that I believe that that same Jesus that resonated with you was a literal person that literally existed, but he also authored the whole Bible through other people, but he authored it. So the whole thing is about him, but you got to kind of know how to read that in the stories. It's weird, but when you look at it that way, it and plus it is a actual flowing story from beginning to end that people miss. They don't get it.
With Jesus, I can see that. With Jesus, the Jesus aspects of it, I do kind of see, except from what, ages 12 to 30?
Well, again, that's what Constantine decided was in the thing we call the Bible today wasn't all the scriptures they had. They had 10,000 New Testament scriptures, mini gospels, like things that they just didn't allow in. As the Bible says, if it was written, all the things that he did were written down, there wouldn't be enough books in the world to contain it. I know that's obviously poetic justice, but the point is that he did a lot more works. Now we're not told. Yeah, we're told of his birth, and we're told of a scene at 12, and then we're told of him at about 30. People guess from that point how old he was, but
could that be maybe possibly some of the stuff that was taken out of the Bible that people suspect was taken out of the Bible? Because there is a lot of missing time with Jesus. So,
oh yeah, I believe it was taken out. Of course, I mean, it's not taken out of the Bible. It was taken out of the conglomeration of scriptures before somebody came along and made those the Bible.
And I would think, if this Jesus character was real, that the purpose of the book was to like take all of his teachings and wisdoms and way of thinking and pass that to the people to empower the people. I have seen everything except this Bible empowering people. I've seen it cause more wars and death than anything. So if you take out valuable information and screw the message up and leave it up to interpretation.
Well, that has nothing to do with the Bible. That has to do with man misusing things. The Bible has nothing to do with people misusing it.
Clear cut. I'm saying.
Yeah, but how about this, Jimmy? You've got this this born again Christian that likes to literally go out and feed the poor and help people and do the real deal, like no baloney. And he's got a little church, and it's just, it's non-denominational, and that's what I would consider a man of God. And then you've got the Roman Catholic Church, totally on the other side. So bad people have come along and corrupted good things every single time a good thing exists.
Yep.
It's part of the plan. Now, I know you don't get that.
No, I get it that they obviously did it for leverage purposes, and there are still a big group of people here that have leverage over everybody, so they're hoarding information that would empower the rest of us. And
the Bible doesn't give the Roman Catholic Church or anybody that the power to usurp over others. It doesn't give you that power.
It also
it tells you it tells you if you live by the sword, you're going to die by the sword.
And the nuns
that's the truth.
The nuns did. We used to call them ninja nuns. And my initial impression of Catholicism, second grade, the nuns breaking out the rulers. I got spanked. Like, they were still hitting when I was in second grade. And
yeah, they were hitting when I was in eighth grade.
They said no more, and this was
seventh grade, maybe.
Second grade. It's about 1979 or so. They were saying no more hitting,
something like that. Yep.
And third grade, they were like, well, the rule's still not embedded yet, so they still kept hitting us.
Oh, I imagine. Yeah.
Fourth grade, fifth grade, I only got whacked once.
Yeah, somebody's made a complaint, and that was the end of it. But
our principal was a nun. And she slapped my friend in the head in sixth grade. In sixth grade, I was 11. That would put it at 1984.
Your buddy deserved it, though. Come on.
And the principal, like, it was so strict. Like, when the principal walked into the doorway, we all had to shut up and face forward as if we were just somebody hit a robot button. Beep. And we just.
Yeah. Do you think that's productive for the students? Obviously you don't.
It was discipline training. It might as well have been military school that I grew up in. The things they made us do to stand at attention and everything are all quiet.
My point to you, and that's not godly, and that's
it. Didn't say it. Just, I mean, I understood that, especially kids like me with ADHD, just you can't control me.
Must have been hell for you, man.
Must have been hell for them. Man, they kicked me out of the class. I'm like, thank you. And
my daughter's ADHD.
My
daughter's ADD.
Oh, hell, I was running all over.
Autistic and ADHD. So I hear you.
Yeah, I was hell for them, guaranteed. I had my own seat at the principal's office. They would say, "Take your seat, Jason." It's like, my seat. That's mine. That's right. So I was always in trouble.
I got this long-standing, well, not long-standing. I've been working on a theory for 10 years since I've been studying, and it's an evolving theory, right? It's funny, I prayed what was the biggest con in the world. I prayed that to God. I said, if you're real, show me the big one. Like, I know you're real. That, don't get me wrong. It wasn't about that. It was about, show me if it's Christianity. Show me if it's something else. Show me you. You know what I mean? Anyway, in that path, that was a few years ago, but in that path fell flat Earth and fell a bunch of other things, and some other good teachers. God. Pardon me?
You attribute that to God.
Well, I attribute falling into the truth-seeking movement the way I did, the way you did, the way we all did. But now I have a direction, and it wasn't flat Earth. Flat Earth is a part of that direction. It's a big piece of the puzzle that can, if anybody, it is a litmus test to a certain extent.
It definitely is. But
see how awake people are. But anyway, I got this thing, Jibby. Like, I believe we were, you and me and Satan and everybody else were all angels in heaven before we were born. That is what I believe.
And we screwed up, and we gotta.
Well, somebody screwed up.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was us. If you're an awake, good person, the chances that it was you that screwed up are probably less. But we don't know because we don't have the memory of that time.
Yeah.
Some of us are here to kind of help the plan along, and some of us are here to learn what the fuck we did wrong and get made right with God somehow. And that's why bad things happen, though, is because this is not the eternity. This is the testing ground to see who makes it to the next stage.
Yeah, I call it a pebble in a road on an infinite highway.
So if that's the case, there really is a reason why we're here, why we're born.
Yeah.
And the key to getting out is Jesus.
Well,
like it really is.
Now, what Pillbox? This includes you too. Like, this is a locked door for me. And
it's Prison Planet.
What is it with like how I just like I've been trying to do this my whole life. I don't understand how reading a book cover to cover once 50 times just convinces somebody to this point where
you think
good person, help the poor, brush your teeth, follow the rules, never break a commandment, but don't believe in Jesus, going to hell. Like, nah,
I never said that either, right?
There's so many.
Hold on, but Jimmy, that's the thing, is that there's no such thing. Let me finish this. Watch this. There's no such thing as the human being that gives to the poor, brushes their teeth every time, and does all the right things. I'm sorry. There's no such thing as that nice goody two-shoe toothbrusher guy. No, it doesn't exist. So we're talking about a fictitious character. We are sinners. We deserve to go to hell. That is the reality. Yes, we do. I do. I deserve to go to hell.
No, you see,
okay.
I'm writing this
and when I go there, I'm going to take a whole fuck of these Globers with me.
I'm writing a book, and part of that is because I had a couple of loved ones die recently, well, not recently, but like 10 years ago or whatever. But within a year, I lost my mother-in-law and my father, and my mother had an operation and lived. That was all they all got diagnosed within a month. And within a year, a couple of them were dead, and it wasn't a good time.
You lost both?
Mother? Well, my mother's still around. She had an operation and lived. My father died, and my mother-in-law died. So cancer, all of it, by the way.
Yeah.
So the point is that it I got my wife crying, my mom crying, everybody's crying, and the pastor, we don't even know. I'm not studying. I don't know anything. And he says something about where the dead go. And then somebody else in the service, we're walking around, somebody else is saying something else about it. And everybody's confused by this time. What happens to the dead? Where do they go? And then of course that leads to, why would that happen to our family members? Why would they get cancer and die? Why? They weren't bad people. Why? So that's where my studies started, from that point of view. It's a pretty good point of view to get into it from. And I was able to answer where the dead are. I was able to do that by studying the Bible.
The Jesus thing.
So here my question was, what about somebody that was born 1,000 years before Jesus? or somebody on an island that never heard of them.
Exactly.
Or whatever, right? Well, that's part of my discovery, which is how does he cover that? If Jesus is the only way, which is what we're taught as Christians, then how does he cover them?
Well, here's the fact of the matter is, and this is for Jibby.
I have an answer, but
yeah, I got an answer for that too. I think that's easy. My point is, Jibby, guess what? You are not that lone child on an island not hearing about Jesus, and you did not live 1,000 years before Jesus is alive. And when you tell God, well, I didn't know, they're gonna be like, well, yeah, we only had a pillbox and 100 other ass clown criminals that turned to Jesus tell you about him as well. What are you talking about, Jibby? And he's gonna slap the hell out of you, obviously, and go torture you by putting you in the same fucking cell with Negator and Spaceman.
Oh man,
he already did.
Yeah, you are absolutely sure. He's gonna put you in the same cell with Negator. You're gonna. It's. I mean, I can't imagine.
They won't stop talking for 1,000 years.
Yeah, could do it for 5,000 years. He's probably gonna put you in a holding area with them for 150,000 years. You're gonna regret it.
It feels about that. I've been here.
And again, everybody has their own beliefs on what happens to the dead or what happens at judgment and things like that. And that some of that is a lot of scare tactics, but some of it is true. And
it just everything.
Like I don't believe in a God that sends people to hell to burn forever.
Every single story about Jesus is a green light with me. Resonates, ding, green light, ding.
Yep.
But except for that, you have to believe in me without the proof in me. And that's a condition.
No, all the proof's there. No, but all the proof is right there. Where isn't there proof though, Jibby? The proof is right there. The proof is everywhere.
Where?
It's been inside of you your entire life, your existence, the creation that you are waking up to.
It doesn't have a name tag.
So what happened after Jesus died is he went to the grave, whatever you want to call that, where the waiting place of the dead. And which is where all dead went and waited. Basically, you're on a good side or a bad side, and you couldn't get across. But it was already divided by the time you got there. And the divide, nature itself kind of plays. You know what's right and wrong. You know the golden rule. It's a very natural thing in every culture and everybody.
There is an innate thing, and I see it in animals too, not just people.
Right. So my point is, you're going to get over to that side of the waiting place in the dead of the abode if you live before Jesus, right?
No, like yes, these are all alleged facts. Like I'm trying to see this from like a courtroom perspective. Like you try.
No, I'm giving you. Yeah, no, I can only give you. I was giving you the Bible interpretation, and then you can either.
I know, and
I need agree with it or don't agree with it, but
I know that's just it. And like, I don't want to believe; I want to know. You know.
Well, that's the problem. Without seeing, we have to go on faith, and Jesus absolutely defines it and says, "Man, are those people ever blessed that have this faith that haven't seen?" Because they get it; it resonates with them, right? They get the story; they believe the story.
Right. Who do we have that just joined in?
Not too sure, but I like him. He vapes.
Positivity.
Anybody that vapes in with me?
Hey.
You know what?
Hello.
Hey, Rose, your favorite guy showed up.
Yeah, you've been waiting all day for me, huh?
I haven't. I don't think anybody's mentioned you. I think Rand might have invited you, but if we were looking for a pinata earlier. But how you doing, Positively?
I'm good. I'm better than you could ever be.
I already like this.
I'm better than you could ever dream of.
Oh shit! You poor little thing. You need to get out more. Get some sun, boy.
I guess you guys have.
Well, actually, I've been out all night. You've been actually circle jerking in a hangout all day long, so I think I'm in a better position than you are. I've actually been out, and you've been circle jerking in a.
Oh boy, it's just too easy, guys. To the cliffs, gentlemen. You were having an intelligent conversation, so I need that to continue. Okay.
What was that about?
Yeah, the guy is
no idea what happened there.
The guy is a schizo. He thinks he's a monkey on a ball, and he loves to mock Christians and make fun of He obviously loves to make fun of flat earthers because we're so stupid. You know, Jibby and I only went through about 15 science books for 6 hours, and he's talking about how stupid, you know. So he's just a nice pinata for us, but that would be at the beginning of the hangout. Now that we're, you know, kind of trailing off and having a nice informal discussion, it's not his time. If he was here at the beginning, I would love to beat him up in front of everybody, but we were actually having a constructive conversation.
All
So
right,
we're going to move right along.
positively, it's a rain check.
Oh yeah, you'll have your chance, guys. Trust me.
Well, that's what happens every time you get to a good point. Something happens. I'm telling you. There's
Well,
spiritual.
this is a great conversation,
Spiritual
though.
forces at play here, MG.
And that's the thing. And Jib, you realize that Chris and I have, you know, significantly different viewpoints on this. I believe hell isn't eternal because it gets cast into the lake of fire.
Right. Me too.
But at the same time, those people, there's a God, in my opinion, God would never do all of this and have 1,000 different trillion amazing coincidences all for nothing. There's no way I'm going to buy that. I believe that people, and there are certain people that certainly should go to hell. If you think I'm going to go spend a life with these lawyers and bankers and judges, you know what I mean? I'm just saying that's my opinion.
Yeah, let me clarify.
Okay.
I believe the devil at the end of it gets judged in the negative. He's already been judged. He's prejudged, by the way. But he gets sentenced, we'll say. He gets the judgment is executed at the end. We read about that in Revelation, at the end of Revelation 19. Or sorry, 20, sorry. But anyway, excuse me, that's where the, you know, hell itself gets cast in the lake of fire, that part.
And yeah, like,
so
now,
the point is that
knowing.
The point is that Satan's demise is already told in the Old Testament. How he will literally, and he's a spirit being right now. When he's
good thing he doesn't have a copy to give himself some early warning, huh?
He can't get away from it.
You think he might play a different, you know, I don't know, change it up a little if he knows what's coming?
Yeah, you think he'd smarten up? You think he'd smarten up a little bit, Jimmy, and go, hey, I was just kidding about all this. You want to go ride bikes?
He thinks he's only got one out right now because he's in jail. He's in jail, right? As much as you think we're in jail, he's really in jail. He can't ever get out. So he's only got one shot. How's he going to live forever? How's he going to get out of this mess? Because he's sentenced to die. He's a spirit being. That means death forever. Doesn't mean going to hell and burning in hell. It means poof, you're gone. No more. Might hurt going out. But anyway, so the destruction that's talked about of all evilness is poof, you're gone. It's not, ow, I'm tormenting in hell forever. Ow. That's Dante's Inferno crap. Meant to scare the shit out of you, and it did. Turned everybody away from even wanting to look at it.
Okay,
there is a consequence, and it's forever.
Let me elaborate.
Destruction.
Okay, that's a good. See, that is a respectable. I respect that viewpoint because I won't respect it when Christians say no. You get to go to heaven after you go to hell. I can't respect that. But I would say that and this is from not me, Jibby, but the eyewitness testimony for the last 5 years. One of my side projects that I don't really talk about is I study these claims of people that go to hell or have near-death experiences, right? And then some of them, I don't like this one, but a lot of them, the hell, the pain is the pain is enhanced. There's a lot of things that so many people there's a lot of similarities, you know, of these claims of people going to hell. There's so many synonymous experiences about the smells, the senses, the pain, there's no blood, there's no water, the demons, the monsters, the beings, the locked up, waking up and it happening there's no way that I would take all these eyewitness accounts that are literally saying the same thing. Some of them saying that God showed me this, some of them saying that God, you know, did, or I met somebody, or and I know that there's a lot of stories that could be bullshit, but when this is for years and years.
Well, I know 15 people who went to or had a friend who went to the Sandy Hook funerals. I know 20 people who knew somebody at the
No, you know that's not firsthand
Boston
account.
bombing,
No,
yeah.
Jibby, I'm talking about firsthand account. That's what, just like when I show you this picture right here. This picture, I took that at 35,000 feet. I have firsthand account. Yep.
How about this? How about the movie The Matrix? How about the one called the black lady called the Oracle? I think. Do you remember that character?
Yeah.
Okay, so Neo goes in and meets her for the first time, and their little kids are playing with spoons and bending spoons and floating vases or fixing vases or whatever they're doing, right?
She says, "Watch
They're
out."
using their mental. Right, that whole scene, you got it. But the point is that he receives a message while he's there from the Oracle. Like he gets he talks to her and he gets what he needs out of her and he walks away. She says, "I'm not the one," or whatever, right? Because Neo, she said, "What is it you want to know?" And Neo says, "I want to know if I'm the one or not," kind of thing. And she looks at him and she goes, I'm sorry, child," or something like that. And he replies, "I'm not the one." And he was disappointed a little bit. And he walks out. And then the vase breaks and all that shit. And then as he goes out, he's about to tell the other guy, what's his name? Morpheus. He's about to tell Morpheus what she said. And Morpheus says, "Don't tell me. Keep it. It was for you." You know what I mean? That was for you. It wasn't meant for me. It wasn't even... Neo didn't even come to the right conclusion, but he got a message out of it that led him down a path. So there's no reason why God can't use that same idea of dreams and visions to even near-death experiences to teach you something. But I'm not saying they didn't go there either, but you never know. That's all. You could have been given an experience that hopefully puts you on the right path.
He was told what he needed to hear.
Maybe.
At that time. And I think that applies with all of us. And even in this conspiracy realm, I think we're told what we can handle when we're ready to handle it. And you try to stick this in everybody's face and it just bounces off because they're not ready to handle it yet.
Yep.
It'll be here when they are, hopefully. But it does seem to come in its different waves. And it's kind of like that. Like, we're only told flat right now. We're not told really anything else right now. We're still digesting this and absorbing this. We're going to get to that next dinner and the next one and the next one when we're ready.
Right. Did you see, what's his name, Dr. Zach on Star Trails? Did you see his new video?
I did not see his new video. He did his own Star Trail?
Well, he's
talking about them.
Well, we got the common depiction of how they would, you're standing at the equator and the star trails will go one direction straight and then the other direction, right?
I didn't get to see that for myself, but yeah.
Well, that's what they'll show us in pictures. Like, you know what I mean? You know the pictures I'm talking about, obviously.
Yeah.
But Dr. Zach says it's literally a perspective thing, and what the atmosphere does, it's atmospheric layering, which causes objects to go down when they're not really going down.
Right.
And you can do this by putting pane of glass after pane of glass after pane of glass, and it'll change what you see through it. Just like water. You remember the guy, this is what things look like in one drink, and he puts 2 drinks and this is what it looks like, and then you can't even see the road after 3 drinks. It was a good commercial for a while. I don't know.
So after so many layers of
atmosphere,
diagonal viewing through a thick
Correct.
Atmosphere, yeah,
Correct.
I could see.
And it looms it down. It looms everything down. So what we're seeing as far as sunsets and things like that, he says that's what's going on. It's moving too far away, basically, and it's doing that pattern. And it's not really going down at all, right? And we all know it's not really going down. And we all know perspective plays a certain role in that, obviously. But he's saying that the bigger role is being played by this layering thing.
David Weiss mirrored a fantastic sunset video that you must have seen, taken from a beach, not even a mountain.
Yeah,
that's what blows me away. Is that this particular beach just happened to have a perfect view where the sun shrinks, and before it kisses the water at the vanishing point. That was so unusual because you can get to the top of a mountain, it's still going to kiss your vanishing point, the merge area. Eventually.
The convergence.
Yeah, the convergence area, but this did not.
And almost every time, if the sun takes more time to set in the at the very end, the last hour, or we'll say,
Yeah, the farther it goes,
then
the less it goes. Yep.
Well, when it traverses the sky, if we were heliocentric, it should traverse the sky exactly at the same speed. But
Precisely.
we note that it doesn't, especially in you can actually physically get your little camera and test it and see at near sunset. So we know that this perspective kind of effect is happening. But when you take it the other step with the layering, it's crazy. So Dr. Zach gets a 3D program that makes video games, and these are like, the best software guys in the world. Not Dr. Zach, but who he's modeling this from. You gotta go watch his video; it's pretty cool. He's basically saying that what we're seeing is one field of view of the stars going around in a regular circle like we would think it does, and that this effect is actually causing it to look like it's going the other direction. And he, in the computer program, in his video, he shows it by raising the stars higher, because it's a computer program. He can do that, taking it by removing the atmosphere. That's what he did. I remember correctly, because the atmosphere was a program that was put into this computer program, and it was doing what we were talking about. When you remove the atmosphere, everything just goes in a circle. Anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Jibby,
that's what I'm.
Jibby.
Cool.
Jibby,
Like,
before I forget.
merry-go-round.
All right, Jibby, before I forget the salvation issue, going back to Jesus. Listen.
Paul is
I'll be back 5 minutes.
Right. No, but listen to this, bro. That's the thing. Is that listen? Let me just show you. Not that I'm ahead of you or you're ahead of me, but it wasn't about this and that. But when I first realized that we were being lied to, like about, I started out with evolution and all the radiometric dating pseudoscience about a decade ago. So and then of course it led right to the Bible with these preachers. And my first thing was exactly what you're saying, Jibby. This was me 10 years ago. I was like, no, I can believe all of this, but I don't know about this Jesus guy. I literally was saying the exact same thing, and hear me out. It wasn't till about another 5 or 6 years later that I came to this conclusion anyway. So honestly, it's not like you're behind or anything. You're right here with us. From your point right now, spiritually, as far as, looking into the Bible, it took me another 4 to 5 years to realize Jesus was true. So if you just figured it out already, that would be pretty amazing, because it took me many years. So I think you got to give it some time, and you're still searching. But, that's the thing. There's so many different things that separate Christ from everything else, not just the Bible, but the historical claims and everything. The fact that if there's, historical accounts of him coming back from the dead, he was crucified and now he's alive, and the wounds in his hands were touched. If this Bible is right about everything else, I certainly don't think it could be wrong about the most important part. You know what I mean? So again, I can't turn your switch on or off.
But I
Jimmy.
think it could be wrong about the most important part, which is why they're just like, here you go. Here's very empowering information for you all to have. This will save your souls.
It can't be.
It
can't be. It absolutely can't be, because the truth is, because it has no error. There are no errors in the Bible, because it literally. But I'm saying it has literally proven itself correct. It has literally described exactly how man is acting right now. It predicted what man is doing right now. Every single thing in life, it literally ties to. I know, but if I got to read the book, Jibby. It took me 4 years to read the book. Jibby, it took me 4 years. I'm not the best when it comes to reading and getting through these things, because it's not science is easy for me, Jibby. I can read science and go, okay, I got all this figured out. I can read page 1 and page 600, and I don't know the entire book. The Bible's not as easy. It's the most difficult book in the world that can ever be understood, and it literally not only describes the events of the world in the most amazing, elaborate, and poetic way. It describes the thoughts and feelings of human beings down to the end times and what people are. It says there will be endless knowledge near the end of time. I mean, that's what we have. That's what the internet is. Every single problem in mankind's history, it describes the wars and rumors of war. I mean, everything, the flat earth, you name it, it's all there.
or possibly was describing the end of a previous cycle, because there's lots of cycles that all seem to end the same, and man's always the same. And this
You've never had any cycle. You're only 40 years old, Jibby.
that I'm aware of.
Right, right. There is only one. That's what I'm saying. We can't go beyond what we know. We can only understand what we have, what we're given. We're all given the same chance. And
how come there are so many things we see that they throw in our faces that just we all collectively, at least the majority of us, go, I resonate with that. There's something about that.
Because exactly.
Oh, what is it about Avatar? Oh, something.
Yep, I
what
never
is it about
exactly.
there's no force on
And
flat
Jesus
Earth?
doesn't do that, and Jesus never did that for me. Jesus never enticed me like all these other things. When I thought about Jesus, I was just like you. I said I can believe all this except Jesus. I was exactly in the same pair of shoes you're using right now, and it took me 5 years after that to come to this conclusion. And there's just no turning back right now because of all the things that I put together, all the hypotheticals, all the realities, all the truths, all my prayer, and my prayers were answered, Jibby.
Well, like, I'm going to throw this out there, and the only thing you can come up with really is going to be an opinionated excuse, and that is, what about those of us who have heard of Jesus in the Bible or whatever, but let's say we have ADHD, and we're not really great at reading comprehension over long periods of time and chapters and chapters, so we're just like, oh, just give me the Cliff Notes version. I can't juggle it. I want to. My heart wants to. It just can't. You know what I'm saying?
That's not you, Jibby.
Am I going to go to hell?
Are you talking about yourself or a fictitious character?
Partially, yeah.
Is this yourself you're talking about? Because I don't think so.
Yes.
I don't think it's. I think you know exactly what you're doing, and that you're more than adequately intelligent to understand these things. But bro, listen. My point is, it took me 5 years. You're not going to figure it out in 5 months, or a year and a half, or two. Maybe you will. Maybe you'll beat me by 4 years. But you got to give it some time, and you have to just keep. You have to keep pushing through. If everything else in the Bible is correct, what else are you going to look towards?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of things in the Bible that obviously haven't even happened or anything yet.
Can you just tell me one problem of the Bible? Just give me your best problem so that I can go out and research it for you.
Well, God's bipolar.
Why is that a problem?
And the way
Why is that a problem?
The way he expresses his just what do they call it? Unbridled, never-ending love for us. That if we break a simple commandment like we checked out our neighbor's wife, we burn in hell for all of eternity. Not how I show love, and I think I'm a part of God.
Right, and then so that's what I'm telling you. So listen to this. Because he knew you couldn't abide by those laws, he sent you a savior as himself in flesh to die for us, and now you don't have to worry about that. That's exactly the point. Yes, these rules are too stringent. We cannot follow the rules of God, and he knew it, so he made it easy for us.
Wow, this is so easy.
Isn't it? I think it's easy as it. Bro, listen, I watched my dad die for 10 years. My mother tried to kill me when I came back from the army. My best friends all my life, they stole all my cars, all my belongings. You know what? And guess what? Thank God they did, because now I know the truth. It is very easy. And I just thank God that I've already paid for it. Jimmy, you've already paid for it yourself. You've gone through turmoil. Your family has backstabbed you. You've been lied to. You've been cheated. You've been stolen from. You've been berated. You've been taken advantage of. You've been raped psychologically. You've been destroyed. You've been broken down. You've been lied to for 40 years. And now you realize it was all a lie, and it all matches up with the Bible. Not that I'm saying that you need to believe in Jesus Christ right now as your savior, but that will come in time. It took me many years. It took me literally 3,000 days. It took me thousands of days. Thousands.
I think Jesus's example when living like it is what can save somebody. Just being like him, right? But we can't pick and choose. You've been saved if you live like him. You are saved. Period.
Right, but here's the thing, though. But we can't. But I'm not saying that. Well, that's the thing, is that you can't live like him. No human being can live like Jesus Christ. You can try and you will fail. You will not be able to.
Then at least try. But that is the part.
Yes, I agree. You will try. Correct. Now, it's good to try, but my point is that if all these other things about Jesus Christ are phenomenal, but that's my point, is that they are true, just like all of it's true. There's no error. Jesus Christ was born of a virgin. That doesn't happen normally. That's not normal. That's very special.
I mean, I think, there's a lot of teenage pregnancies out there that You know, they kind of like, I don't know how come I'm pregnant now.
Well, yeah, there's not one in history except for this one when God said he came down and made this happen the way he did it. There's never happened.
Just paper facts. Hearsay, paper facts.
It can't be because if he's the son of God, that makes absolute sense. If he never, why in his entire life?
It sounds like I'm listening to NASA. A lot of ifs, a lot of problems.
Well, I mean, but what can you tell me one thing wrong that Jesus did?
Wrong that he did?
Yeah, tell me one thing he did that was wrong.
If he said, blah, 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 but you have to believe in me without proof of me in order to be saved, that's it. It's a turd in a punch bowl.
But that's not wrong. If that's true, that's true. That's not wrong.
It is just so counter everything that he stood for. Because now it's like, all right, now I'm going to play a head game. No, I'm sorry.
That's the thing, though. But Jibby, if it was easy, everybody would do it. There'd be no enemy. There'd be no evil. It has to be difficult, and that's why when you are elected to do this, like you have been elected to know the truth.
Coincides with
yes, no. It makes perfect sense.
It's NASA's MO. It's the same thing.
No, it's completely the opposite. No, it's the polar opposite. No, it's the polar opposite. Jesus Christ, you're saying, has given you no evidence. NASA claims to give you all the evidence. It's the polar opposite.
Well, I can't. Like I said, there's no name tag that says Jesus or Jesus was here. So you're saying Jesus gave me the proof? Well, I don't know who gave.
No,
me
you don't.
proof.
You can call him. You can, if you want to call him a different. Why wouldn't you just call the name that he went by when he was here, though?
I don't know he was here.
But how do you know? Yeah. Oh, I absolutely know he was here. Yes.
How do you know this?
Yes.
You were just saying this last night about to Rob about carbon-14 dating. When he's saying this is 13,000 years old, you're saying no.
Yes, that's absolute bullshit. Absolutely, that's absolute bullshit. That's absolute bullshit.
You said that you should say I don't know, and that's
exactly
the truth. Well, this is
yes.
You should be saying, because I don't know.
Yes,
and that's the truth.
After 5 years, I did know. After 5 years, and my prayers being answered. Yes, once my prayers were answered, Jibby, I did know. Yes,
it could. How your prayers were answered. I asked for the truth too, and I got it, but it didn't have a name tag from Jesus.
No, you don't have the truth. Well, no, but you're missing a big piece, Jimmy. You're missing a big piece.
I got answers. It came to me. It felt like a download. I mean, I think a lot.
Right? No, I'm with you, but there's a big piece you're missing, and I was missing it too for 5-6 years. I was missing it too. It took me 6 years, bro. I mean, if you're able to be like you and figure it out next year, then you've beat me by 4 years. Great. I'm saying, maybe, you got to give it 5 years and say, sorry, Pillbox, I tried it. Once you give it 5 years like I did, then I'll say, okay, you know what, bro? Then I don't know what, by that point, I will say, you know what, bro? I'm going to leave it up to you and God. But right now I'm going to bitch at you because you haven't even done it for 5. Once you do it for a few years, you're going to get there, Jibby. I'm telling you.
But I mean, what do you mean? Like, what was my starting year?
Because I was fighting. It's once you realize that the Bible's credible is your start.
Well, I'm saying that there are things in the Bible that seem to be verifiable in the 3D real world that does, like the flood and such. Like there are
right.
Things
I never knew that. 10 years ago, I thought it was all bullshit, and then I went, "Oh my God, really? This is all a lie. There's no such thing as radio. There's no evolution. There's no millions of years. The Earth isn't even 7." Yeah.
For all I know, the flood happened before the Bible was written, and they wrote about a flood, and we go, hey, look, there was a flood.
Well, no. But that's the thing. But listen, that's a problem then, because I researched population events. I researched the growth of the population of the Earth only goes back 4,500 years to a new beginning, which matches up perfect to the Bible. So again, I do use science. I don't recommend everybody do it, but I've been a science person my whole life, and everything in science matches up with the Bible. That's why it was so easy for me. And I still rejected Jesus. I still said, no, I believe all this except Jesus. I did the exact same claim that you're saying. I said, yeah, this is fine. This is good, but I don't know about Jesus. I did the exact same thing.
Kind of on topic, kind of slight side road. In my own personal genealogy, as far as my family's records, and we go over them every big family get together or whatever, my cousins, aunts, and uncles and stuff, and they break out, here's your great-grandfather, here's your great-grandmother and stuff like that. But I think basically all we have is information that goes back to like great-great-grandfather, great-great-grandmother, and I don't know shit after that, as if they didn't exist. That is weird. It should be all the way back, at least written on paper, and it's not. We don't even have any records. Why? How is that possible? And I think that's pretty rampant in everybody's kind of family and genealogy. Like, are you telling me they didn't even have a rock in a cave? Or, I mean, like, we're only going back hundreds of years, not thousands. And where are these records of each of our families?
Right.
What happened?
Good question. Good question. Hey, guess what? No, and if anybody has an idea, they're probably lying. You know what I mean? Who knows that except for the liars
I
that have
10 to the 20th power of great grandfathers and grandmothers. I should know maybe even more, all the way back to the original. I got nothing. I got to give my slob
let me tell
to
you,
the
I will
government
tell you
to
this.
find out. Come on, man.
I will tell you this, Jibby. I don't know the in between, but I can guarantee that you are the son, the lineage. Your grandfather is Noah. That I can guarantee you.
Yeah.
I have a look.
That I guarantee you. You are the lineage of Noah. There's no way that somebody like you is not part of the lineage of Noah, and that's why you're part of this group. That's why Christians accept you, because you're not a scoffer. There's two different types of people. There's scoffers, and there's people that are open-minded and honest. That's it. And you were obviously not a scoffer.
Too. I had 12 years of torture and getting sick in church.
Yeah, I know. I was there. I went to the Catholic. Listen, the Catholic Church turned me. Jibby, listen, Jibby. Our paths are so similar, though. Right, our paths are so similar, Jibby. I went to Catholic Church also, but they kicked me out by grade 7 because I was probably worse than you. And I'll tell you what, that turned me into an atheist, and I was an atheist until I was 27 years old. So I had 15 years of extra magnified crime that I was committing because of those fucks at the Catholic Church. Trust me, I know, bro. I'm with you 100%. I'm 100%.
It's unfortunately that people usually define their belief in God by whatever church they were in,
right? Whatever bullshit organization, yeah.
Whatever, it could be anything you hear on TV. It could be whatever you get.
I got to give Jibby my last testimony. Here's my last lifeline, Jibby. I'm not telling you don't have to do anything, but my last lifeline for Jesus Christ, and the reason that I know he is God and that he's died for my sins and that the Bible's inherently true in every single way, shape, or form that I can literally read it, is because the entire world is anti-Christ. That's how I know he is real, because the entire world is against him. And that's why this is just like the entire world's against the flat earth or whatever. The entire government hates everything the government goes against. It's true. Guess what the Catholics did? They ruined the image of Jesus Christ. They destroyed Christ and told you to ignore him and to worship Mary and to do those other things and do Hail Marys. And here's a rosary. And look at the Mormons. Oh, Jesus Christ was just a prophet. What the Muslims say? Jesus Christ was just a prophet. What's the government say? Oh, Jesus Christ was just a mythical figure. It's all attacking Jesus Christ. And that is what has made it so easy for me. And then with the prayers answered and everything else and the Bible, you name it, flat earth, all these millions of puzzle pieces, it's just too easy for me, bro. Jesus Christ was my Lord and Savior. He came here 2,000 years ago and died. Do I understand it all? Of course not. If I could understand it all, he wouldn't be God. The whole world is antichrist, bro. That's how I know.
I'm not. So it's not the whole world.
Except for you, Jibby. But the fact of the matter is, bro, is that you, yeah,
349,999,000.
Except for Jibby. Except for Jibby.
Take one Jedi down, pass him around, turn him back to the dark side.
Jibby, it took me 5 years, Jibby. Okay, listen, you're going to give it some time. All I'm asking you to do, Jibby, is just continue to search. That's all I'm telling you.
I search and I help others.
Don't stop. There's never. Are you ever going to stop, Jimmy? Because I told I'll never stop. You have to kill me before I stop.
No,
I'll
like
never
water
stop.
off a waterfall. I'm not even in a stream. I am heading down off the waterfall. There's nothing stopping that motion. I'm
good.
Headed.
Yeah, magnetism. Good.
I don't. I'm driven by a force. I'm not driven by anybody with a name tag. Or I mean, I like his.
I don't have a name tag either. Listen, bro. We all work under the same God.
He's got the Jedi gear. He's got the hair. He's got the beard. I can't fault the guy in any way. But I mean, there's no name. The force that drives me comes from my heart, and it feels like a connection with God, and that to me is enough. I don't need.
It's not enough.
I don't need more.
It's never enough. No, Jibby. If you're satisfied, once you're satisfied, you're wrong. Never be satisfied.
Every other religion, including the ones that used to cut people's heads off and drink their blood, believe the same thing. They believe they have
it's never enough. Never be satisfied. Never be satisfied.
Okay, well, I like the message that my heart's giving me. Not saying to do anything.
You don't want to drink my blood. All right, good.
Blood putting over intent I'll go with that route if I'm going to do any blood magic.
That guy's a little scary because he's got.
What if you have,
30,000
like,
subs.
I was asking this question, what if you have blood in your urine and you have an intent when you're taking a leak? Now what? You better be careful.
Then you're an extra. Then that's how
you should
that's
make
amazing.
a video, and that's what it should be about. I'm
blood
serious.
magic.
Blood putting over intent will get everybody's, get everybody's attention the first time, and then the next one could be, blood oaths in urine or blood earth.
Spill your blood. Well, what else? I'm spilling my blood through my DNA strand spiral that comes out.
Well, I'm not. I'll put it this way. I'm belittling that people should do that. I don't think you should do that.
I tell him
there is probably real power in that. Absolutely. But that all blood sacrifice like that after Jesus Christ, God doesn't want anything to do with it. He never wanted it to begin with. Kind of had to cost people something back in the day to.
Yeah. Plus, I've never.
But anyway, that's not the point. The point is that today, blood sacrifice and ritual, we're commanded to stay away from that stuff.
Have you ever heard of one story where they're like, okay, we're going to cut this virgin's wrist, spill blood, so this old man with cancer can be cured? I never heard. It's always some kind of sacrifice for some harvest or some big thing to save, and you need it to live, or where they're throwing in a volcano. Like it's never. It's so creepy.
Yeah, Jibby, what about these countless miracles this weird Jesus guy was doing and making people be able to see and healing this person and creating enough food to right, I know. I got a loaf of bread and a fish and he can feed 1,000 people or whatever. I mean, there's just one after the other, bro.
Right, he gets that. That's
right.
not it. My point is whether that's real or not, the story resonates with them.
I'm going to take a loaf of bread, right? And
right, yeah, you can. I guarantee, Jibby, you can't find any human being, even David Blaine, that could feed 1,000 or whatever, how many people it was with a loaf of bread. It won't happen.
Well, I take a fishing pole and I take a loaf of bread and I take little pieces off of that and I use it as bait. Now I'm catching fish with that. Now I'm turning that one loaf and I'm making a lot.
That's not what happened, though. But Jibby, the details are in the writing. It talks about what happened.
There's people who believe kids died at Sandy Hook. Boston bombing is real. Movie coming out on
yes, I know, and they are all delusional. Yes, I know, and that's not first-hand account, Jibby. Those are not first-hand accounts.
Well, they were blind, and I helped them to see. Could that be a metaphor? You know what I'm saying? Helping the blind to see.
No, because they gave specific details that the scales of the eyes fell off and they could see. That's what I'm saying. The details are there. It's just too easy.
How come some things are literal and some things are metaphor? And people subjectively
because it can't. Because if it was easy, everybody would be a Christian. There'd be no point to it. It has to be difficult. Yes,
that's gravity right there. That's a gravity answer.
No, I don't think so. I think it makes bro. I'm sorry, but if it was easy, there'd be no point to it. It has to be difficult. But that's exactly the same reason I tell you this every time, and I tell all these other Christians, and they look at me like I'm a spaghetti monster floating. When I tell them I don't want people to wake up to this, because that would piss me off, because I'm a selfish scumbag. It took me 35 years of torture to find this. So you think I want some clown fucktard who lives in his mother's basement with a space collection to figure this out in 5 minutes? That pisses me off. It took me 35 years of being tortured.
Yeah, it's the prodigal son, man. That's not up to you. You know that.
You do find
it doesn't matter when you get the truth. It's just
you're right. No, my point.
That's
my point. My point is, as a selfish human being, I don't want it to be easy. I thank God He made it very difficult. Thank you. God.
Well, God didn't want to make it any more difficult than it would be. But like I said, if He's playing for, let's see, I had the perfect, existence for everybody. Some of my kids fucked that up real bad. Excuse my language. And to the point of where I had to jail some of them, and they're the planets. That's what we call the planets today, according to Enoch and Jasher and a couple other books.
Like the Phantom
ripped out of the
like
Bible.
Prisons?
They are the prisoners. They are alive entities. And you look at them in a telescope, and they look like round, fuzzy balls.
Right, yeah, exactly.
They look like orbs.
Yep, they do. And not only that, but two-dimensional. Because
so they're trapped in their emotions, and they're helping tell God's story in the stars. Now people have taken that story and warped it, and it's Nimrod was the main one to do it. And then when the languages got scattered, that story went with everybody, and they got warped into Osiris and Gilgamesh and everything else you can imagine, Apollo. And so it's one story that's been corrupted. But this Bible was basically, let's say, pick it up in the Moses time. So you got this guy that Moses, who God basically proves himself to Moses and then says, free my people. Supernatural plagues happen. The former slaves leave Egypt with the riches, by the way, with their neighbors' riches, and head to the Red Sea, where they part the Red Sea. God parts it, and they cross into safety. This journey, and then they get to the mountain of God, where he actually reveals himself, says, hey, here's the 10 commandments. I'll speak them to you. And I'm the God that freed you, by the way. And then the people are so afraid that they don't want God to talk anymore. So Moses becomes the main intercessor. He does all the talking. He goes up and down and talks to God in the mountain and stuff. But there's lightning and thunderbolts and clouds, and there's shit going on up there, supernatural stuff going on. The point is that then they travel for, that was only a couple months of their journey. Then they travel for another 8 or 9 months, about a little less than a year, 10.5 months or so total. And they camp outside of their promised land for 39 years because they weren't ready to go into it. And that's one of the most fascinating stories in the Bible. But my point in telling you this is that Moses started to write down this history, and the people knew it because they actually saw God. Like, they actually saw his miracles. I mean, they felt them. They were freed by them. All these supernatural events happened to them over this time. And then they get to their promised land, and they send 12 spies in to see what was going on.
Of all these supernatural events, all people could do, or all we have left of proof of them, is something written on paper?
No, not at all. And that's the point.
Well, Jibby, do you think they had a P900 back then, Jibby?
Yeah, there is biblical archaeology too, and there is also records.
Oh man, speaking of the P900, I've been really trying to sharpen in on Sirius, because it is a very prominent star in the winter.
Jibby, I just showed you that. I literally, what I'm trying to show you right now is Sirius in my view, and I can't, it's not picking it up now, but it was a second ago. Literally, I just showed that.
Force connection. All right.
Yes, 30 seconds ago, I just filmed Sirius, and now I can't see it. There it is, right there. If you look.
Okay.
Nope.
So that's the dog star.
No.
Look.
No.
Isn't it?
Jibby, there it is. Look. Once it shows up and it goes away, right? Right there.
Yep.
There it is.
The dog star is in the Big Dipper, if I'm not mistaken.
I forget.
I had to memorize these all for a test, and it's been so long since I've had to regurgitate them.
Yeah, it's been a while. I don't remember.
But when I've been trying to sharpen in on Sirius as best I can, and I have one video up on my channel, but I have a couple. That was just the best of what I had taken that night. I have been trying manual to see what I can do, and like, because I've seen this image before is the reason it's coming to mind, or maybe my mind saw that, was the Eye of Horus was kind of what I was making out of this star. It's like, is that Egyptian Eye of Horus looking? Because it kind of looked like the Eye of Horus glowing like a magnesium glow.
An oblate little.
It was definitely oblate, but it was like eye-shaped. Oh,
I've seen lots of P900 footage of that stuff. It does kind of look like that. Yeah.
It's so weird. I'm still working on it, but I'm like, okay, Eye of Horus. All right. I want to, try it in software too.
I think that sign is the pineal gland, by the way.
The what?
The pineal gland, or pineal gland, however people pronounce it.
There is
the pine cone gland, man.
There is something to this pineal, and I think it's some kind of a circuit bridge or something between two hemispheres of the brain. When they merge, you get complete. You know what I'm saying?
Never know, man. But I know
we don't know.
I know that there's people that teach you can stick your tongue down the back of your throat and make that bridge, that connection.
I think that's going to take a lot of meditation to get
down your throat and up your nasal passage. I didn't finish. I'm sorry.
Oh,
from the back end.
Yeah, that's some serious control.
Tongue action, yeah, man.
Yeah.
But that's what they teach you to release your pineal gland. I don't have a clue what happens.
Well, that's the thing, though. We're not supposed to delve into that type of knowledge,
Well,
though.
no, my point was that you shouldn't. If you think you're going to become enlightened by a physical act like that, that's ridiculous. Like I'll stand on one foot and I'll become enlightened. That's absolutely ridiculous.
I mean, just look at the orders. Okay, but Jibby, look at the orders that God gives us. Jibby, hear me out.
You
real
can
quick.
become smarter,
Hold on,
but you
hold
can't
on.
become enlightened.
Hold on. Let's just look at what God wants us to do. God wants us to be producers. He wants us to grow. He wants us to farm. He wants us to use His creation. He wants us to not worry about the dollar, not worry about man's law, not worry about man's word, but to use His creation, believe His creation, preach about His creation, and just know that He came down here as a man, the Son of God, Jesus Christ, and He died for it. It's so simple, though. I'm just saying it's so simple. Listen, you got to hear me out. The entire time, God is telling us to work with His creation. The ultimate consciousness is understanding God's creation here. And if we do that well, then we can understand other things. But we're not supposed to go beyond this creation's knowledge, though. We are supposed to be obedient to the creation.
See, there's that word again. All these things like.
Yes, you are to be obedient. You are to follow your creator. Yes, you are to be obedient.
A benevolent master would say.
Absolutely, yes, because
worship and be obedient.
Well, I'll tell you, if he knew what was good for you, for real, you don't, because you don't have that.
And I can just be. How about I just respect it and
what I
skip
said,
the other
emperor
commands.
I thought you had a point before, but I just wanted to clarify.
I'm very fine saying, you know what, I am in awe of this just magnificent creation, and I know that
neither MG or I would spend any time with you at all if you weren't.
I mean, yeah, what I'm saying, I'm humble to it. I'm in awe of it. I am not going to be like, I know better, but now you bring in the kneel, bow, worship.
Well, no, you know what?
See, now I'm getting a bad taste.
However you glorify God is up to you.
Appreciate, but
whether you go on your knees or not. But
yes.
Getting on your knees is supposed to be.
Oh, I'm humble. I'm humble and on my knees in my heart.
Well, and then maybe that's good enough for you. Do you know what I'm saying? That's up to you.
Anybody wants me to do it physically? That's not benevolent to me.
Well, you're not commanded to do that in front of anybody.
Yeah, Jibby. Let me just say right now. Let me give you Jibby. Okay, let me just give you this. It's not saying. It's saying. Okay, right now in the Bible, Jibby, it doesn't say that Jibby needs to bow down, but it does say eventually that every knee will bow and that every tongue will confess. Okay, because you will, Jibby. You will.
Oh, I will bow out of a respect.
You will. When he shows up, well, listen, Jibby, when he shows up, if you're able to not have a heart attack or a brain aneurysm, you will be on your face.
Well, the thing is, when he shows up, everybody dies.
Well, you will be on your face. If you don't die, you will be. God has shown Himself to people in the past.
Everybody does. That's
right, but in the past, but I'm not. I'm saying if God gave Jibby a special
at that time.
Okay, but if God gave Jibby a special occasion, a special meeting, which has happened in history, which could happen, could happen. We got, it's happened to people in the past. If that happens, Jibby is not going to have any of these issues anymore, and that's my final statement.
Well, I bet you that's true too. It's hypothetical. So.
I guarantee it. I'm just saying, I guarantee it. And if God does that, Jibby, I'm gonna say, damn, Jibby is a fucking special person, because God is not gonna come. Jibby, God's not gonna show Himself to me. If I asked God to show Himself to me, He would laugh right now. He would absolutely laugh his ass off. But I don't know. Yeah, He doesn't need to. If you, Jibby, He might go, you know what? Let me just put this Jibby to the test. And boy, Jibby, let me tell you, I'll know what happens if you're off air for about 6 months. Yeah.
If I haven't already been put into the test, I would love to see, because
you haven't seen shit, Jibby. You haven't seen shit. People were burnt to death. People are murdered. People are stripped of their skin. People are buried alive. They are skinned alive. I mean, trust me, we have gone through some terrible things, Jibby. You and I have almost identical backgrounds. If you were to put us in a classification, Jibby, you and I are in the same boat.
You're a powder puff girl right now. Absolutely.
Right. Like, Jibby, trust me, Jibby, you and I have experience.
Yeah. That's what I mean. We are with nothing.
I mean, and Jibby and I have had our own families try to destroy us, and we know how evil people can be, and it's still nothing. Yeah,
nothing.
you know.
Absolutely. They try to, you know, when. Anyway, I don't.
And wait a minute, let me just elaborate on that. That's kind of one of the problems.
I've been on fire. How's that?
Okay, how about that? But if I continue, Jibby, if I continue to say, "Oh, poor me, I went through all this, I deserve that," that's a problem. And that's why I don't do that. I don't say, "Oh, I went through all this and I deserve it." I don't deserve anything. I deserve to burn for my sins. I know that. But when I think of God, Jibby, I don't ask. I say, "How high?" I don't ask, why did you do this, God? I say, "What do you want me to do, God?" Or how high should I jump? Or, what would you like me to do next, God? I mean, that's, it's each individual purpose.
I say, please guide me in the best direction for the greatest good of all.
Good. And you're good. Excellent. Very good.
You know what?
You're on the right track, bro.
I think you're an honest guy. So here's what I would do. And this is just advice. You don't obviously do whatever Jibby does, but I would say if you do believe in a creator, you've made that clear. So talk to the creator and ask him outright. Just ask him. I don't care if you get on your knees. You're up to you how you talk to God. But ask him, is Jesus the way? Is that what you want me to learn or not?
Jesus
ask him that
in the way as far as who he was. To me, that is the way. But
it's not what I'm saying is that. How can I put it? A belief in Jesus and what he did for you is definitely enough to get you into heaven. That is what the game plan is. Your position in heaven.
Others constantly. I get it.
What I'm saying is your position in heaven will be determined on what your works, basically what you do. And a lot of people don't know what that is. They don't even know what to do. And it's really hard to, for example, a lot of Christians don't believe in the Old Testament. They don't like it. They think that's a different God. Like there's a lot of things about that people get confused on. If they haven't read the beginning of the story and you're just picking up a book and opening it, 3/4 of the way through and start reading, you can't really get a gist to what's happened before. And you need that. Yeah, you need that whole
Jibby,
story.
let me show you something real quick, Jibby. Okay, sometimes in life, and we've all done this, I think we've all had indicators or like signs or experiences that made us go, wow, you know what? That's amazing that happened. That shows that I'm kind of on track with my creator's plan. Once in a while we'll see something or get like, wow, that was almost a miracle that no one would even understand why that was a miracle because we know why that was so important, right? We have experiences, right? We have pseudo coincidences. They're not coincidences, right? We've all had them, right? Well, on November 3rd, 2016, which is of course the beginning of this month, I went into my dad's stash, which today, Jibby, for the last 6 hours, we've gone over a lot of the things that my father left me, right? When of course the biggest impact of some of these things that he left me was the newspaper collection, right? So I went to the storage, I got the book, or I got the case, the briefcase, by the way, it's a Samsonite, and opened it up, and the first paper I pulled out, and remember, this is November 3rd, 2016, I pulled this paper out, and here it is right here, Jibby. I don't know if you can see it. And this is it says Carter clings to lead. It's Jimmy Carter, yada yada. And I'm like, where's the date? I'm like looking up here with the date. I'm like,
63.
There's no date on this paper. I'm like, what the hell is going on? So I start flipping through it, right? And I'm looking through the ads. I'm like, wow, prices haven't gone up on anything except for cars. And I'm like looking at all this stupid shit that doesn't matter. I'm like, wait a minute. I need to look at what this date is again. Right, and if you might remember the date that I was, of course, November 3rd, which is just a few weeks ago. I grabbed this paper, so I go, wait a minute, here's the date. Oh, November 3rd, 1976, 40 years to the day when I decided to get my father's papers and his newspapers to see what he would leave me, and it's the exact date 40 years later, November 3rd, 1976 to November 3rd, 2016, 3 weeks ago, 40 years to the day, I opened this up to start searching in my father's information, and the first thing I find out is that it is literally 40 years to the day. There are certain signs that God is going to show you that you're on track, bro. And once in a while, I get really lucky, and he goes, okay, here's a freebie. You're right on time.
That's how I would read that.
Bro, and it's not the only one. It's happened 1,000 times. This is just the one time where I can just prove it. This is one time I can prove it, bro. And I can't even explain it. Can I explain how big that was to me? I can't. And most people go, oh, who cares? You had a 1 in 365 chance. Who cares?
Right,
Big
but
deal.
what you're doing, though, I believe, is you're putting Jesus' name tag on those things.
Well, I've been putting Jesus's name tag on me. That's what's important, is that I've been putting the name tag on me, and then I see, well, let's see what I'm going to do here. And then lo and behold, I'm basically being told, I'm literally being told, you are right on time. And that's what I get out of it.
Okay, so you're being Jesus. You're being the way.
No. I'm being told that I'm on the right path. I'm not the way. I'm being told that, at least I think I'm being told that, hey, you are doing what you are supposed to be doing.
Right.
That's what I'm getting out of it.
You know,
We all have different paths.
man, I believe this. I really do believe this system is going to crash, and we're going to all be in for an awakening, a different way of life. And that's kind of what I'm trying to get people ready for.
I don't feel this is the correct way of life. You know, even
No,
if I
it's
got
not.
a
You're
great
right.
job
Amen.
tomorrow that paid me more than I've ever been paid before, I would still feel like
guilty as
I'm
shit.
not supposed to be doing this. This is not right. This is not
I
natural.
know. You know what? I want to farm because I don't know when the shit's going to hit the fan. It could be next year, or it could be 20 years from now. I have no idea. It could be 100 years from now. That's the point. We don't know. Now, man, does it ever look like it's going to be soon?
Oh, I think it's time to go. Like, I'm ready to go next year to.
Remember, we were talking
North Pole.
about astrology. You can't get away from it. That's the whole point. In the Bible, you can't get away from it. I mean, but anyway, you can't get away from the calamity that's coming. You can't hide in a rock. You can't hide in the mountains. The guys in the caves are the bad guys or whatever. Yeah.
Well, I do want to see what's in the middle of the puzzle before.
Yeah, me too.
Comes.
Me too.
And
You know what? I'll wait. I'll see after. I don't mind. I know it's not an escape route.
I don't know what
it is.
I hope it.
No, what I mean is, if
hope
it is,
it
he'll
is.
take us there.
Jimmy, if I get you to the North Pole and we make it to New Schwabia and we get there and we're flying flying saucers, killing demons, then will you believe me?
Yeah, it's different.
Well, I mean,
will you believe me that, Jimmy? Just give me that. Shut your mouth and listen to me right now. Will you believe me if we get to New Schwabia and we both steal 2 flying saucers and we kill them all like Independence Day? What do you say?
Well,
Then you'll take my word. Tell me you'll take my word for it then.
I can see you being the guy that tries to bank too hard and you can't breathe and then you get whacked and then not
Look, you get a big
shit,
cigar.
bro. I'm gonna tell you what. I've been
Just take a
practicing.
picture.
I've been practicing those G pulls for a long time. I researched to be a pilot for 20 years, and I didn't have a good enough eyes, so they made me a tank driver.
You
have good enough eyes
couple
for that. Just get it in a general area.
You were talking about astronomy earlier, right?
Yep.
Right. Hello, Rose. You were talking about astronomy earlier.
Yes.
So,
hey,
morning.
Real quick, we'll get off the subject, but in Revelation 12, it describes one of those a day when you look up in the sky, and that's what'll be going on.
What will it be?
And a lot of people think it'll be a lot. Like if you go online and you type it in, you'll find. People think for whatever reason, believe it's September 29th next year, 2017, that this sign will be in the sky. Because they were given like the progression of the planets through the constellations and shit, tell a story. So that's what they were talking about be happening, which is a kind of a big deal in the Bible, depending on how you believe that part of the Bible. We're not getting into, what that is or not, whether it's true or not. I'm just saying a lot of people believe that sign is coming up next year.
Well, we got the Hopi prophecies. I think Blue Kachina may have come and gone or whatever. The spider webs in the sky.
Somebody was talking about spider webs. Always the secret societies.
I
that say,
hope it's not
weaving
literal.
spiders this way don't come, or
I
whatever it is.
hope it's the
Be a bohemian
chemtrails
grove.
and not real spider webs. I don't like this queen spider side road in the flat Earth. I really don't.
Well, just imagine that whatever the devil did, he got booted down here and he's in jail. And the only way out, he thinks, is to fight God with all of mankind, all of us, and that way, like, when he gets here, he's like, "Shit, man, my plan screwed up."
The whole story would make a great movie and such a kick-ass final finale showdown. Like, hell yeah! If that's the story, then we would all want to be here for that.
Well, the way it is they're trying to convince us that that the one in charge here right now is Lucifer, which he kind of is, or Satan, whatever you want to call him. But that he's the good guy, and that the God of the Bible, or the God that's kept us here in prison, is the bad guy, and that God's coming back. So you gotta get ready to fight him when he gets here.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna kick.
Yeah, how can he turn the minds of mankind into something to that effect?
Yeah, whoever made this place, if he's a bad guy, I'm gonna be like, hey, dude, all right, you can obviously wipe us all out, whatever you want, dude. Like, if you
they play it up as equal.
my heart's not gonna be in it, but fine. You want me to kneel? I'll kneel. Or kill me? Yeah, fine.
The people that teach the bad side of this story, you know, the Luciferian side of the story, would say that God and Satan are equals, and that it was a war and God won that war, but Satan could have easily have won that war. So they're going to go for round 2 kind of thing at the end. And he thinks he can win. And if he wins, all his generals, you know, people that are allegiance to him, they get special roles and things, you know. There's an evil side to all the good side. That's what you get at the Mason, at the top level Mason, Freemason and Jesuit orders. You find all of that. That's actually what's going on, supposedly.
So how's it going, Rose?
Yeah.
Pillbox, jump out. Get back in here.
Man, I think he jumped out. But that was the end of the conversation about, you know, kind of what's going on here. You're getting taught a lesson, whatever your lesson you need, and when you die, you'll or before that, hopefully you'll make the decision that gets you to live forever, whatever that is. As a Christian, I believe that's Jesus. So,
well, I mean,
but and again, anybody wants to challenge me on a Bible story that they don't understand, I'd be happy to talk about it. But most people don't even know them.
Oh, I just want to see like a Royal Rumble, like you, Paula, Antonio, Adam Doherty. Like, this is Royal Rumble. Let's go at it. Robin Poe, whatever. Like,
Adam's the constant evangelist. So his calling is it shouldn't be to call people out on stuff. It should be just to get people in, right? But he's been off the scene now for a couple months, so who knows what he's going to do. Antonio's right against it, openly.
Yeah, he's fishing in many ponds lately.
Paul is well studied. We do see things differently, her and I, but she is well studied. I'll give her that.
Translating from the Greek word for word, that's insane. That would take years.
Who's doing that?
That's dedicated. But that's what she said, and she got a book out and whatever.
Her. Oh.
That is yeah, Paula has been into
she's doing it herself, is that what you meant?
She said she's done it. She's translated from the original Greek, like word for word.
Well, I use trusted resources to do that. I'm not a scholar, so
well, I guess she had to use, whatever translation materials were available, but she tried to get the oldest text she could find. She said it was the old Greek, and translated it to English as best she could. And she's got a book out. And,
good for her.
Did you know she had a book?
Nope, I didn't know that.
Yeah, she's got I met her on the conspiracy forums, and one conspiracy that actually gave audience to Flat Earth. And she, as soon as I heard her a few times, I'm like, okay, you're my go-to Bible expert. Like, I could tell almost right away she knew her stuff. And I'm not a Bible connoisseur, but I could tell somebody who spent a lot of time researching something. And I guess she spent
you'll get
part
that.
of 40 years.
Yeah, you'll get that on a lot longer than me. You'll get that in all, I like to say denominations. Almost all of the major denominations have a dogma, if you know what I mean. So, like you were talking about earlier with the Mormons believing whatever they believe, you know, and the Jehovah's Witnesses believing something different. They all claim to be Christian, but they all believe something pretty fundamentally different. Shit, I lost my train of thought. Yeah.
That happened to me a lot in church.
Dude, I used to look for excuses to go to the bathroom. Mom, I got to go to the bathroom. But Catholic Church is like the wrong church. It really is. I mean, I've been to churches. I've seen them, you know, basically all. And some churches are good for a few things. And Catholic Church isn't one of them.
And as far as I know, and in most towns in the New England area, it was public. Your options were public school or private Catholic school.
Yeah, same with me. I went to Catholic school.
It wasn't like, you know.
Well, mine wasn't run by nuns. Mine was run by regular people. But
we only had very few. We had maybe 2 or 3 lay teachers, and the rest were priests and nuns. And the nuns hit us back in the 70s and 80s. So I was getting hit at home. I was getting hit at school. You know what happens to a dog when it just gets beat all the time? They eventually learn how to bite and bite hard. And
sure, it's just a shame that was done to you at a
sucks.
Catholic.
Well, it happened to a lot of us, and it sucks. And my parents were old school.
Mind you, it wasn't just the Catholics that hit, by the way. You got to understand that public schools hit too. That was like a national law.
I didn't know that. I didn't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
You whack a child for being bad? Sure, man.
And then you got the priests doing what they were doing to the altar boys. And, you know, I kind of feel like...
Unfortunately, that happens in every facet of society. However, whenever you tell fallaciously, wrongly, tell your priest they can't get married, what do you think's going to happen?
I talked to my...
So unless you're married and then come into the priesthood, you can't be married. You can't be married and become you can't be a priest and then be sexually active, but you can be married and then become a priest. There's some weird rules to it like that, but
I'd be friendly.
What do you think happens? You know, the homosexuality creeps in on average, probably more than.
It have to be homosexuality too? Why is it always?
Because what I'm saying is that because you've said you can't be sexually active as a priest, there's going to be a larger draw.
It seems to be just like it seems to be
by the math.
Yeah, it seems to just be such the extreme anti-God. If God made man for a woman and woman for a man, and that's how you procreate.
Oh yeah,
it's so anti-God. This man of God is being so anti.
I was born Roman Catholic, and I never saw any of this stuff until I left and became what I call born again, because I had an experience and said, okay, it's real. Because I did, was asking God for the truth and stuff. But
yeah.
But after it was confirmed for me, man, it put you on a different mission in life anyway. I'll tell you that.
I knew kids who were victims, and some of the lawsuits still went on all the way until a couple of years ago. I
never heard about anything like that until I was old enough, obviously, to learn about anything like that. But
yeah, some of the kids didn't come out for 20 years.
It's disgusting. They hide the truth. Again, this is people don't understand. I mean, some people do. We talk about it in the truth community, but the RCC is not a nice place. It is not a nice place, and it is the Jesuit order, like people like to talk about, of taking control and. But it doesn't matter. It was before they took control. It was still like that. They hide their their sins.
I befriended the head.
And it's such a-
I
such a
befriended the
shame.
head Jesuit of my high school. He ran. He was the head. He wasn't the principal, because there was a rectory that was built into the school where all the Jesuits lived. And in the morning they walk down the hall. They're at their classes and offices, but they lived there. And I befriended the head Jesuit who ran basically the whole thing. And he used to let me smoke cigarettes in his office during school hours, all the kinds of breaking rules. And I asked him all these questions, and I would say to him, like, why did you choose this life? Like, don't you want a family and everything? And he just had answers right away. And he was like, if I had a family, wife and children, could I serve God? Could I serve God as effectively? I would be serving my family. I wouldn't be serving God. And I chose to serve God. And
that is a cool thing. If that's a personal choice, that's a very cool thing. You know what I mean? If you really don't have, if you can do that, that's a very cool thing. Paul, the writer of most of the New Testament, did that, which is where the tradition kind of comes from.
Oh, I didn't even know it was a tradition. It kind of reminds me like Superman and Spider-Man. They can't have kids or whatever.
Paul
They got to protect them.
I'm not married because I'm married to the church. I'm married to God. I'm
That's what the nuns used to say. They would wear the wedding ring. And they're married to Jesus.
Oh, I didn't know that. They wore a wedding ring. I didn't know that.
Wore the wedding ring, because we were always confused. We were like, what? And they always told us. They always had the short hair under the habit and everything.
It's funny. I grew up Roman Catholic. RCC, went to Roman Catholic school at the Roman Catholic Church. And I don't think I ever met a nun. Maybe once or twice, but I never paid attention.
Very
almost secular.
They were very stern women. I met one nun who got fired from my high school because she touched a girl inappropriately. She was trying to help her with her bra and felt her up. My favorite English teacher, she was a nun. She got fired. She didn't wear the habit. Like, she was like a rebel nun. She totally was. She would drop F-bombs in class. Didn't wear it. Just a total rebel. Apparently lesbian. I don't know why these priests and nuns are always homosexual.
They're probably, if you have a love for God and you realize that's your tendencies are homosexual, you probably in your heart want to suppress that. And here you go to a place, you become devout. You don't have to appeal to that side of you, I guess. But it rarely works that way. We're all driven. I mean, we're human, we're animals. We are driven by sexuality. So it's the hardest thing to do is to drop your sexuality. It's almost impossible.
I think if I were to become a priest, though, I'm not going to be just all of a sudden attracted to boys. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's not what I meant. I'm
saying I don't know of any.
I don't think
that were hetero.
Yeah, I don't think that happens. The hetero ones aren't turning into homosexuals. I'm telling you that right now. That's not what's happening.
But the ones that are
homosexuals that are trying to suppress their homosexuality by being in the church or feeding off it, I don't know. You tell me. But
I do know one nun, only one, who got pregnant when she was a nun. And her daughters are my very, very, very close, dear friends all my life. And yeah, she was a nun who got pregnant while she was a nun.
But I mean, there's pedophilia and homosexuality in every aspect of life, unfortunately. However, it gets totally mainstream when it's the church.
I guarantee if you take a statistic, you're going to find an incident of it in every single school.
But you won't find it pushed as much now, because I don't know if you've noticed, but since the last pope, well, maybe even since then, but things have really started to change. They've got this big Protestant and Catholic merging going on, where they used to be enemies, but now they're trying to be friends again, and they're trying to get united, and it'll be united under the Pope. So you get all these mega TV preachers like Kenneth Copeland and people that literally have millions and millions of followers. And he's doing satanic shit like "Oh malaka shuka luka baka luka," and telling them it means something, and the fake tongues thing. And he's which is crazy. But anyway,
Pentecostals.
Yeah, many will come in his name. Jibby, many will come in his name, and they're all fucking liars.
Well, how do I know that this doesn't apply to you guys?
well, no, they're not all liars. Many will come in his name and be true in his name, but many will come in his name and be liars. Absolutely.
That does
Ministers
Because
will
that's
even
the thing,
transform
Jibby.
themselves
That's
into ministers of
okay,
light.
Jibby. That's where Chris and I and you, by our own discernment, go, okay, that's bullshit. Oh, okay, that guy's cool because he's talking about flat Earth. Oh, wait, this guy's fucked up because he thinks that I need to give him $25 a month. Okay, that's probably obvious. Okay, fuck him. Oh, what about this lady? Oh, this lady wants a facelift and says she wants us to donate money so that she can have a new airplane to fly to different. Okay, fuck her. She's a liar. That's how easy this is. When the guy goes, hey, like Kent Hovind was a great guy, Jivy, and he's deceived. But you know what? He was the real deal because he said, you can take my material, you can copy it, you can distribute it, and I don't care. We will not copyright it because we want to make sure that you're prepared. That's how I know Kent Hovind was a nice, great Christian, but he's deceived, and he is obviously completely confused about this latest subject, and he's too egotistical to admit he was wrong.
He owns more land than 1,000 people do. He has more money than 1,000,000 people do.
Well, why is he living? Well, then why is he living in a trailer park, Chris?
Who?
Kent Hovind.
Not Hovind, Copeland.
Oh, I'm talking about Kent Hovind, bro.
You come in here bashing Ken Hovind. No,
I'm talking about Ken Hovind, the Dr. Dino. Like, what the fuck? The guy's in a trailer park.
No, I was talking about TBN, TV Ministries.
Oh, yeah, those guys all need to be, like my dad used to say, a 45 between the eyes. But yeah, Ken Hovind, Ken Hovind is a different story. Like, Ken Hovind was the real deal.
Kenneth Copeland is who I would. Let's just clarify that. Kenneth Copeland.
That's such a similar name.
I've never heard Ken Hogan say anything in tongues or anything like that.
No, yeah. Ken Hovind was a Ken Hovind.
Flat Earth, but I don't know. He might be paid not to get the flat Earth.
No. Liz, I know the family.
I think he was gatekeeping.
No. I can tell you the truth about.
There's no way.
No, I'm sorry, Chris. I know these people. Chris, I know these people personally.
Okay,
I've talked to them.
Then ask him. Then look him in the face and say, how is it that you can go against the textbooks and every
Chris,
single thing you teach?
Yes, exactly.
Except for this.
Exactly. You know why? I can tell you why. I did. I got the answer. Yes, Chris, listen to me.
Hey, it's true.
I got the answer. Guess what he did?
No, it doesn't mean anything to it. Flat Earth.
I know he fucked up. Listen, Chris, I got this. Watch this. Ken Hovind, as much as I loved him, I still love him. He's a great guy as far as his ministry, but he completely screwed up big time, and I know why. It's because he came up with a theory to explain the flood in his own way, and it was dependent on the heliocentric model, and he taught it for 25 years. So he's not going to let his own model go. He's a selfish old man. It's called It's literally called the Hovind model, and it's talking about a giant ice meteor creating the flood. It's hilarious. It's obviously bullshit, and he can't let it go.
He can still have that.
He can't let it. No, he can't. I know he knows he can't. He knows he can't because he based it off all these meteors and heliocentric model bullshit principles.
Yeah, the Bible says the windows of heaven were open and the fountains of the deep were let loose.
Yeah, he messed up.
That's how it happened.
He's totally wrong. He's completely deceived. Absolutely.
Because we got water above and water below, right? So people got to understand that that's going to pan out somehow. It is going to pan out. That's why I think NASA's it's admiralty and submarine talk, and this is a Navy operation. You'd think it'd be an Air Force operation.
You're right, and it's so funny because they do everything underwater. It's a hilarious fucking joke. I know.
So I'm still holding out. Maybe they're getting somewhere and doing something up in water.
That makes sense though, because think about these Nazis in the 30s and 40s. They were all obviously going to the North Pole via these submarines and establishing this base and figuring out this new Swabia, and they established all that bullshit. And now I think the elites use it. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
We don't know. There's no way to know.
I'm pretty sure they got technology that could have a drone flying up, a solar powered drone or something.
You know what's so funny? The funniest thing, Chris, is my father told me because my grandfather worked for Lockheed Martin, and he would send my dad these models of the space shuttle and all this bullshit, right, when I was a kid. And I remember talking to my dad many times about all these UFOs and all these, the Roswell and all these things. And my dad, for some reason, would always tell me, no, son, it's our technology. It's from here. That's crazy that he was able to know that. This was in the 80s, and he was right. It is from here, but it's not in the way that he probably thought, though, but it is from here. It's all from here.
Well, we're not. I don't know what's from here and what's not from here, but
everything's from here. Well, my point is everything is from here. Everything.
Well, no, it's not from. It's not from another planet or something.
No, right, but it's here. It's in this realm, though, that these beings up north, or whatever you want to call it, whether it's New Swabia or whether it's the Olaf Jensen's. Well, you don't know exactly, but we know that it's from here. That's the only thing we know, that it's from here. Rather, you believe it's inside the earth or outside.
Heavenly beings used vehicles to travel, and that is just a fact in the Bible and in pictures that we've got, like drawings and artwork and whatnot. So
right,
I do use vehicles. So, and if you go by what some people kind of think, is that the fallen angels were actually given a specific amount of years that they were in jail, different bunch than the planets. These guys were the Watchers of Genesis 6 or something, but anyway, they were released at a certain date, supposedly, according to some, and that date would kind of go along with the whole Roswell and the whole alien and the way we've progressed in technology and whatnot since then. It's a very interesting thought.
Yep. I know these are rabbit holes that we just wish we could even understand 1% of. They're so fascinating.
Well, yeah, somebody gets hooked into one line of thought and can spend a year at it. Like I spent 2 years in friggin' flat Earth, a year of it solid without even moving.
Oh, I'm with you. I did too. Yeah,
which is a trap.
Yep.
Which is a trap.
Well, yeah,
well, it's a trap if you get stuck here.
No, I don't get stuck here. No, I'm open to a lot of things.
You get stuck if you're waiting on others.
No, you get stuck.
Shit! Never wait, Jibby. There's no waiting around here. Fuck yeah. No.
For example, you Jibby had the whole NASA thing, right? You wanted to go after that. So that's something else, though. That's not just flat Earth. It happens to be related, but it's not just flat Earth.
No.
But you could get into, if you wanted to, you could get into Boston bombing or Sandy Hook or anything if you really wanted to.
Holy shit. Jibby, real quick.
Those ones already.
Yes, Jibby. What were you going to say, Jibby?
No, I was saying I already got into all those. I'm studying.
How about this? Let me say this real quick, because we're on Flat Out Elected, the hangout that opens its arms to everybody who wants to be honest. It's 11:37 West of the Rockies right now, and Joseph has entered the building, and he is a young man that is so curious. He entered this hangout for a reason, and I will let him say a few words. And please welcome Joseph.
Yo, what's up, bud?
Hola, amigos.
Hola.
Joseph, this election was was very interesting, and you know what, Joseph, I was wrong about the election. I guaranteed 7 years ago that Hillary Clinton was going to win the next election. I turned out to be wrong, and what I did was I admit when I'm wrong, Joseph. I was wrong about this election, and we have a different shill. His name is Donald Trump. He is paid by the masses to control white Republicans. What say you, Joseph, about this latest election? What have you gotten out of this?
Republicans don't even like him.
Okay.
Enough to get in. So.
Wait, no, fair enough. I'm with them. I'm with them. Let him talk. Go ahead. Go ahead.
This is my personal theory as to why Trump won. Okay. You have, number one, the DNC screwed Bernie Sanders out of the entire race, right? So that put a really bad taste in Democrats' mouths, because not only was he screwed out of it, but they replaced him with Hillary Clinton, who's been universally disliked her entire career, right? And then you have the ultra PC crowd, which is mostly made up of the left, right? Which we call them the regressive left. A lot of those kids, which would have made up probably a lot of the vote, because a lot of the support for Democrats was coming from college and university students, they didn't go out and vote, right? So you have, there's many elements as to why Donald Trump won. I think one of the biggest reasons why he won is
Hillary.
It's an anti-PC backlash. It's people are tired of the political correctness. They saw a guy who got up on stage, said what he thought. He didn't care about the consequences of what he thought, and of what he said.
Anti-establishment kind of guy.
Well, he's very anti-establishment. That's the whole
I like
thing.
how he's coming across. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how he comes across. But that's how he's lived his life too. If you see what he's done throughout his life,
I have, but he doesn't
one
of the
care about
richest
the
men in the
system.
world.
He just wants to make money, right?
Yeah, he's one of the richest men in the world. I think they rated him at 14 or 15th on the list. I think it was also around 15 billion, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, he just wants to make money, and I, as a person, I'm the same way. I can respect a guy like that. He doesn't.
I got no problem with the money. Yeah, no problem there.
He's not kissing
we'll
anybody
see what happens.
like that. But yeah, go
Now,
ahead.
Joseph, are you saying? No, this is very interesting. This is an interesting turn of events.
Yes.
I have to ask Joseph if he voted, who he voted for. I have to ask him who did you vote for,
Oh,
Joseph?
I'm Canadian. I didn't.
Woohoo! Who would you have voted for? How about Joseph? Who would you have?
Where are you from?
Wow, that's impressive. Okay.
What city?
I'm from Canada. I live
what city?
in Ottawa, Ontario.
Ottawa. We're pretty close, man. I'm just outside of Toronto.
Oh, nice. I just moved from there.
Right on. I'm in Durham region. I'm just
Oh, nice.
just on the east of Toronto.
Holy shit, ladies and gentlemen, Joseph the atheist has just solved the entire political. Hold on, listen, guys. This is interesting because Joseph has just solved the political enigma, and he's an atheist. So my question is, don't you Christians think you should probably be worried about something else? If atheists have this figured out, it's not your business. Thank you very much, Joseph.
I don't have it figured out.
Oh, I think you do. I think you do have it figured out. If I want an authority on it, no, I think you do.
It's just my opinion.
Listen,
like I've been paying attention to a lot of what's been going on socially in the United States, and one of the biggest things is the regressive left seems to be, taking hold of mainstream media. They're taking hold of political policies. They're taking hold of how you even act in university campuses and college campuses, and a lot of people, especially older people, they don't like that, right? Like, political correctness. It's still pretty new. It's fresh. It's about 20, 30 years old. So we're not even really in a place where people have fully accepted it yet. And to have someone like Donald Trump come, that's probably a breath of fresh air for a lot of people. And a lot of people went and voted, but it was only because the Electoral College that he won anyways. I think Hillary still had
No,
more
she didn't have the
turnout.
popular. No, she didn't. People.
No. It wasn't even
for
close,
whatever
bro.
reason,
She did not. That was a big. No, she did not win the popular vote.
I swear she won the
I watched it.
No. I know that's what it said at first, but it turned out it wasn't even close.
Donald won by 750,000 votes. That's not a lot in an election, but it was.
No, I don't even think that's true, Chris. The entire electoral system is
No, I know, I
completely
agree with
fucking
you.
skewed. Yeah.
He had less votes than
Social
Mitt
media
Romney.
had him up 9-1. Social media had him up 9-1.
There you go.
The mainstream had Hillary up 6-4, kind of thing.
What a coincidence.
Yeah, because he had less votes than Mitt Romney got.
Well, he won. The Republicans won everything.
Wait, hold on, wait one second.
including
Wait,
the popular
hold on
vote.
one second. Wait, Joseph, Mitt who? Mitt who?
Mitt Romney.
Mitt who? Never heard of him.
Really?
No idea. Who's Mitt Romney? Yeah, nobody gives a shit about Mitt Romney.
Play nice, MG. Play nice.
No, come on, Mitt Romney. Come on now, Joseph. Mitt Romney. Nobody wants Mitt Romney in the presidency. Come on now.
Well, he was going
No,
up
I don't want any of
against
these.
Obama. So
They don't want any of the big names. That's the problem. And no offense, they just couldn't have another black guy after a black guy was just too much.
No, we didn't have another option. We had no option for another black guy, Chris. There was no
Had they
option.
put any other Democrat against Trump, they should have won. They just picked the worst friggin' opponent, or the best for Trump, that they could have.
I know,
Hillary's
Hillary.
like the devil.
Dear
She's
Lord.
the devil.
I'd rather
And
have
everybody. My God, she had us on the brink of war. I don't think people got how close they were. They were.
Yeah, I vote for Joseph Mengele before I vote for Hillary. Yeah.
Well, Hillary gets in and she does cause World War III, guaranteed. So now this way they're thinking, oh, there's a little more stability in the region and blah, blah, blah. Politically, it was huge to have Trump up there, but they wanted it. It was all planned. I mean, if we think the only way it wasn't planned is if it was a literal miracle from God that Trump won.
I don't know.
No, it was planned. No. Yeah, because I'm gonna tell you right now, Satan chose Donald Trump. And
I
that's
don't know
my
if
final
Trump
statement.
winning was in the cards for.
No, Satan
Satan
chose Donald Trump.
You guys were watching
hires
coverage for this.
33
the looks
He
on
hires
people's
33
face.
Catholic Jesuits to run his campaign.
The look of
His daughter, his first daughter marries a Jew. His second daughter marries a Jew. His stepdaughter marries a Jew. His son marries a Jew, and his younger son's only 10.
Because this isn't the
You're
first
telling
time
me
he's
something's
run
not going
for
on? You're telling me something's not going. Now he's connected from. Not only is he a friggin' Mason and the world's biggest and best builder, but he's connected on the Jesuit side and the Zionist side. You're telling me there's not a better pick in the world for running the United States for these guys?
Yeah, I would have voted for Joseph. I think Joseph would be a better president.
I wouldn't have voted. Then I would have. I don't know how. Whatever. But,
If I would have voted
stuck.
Joseph, I would have put your name on the ballot.
hey man, we got Trudeau now, right? Trudeau comes from on the outside looks like the best guy in the world. He comes from an old family.
Trudeau's an idiot. Everybody knows that. That's not
I'm
even
just
a
saying.
mystery.
No, he's new. He's new, right? He looks like a kid up there.
Well, because he is. He's he's really young, and he's
the youngest ever. Yeah, I know.
youngest ever prime minister we've had, and
Yeah.
mostly only.
Did you
guy-
think he was going to win?
Absolutely, he had the name.
Oh yeah, man. He has Trudeau. Trudeau's the name. Yeah, of course he was
His
going
father
to.
ran our country for.
As
too
soon
long.
as I saw his name and I saw he
And
was
plus,
running,
we had
I
the
was like,
worst guy in
Trudeau's
the-
going to win. I was like, Trudeau's going to win. As
Yep.
soon as I saw that he was running, I was like, he's going to win. I was like,
Plus-
because number one, people want conservatives out.
We had
and
a
number two, Trudeau is a famous name already, so it's easy for people to vote.
You know who's not happy about this? Let me say this real quick, gentlemen. I'll let you go. But let me tell Joseph real quick that positively godless Scott is really heartbroken and he's having some serious issues, Joseph. If you get a chance to talk to him, I think that an atheist like you, honestly, I'm impressed by your I guess, assertion or extrapolation of the information that you've been given as far as this election. I'm impressed that you're an atheist and you're able, as a Canadian especially, to come to this conclusion, and also as a non-white human being. I'm very impressed. And I think you would be a great spokesman for other atheists to know why it's probably not a good thing to have a pedophile for their president. I think you'd be a good reason. I think it's good for you. There's good atheists out there like yourself, Joseph, that can help other atheists realize that pedophiles in office are a bad thing.
Again, it goes back to the reasons. Again, it goes back to the PC thing. A lot of the reasons why people don't like Trump is because it's more of what he says than what he's done. Right? That's the thing. Just talk to people. Ask them. They'll be like, oh, he's sexist. Oh, he says grab her by the pussy. Oh, he says he says all Mexicans are rapists. He wants to ban Muslims. It's like, okay, but what about his policies don't you like? What about his politics don't you like? Right? I don't care if his rhetoric bothers you, if you get a little sensitive when he says something that makes you uncomfortable. Right? But that's the whole thing. So talking to people, typically they're probably like, I'm not going to accuse Scott of being PC, but like most people that I've talked to that wanted to vote for Hillary, they're voting for Hillary for pro PC reasons because she doesn't sound as bad as Trump when she speaks or something. But when you look at them both on paper, you have Hillary Clinton. Like this is the way I've been putting it to people. You got Hillary Clinton, extremely bad credit, and Donald Trump, no credit. Right. So if you're a credit bureau, who are you going to go with? You'll probably go with the guy with no credit because
right.
You know what I'm saying? And Hillary Clinton, she's got a horrible track record of just bad behavior and bad moves.
Good way to put it.
The guy with
foreign
no
policy and shit. Like she just, I don't know why people wouldn't vote for her because of that hashtag Never Trump. Right? That's probably the only reason I can think of. Because if you ask people her policies, what about her policies are making you vote for her and this, that, and the other, you never hear that. From all these people at these protests, from all these people at these rallies, you hear, oh, I'm voting for Hillary because I would never vote for Trump. And it's like, that's not a good reason to pick somebody. Educate yourself, figure out their policies, figure out why you're voting